Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. It is February 25th, 2026, and we have a whole lot of environmental bills and animal-related bills today. I do want to point out that we have over 100 witnesses today, and that is for both the edification of the witnesses coming before us and for the members. So I want you to keep that in mind. We certainly do appreciate a me too if you're not adding anything to the testimony new, but if you are, then certainly we want to hear that as well. And to members, if you could sort of focus your questions so that we can get through this day before tomorrow. So we're going to first hear House Bill 959 from Delegate Ruff, Natural Resources Establishment of Gwynns Falls State Park. If you'd like to begin, if you have a panel, they can also come up with you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the esteemed members, my colleagues of ENT. I'm Delegate Malcolm Ruff, District 41 in Baltimore City, and I very much appreciate your attention and hopefully your favorable recommendation on House Bill 959. This is a very, very important piece of legislation, not only to Baltimore, but specifically to the residents of District 41. Gwynns Falls Leakin Park was created in 1908, and it's the 41st District's own natural oasis that's hidden in plain sight. The largest park in Baltimore City, the second largest urban wildlife park in the entire country at over 1,200 acres. Inspired and designed by the revered Olmsted brothers, landscape architects, the purchase of the Gwynns Falls Stream Valley was enhanced by the posthumous donation by J. Wilson Leakin, which permitted the city to purchase the Winans Estate, which houses historic sites like the the Crimea Estate Carriage House and the Orianda House Mansion, the former summer estate of Thomas D. Winans that now houses the Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School, as well as Winans Meadow, which now sits the Ben Cardin Pavilion and is also the premier place for sledding during the snow. Winans was a railroad builder, and so the park features a free miniature train attraction that's operated by the Chesapeake and Allegheny live steamers, and families can ride that every second Sunday between April and November. The park also houses the Carrie Murray Nature Center, which has provided environmental education programs to the Baltimore community for over 40 years and is named after Hall of Famer Eddie Murray's mother. On top of the athletic fields, tennis and basketball court, and camping sites, there are over 15 miles of paved or gravel hiking and biking trails and 10 more of unmaintained hiking trails throughout the park. Simply put, Gwynns Falls Leakin Park should be the crown jewel outdoor recreation destination in the Baltimore region. However, despite the sheer natural beauty of our beloved park, over the 100-plus year history, it has undeservedly earned a negative reputation as a dumping ground, not only for garbage and refuse, but also for the bodies of homicide victims in Baltimore City. This reputation is such that in season 4, episode 5 of the HBO series The Wire, Detectives Freeman and Moreland are canvassing the park, and Freeman states, "When I was a cadet, I was here on a cadaver search." And the instructor got on the radio and said, "We're looking for one body in particular. If you go grabbing every one, you'll be here all day." The bunk responded, "Leakin Park, where West Baltimore brings out its dead." In fact, there have been upwards of 75 bodies found in our beloved park, highlighting the significant challenges of public safety and surveillance the park presents. Unfortunately, while the park is managed by Baltimore City Rec and Parks, the agency has never been equipped with the necessary resources to adequately staff, protect, and moreover to enhance the amenities of the park. However, the city has made laudable efforts to care for the park and has recently made investments in maintenance to the trails, as well as development of a ranger service. But that service serves every park in Baltimore City. This park should be a regional destination for recreation and learning. It should be a driver of economic growth for neighborhoods like Emerson Village, Allendale, Walbrook Junction, Fairmount, Mount Holly, Hunting Ridge, West Hills, Franklin Town, Dickeyville, and Forest Park, just to name a few. That's why the great partners at the Friends of Gwynns Falls Leakin Park, who have been the stewards and advocates for the park for over 40 years, presented the idea of creating a city-state partnership park, which I presented to this committee during the 2024 legislative session, if you'll remember. From there, we passed House Bill 1358, which required the BCRP and DNR to establish a stakeholder advisory committee and host focus groups to create the blueprint for the establishment of the partnership park. Over 18 months, the departments and the community came together to help create the Gwynns Falls State Park Report, which each of you can, if you have not already, access from the link on page 2 of the fiscal note for this bill. We have done the work that was required under 1358. It was difficult. It was contentious at times, but we have arrived at a result that we all know will be a great start for a partnership park. The first state park in the city of Baltimore, Baltimore being one of only 2 jurisdictions in the entire state without a state park designation. The people of Baltimore need us to pass this bill. It's going to take a little bit of tweaking to get it done, and I hope that this committee will indulge us in some amendments that the partners are working on, which we discussed at a meeting between all parties last Friday, and that are mentioned in the written testimony from the city and the Department of Natural Resources. I'm confident that the logistical concerns of all parties will be assuaged through these amendments, and that the bill will be in tip-top shape for your consideration, full consideration in short order. I'm sure we will talk about these tweaks throughout this hearing, but I want to address the topic that is most likely on all of your minds, and of course is on my mind as an appropriator in another tough budget year, and that's the price tag. The $4 million cost for renovating the Trailhead office will come from the Park System Capital Improvement and Acquisition Fund, which is adequately funded to support this capital investment. Further, there is concern about the bill's provision to prohibit collection of fees. The parties are exploring the possibility of creating a local resident exception or other options for entrance fees, and will finalize those in our amendments. And of course, there is the $2+ million that has been designated in order to establish the park. That I believe we are able to look at other potential special funds, but that may be an investment that we have to make from the general fund. I know it is an investment that is absolutely worth it and will absolutely be a huge return in our investment, not just for Baltimore, but for our entire state. And I am hopeful that you all will be supportive and report out favorably. There are several folks that are ready to be heard who live near the park, who work with the park, and of course our agencies are here. So I'm very ready for your questions and hopeful and urging you all to join us in making a favorable report on House Bill 959. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would start with Mr. Pickett Slater, who is the Executive Director of the Friends of Gwynns Falls Leakin Park, as the first one on my panel.
Thank you, Delegate. Whenever you're ready, you may start.
All right. Thank you, Delegate Ruff, and to the committee. My name is Pickett Slater Harrington, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Friends of Gwynns Falls Leakin Park. Friends of Gwynns Falls Leakin Park is a nonprofit partner working alongside Baltimore City Recreation and Parks, community leaders, and residents to steward this extraordinary landscape. Today, you will hear from a panel that reflects the full ecosystem of support behind HB 959. These voices represent habitat and biodiversity, watershed science, community leadership, economic development, and outdoor education. If you're here to testify for the bill, if you could please raise your hands.
Or in support.
Or in support. Thank you. This bill is historic. If passed, Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park will become Baltimore's first state park. Baltimore is one of 2 jurisdictions without a state park, so this matters. Great cities and great states have great parks, and they're places for pride, identity, recreation, and economic vitality. Becoming a state park would not only strengthen stewardship and security, but it will also spur community and economic development in the neighborhoods surrounding the park, across Baltimore City, and most importantly, in the state of Maryland. State parks attract visitors, support local businesses' activity, create jobs, and signal long-term investment. For Baltimore and Maryland, this will be transformative. Finally, HB 959 provides critical funding to develop a comprehensive park master plan that invests a modest but impactful, significant contribution and investment. A master plan ensures that the future improvements are thoughtful, equitable, community-informed, and aligned with long-term conservation goals. So this is a strategic investment with lasting returns. With that, I'd like to turn it over to other members of the panel to share their unique perspectives.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Fletcher, and I am Vice President of the Hunting Ridge Neighborhood Association, one of the communities surrounding Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park. I am also among the 5 community members who served on the Stakeholders Committee that offered a community vision and partnership for the park. The Stakeholders Committee rallied more than 400 community members through focus group meetings and surveys to share their ideas and hopes for a partnership park. So today I return to you, not just with a request, but with evidence of meaningful community engagement and broad public support. The community has stated loud and clear that they want a partnership park. A partnership park with dedicated staff, well-maintained trails, enhanced amenities, and expanded programming that highlights the distinctive, natural, historical, and cultural features of this unique jewel in Baltimore City. With clear priorities and stronger governance, the park can live up to its potential as a safe, healthy space that uplifts rather than depresses the many working-class neighborhoods that surround it. This is more than a park designation. This is an investment in equity, stewardship, safety, and pride for the residents who live alongside and cherish this remarkable space. We respectfully ask that you vote in favor of House Bill 959. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Nina Themlis, Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in support with some amendments for House Bill 959. As the sponsor mentioned, we have been in discussion with both him and the Department of Natural Resources to discuss some technical and other tweaks that are needed for the legislation. As the sponsor mentioned, the Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park is over 1,200 acres and is the largest urban wilderness park on the East Coast. So we're hoping that through refining some of the language in House Bill 959, that the memorandum of understanding with DNR is able to help bring additional resources, technical expertise, statewide visibility to this incredible park and resource. We're looking forward to the comprehensive master planning and all of the other elements that are outlined in the legislation. We know that ongoing funding is, of course, of critical importance to the city and for the success of this park. I won't speak any further about the legislation, as a sponsor greatly outlined the need and importance of this park, and we look forward to the continued conversations with the sponsor and DNR on finalizing amendments for the legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, here in support with amendments for HB 959. I wanted to start by thanking the delegate, the city, and all of the members of the advisory committee, but really broadly the community that really turned out to have these conversations, whether it be the focus groups or the online surveys. We heard a lot about, I think, not just the challenges, but really the promise and the potential of Gwynn Falls Leakin Park and how it can fit, I think, really regionally in with the rest of the Maryland Park Service system. Deeply appreciate the ability to continue to have these conversations. The delegate flagged, I think one of the issues for us when we think about long-term funding for our parks is the ability to charge an entrance fee. That goes into our Forest and Parks Reserve Fund, which does fund the operating of our parks. So something that's important for us to keep working on and continuing. And we had a really good conversation with our Attorney General this morning about a local program that I think would align with what we've been discussing. I wanted to flag one second amendment that we're requesting, and that is related to the advisory committee. The department has a Parks and Rec commission, and that commission oversees all of our parks. And so we would be requesting the ability to have either Friends of Gwynn Falls Leakin Park or one of their designees participate on that rather than a new standalone advisory committee, so we could focus more of our resources to the actual programming and work going on in the park. With that, I would urge a favorable report and appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Secretary. It's always lovely to see you. Does anyone have questions for this panel? All right, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Ruff. Good to see you and welcome to you and your panel and all of the advocates who love Gwynn Falls Leakin Park, who left their homes and businesses and families to come to Annapolis. Today we see you. Thank you. Delegate Ruff, first, if I may, Madam Chair, just point of personal privilege. I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing forward the bill and working on it for these last few years. I think this partnership park process has unfolded in a way that's a model for our state. I really want to salute the Department of Natural Resources, the Baltimore City Department of Recreation and Parks, and Director Moore there and his team. I want to salute the Friends of Gwynn Falls Leakin Park. I know you guys well, I have lots of friends on the Friends group. But most of all, I really want to salute the residents, the community members who came to the process of building the partnership idea with heart, with commitment. And I really hope that everyone can see that this proposal is more than just a piece of legislation. It's a product of a lot of hearts and minds, and really admire it. I went out with you guys on tours of Gwynn Falls Leakin Park with the Friends of Leakin Park, and then again with the advisory committee. That's what I've seen firsthand. I just want everyone here to know how much has gone into this and how positive the process has been. I salute you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, let me turn that into a question.
Yes, that is so.
Isn't that so?
Thank you for the statements. And you have a question, Delegate Lewis, as well.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please
I
proceed.
certainly do. So one of the things that's unique about this project, it's the first urban partnership park in the state of Maryland. This space is an asset and an amenity in Baltimore City for our residents. It's also a regional jewel. And I would like to understand a little bit better, Delegate, your vision for how the partnership park model will deliver for the region, because I think it's important that people understand this is so much bigger than a city park. This is a regional amenity, and that's why it's legitimate to talk about it at the state level. So how do you see this connecting to the region?
Absolutely. I would love to respond to that. I'm sure Pickett wants to respond to that, and I think that there are other folks that would want to respond to that. But what I would say is two things, and I'll pass the mic if that's appropriate, or I'll leave it at my response, getting my cues. I'll say this. Number one, there are a lot of folks visiting state parks now, much more since COVID than even before that. And one of the goals of DNR, I know, is to figure out how to relieve some of the stress on other state parks. We have state parks in the Baltimore region, especially on the western side of Baltimore, that are, reaching places where they are at capacity or need to have relief. And this is a prime place for that to happen, where folks from Carroll County and Howard County and Anne Arundel County and Baltimore County and all over the Baltimore region will have a regional destination to go to with an amenity that is of the caliber of a state park. And more specifically, the folks in the Friends group and I have the vision, since you asked about the vision, that the opening to the park could be expounded right at the entrance of the first trailhead. Jack Lattimore, who's going to come up and talk to, I'm sure he might mention this, that it will be really great for us to have the visitor center right there at the end of I-70. Literally, if you all are in western counties, I-70 stops at the beginning of Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park. And so that will create huge accessibility for folks from outside of the region. And then we also want to create inroads for places, especially south of the park, to have more access to the park. So we have plenty of ideas and the willpower to get it done, so that this will be, exactly as you say, a vision for a partnership model that delivers for the entire region.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for that. And that was a very complete answer. But if someone feels a burning need to add to that, something that wasn't said, I'll give you just a second. Remember, we do have a lot more witnesses on this bill.
Understood. Understood.
Okay.
I'll just say this quickly, is Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park is 1,200 acres of urban woodland, and it's one of the largest parks in the country of that size. So it is a jewel for the state of Maryland, and it's an asset that we have to activate for the entire state.
All right. Thank you. Wonderful answer, very succinct. Any other questions? Yes, we do. We have got Delegate Ziegler here next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. So it seems to me that every great city in the world that I've ever been to has a large city park. They're always free. So I just wanted to ask about that idea. I feel like Baltimore is just always on the verge of becoming a great city, and I think a park is just a, well, yes, okay, well, yes, but you know what I mean. It's not, it has room to get even better, and that this park is certainly a big part of that. I strongly support this bill, but I really hate the entrance fee idea, and I just wondered if you could comment on that.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Delegate Ziegler. I think when we look at how we fund the operating budget for our parks and our public lands, really we rely heavily on our entrance fees. We rely on other operational ability to, whether that be selling of food, things like that. That allows us to really have kind of user pay, user benefit model, which is really kind of throughout our department. And so the reason that we would be looking and advocating for an entrance fee is that makes it consistent with most of our other state parks as well. And we've been discussing, an opportunity for a program where, local community members wouldn't have to pay. The other thing that's important to note for our parks is we're really charging for parking. It also helps us keep track of the number of people that are coming into the parks and ensuring that we don't reach capacity. Gives us an immediate point of contact as well. So those are some of the reasons that we would be looking for an entrance fee, again, to be consistent with our other state parks.
Thank you. Certainly, Delegate.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I just want to echo something that the Friends Group has made me aware of. And certainly, we want to work with DNR to figure out the best middle ground. But just want to say for the record that, charging an entrance fee I don't think should be the thing that breaks this bill. There are a couple other state parks that don't charge entrance fees. I want to say at least 5 or 6 or maybe more than that. How many? 13. That's a lot more than a few. And so, we're going to work this out. But I definitely hear you, Delegate Ziegler. We want to make sure that the folks that live in the neighborhood, that live by the park, have the most possible access to the park. And if we can find a way to keep it an exemption for local residents, I think that would probably be the best middle ground.
Thank you. That's a great conversation for us to continue to have. And the state park near my home has no parking fee or entrance fee. Just thought I'd throw that in support. Delegate Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Has anybody looked to look for restrictions that would be placed on adjoining property owners if this goes through as a state park, just to make sure that you're not imposing restrictions on the adjoining, zoning restrictions on the adjoining property owners?
Well, thank you, Delegate. It's nice to meet you. I don't think that this bill has any zoning aspects to it, but I don't know if you want to speak to that at all from the city's perspective.
I'll start. And when we acquire property, which this is not, this is joining into an existing property, we're not requiring anybody on adjoining properties to make any changes. So I don't see from the DNR's perspective why that would be necessary.
Yeah, and from the city's perspective, the park is already an existing park with all the mandates and requirements based upon what's required in our city charter. The legislation as outlined would not be going outside of those park parameters, so we would not see any impacts on the surrounding parcels, but we can make sure to just double check that.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. And we appreciate your advocacy for this and how you've been relentless year after year for your community. So I just want to ask for the record, do you know exactly how many state parks exist or around in majority minority communities?
I think that would be a great question for our secretary.
Yeah, and it's a little bit hard to quantify because many of them are very long, like I think Gunpowder, Patapsco. And so the way we look at that is actually through our bilingual program. So thinking about how we're working with the communities that are adjoining from going to primary languages that are spoken there. We don't really keep a very large tally or a standardized template or form to know what that looks like across the state. But we do have our park equity mapper. That helps us forward looking in terms of ensuring that we have equity in any acquisitions that we're doing.
Got it. May I just, my last follow-up to that, and you may not have the answer based upon the prior response, if you could also look into the fact to see how many parks that are in non-majority minority communities are not charging interest fees as well, too.
Yep, happy to follow up with you on that information.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, I do not see any other questions for the sponsors panel. I know we have additional favorable in-person witnesses. I'll call them up. Jack Lattimore, Forest Park Action Council. Tim Smith, Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School. Jim Brown, Audubon Mid-Atlantic. Erica Lewis, Friends of Gwynn Falls Lincoln State Park. And Jasmine Brown, Hope Harbor Community Development Corporation. We can just play a little musical chairs if there's not enough room up there. And someone please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jack Lattimore. I'm president of the Forest Park Action Council. We fully support HB 959 to establish Gwynns Falls State Park. The Forest Park Action Council is a nonprofit coalition of neighborhoods, neighborhood associations, and businesses on the western edge of Baltimore City that includes more than 5,000 residents. Our goals are community safety, education, preservation, and improvement. In our community, we are all neighbors to Gwynns Falls State Park. I was also a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee that provided community input on the Gwynns Falls State Park initiative. As noted in the Gwynns Falls State Park report that was delivered to the legislators, Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park contributes significantly to community health and well-being. Much of the maintenance work to keep the park a pleasant place to visit is done by volunteers from the Friends of Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park, AKA Fog Flip. Fog Flip maintains and advocates for the park, Baltimore City's most significant land-based natural resource. But volunteers cannot replace permanent staff with the skills, knowledge, dedicated workspace, and equipment that is required to maintain a park of over 1,200 acres. Baltimore City and the state of Maryland joining together to create Gwynns Falls State Park will infuse the park with the expertise and resources that a state park can provide. It will strengthen the kind of ongoing stewardship that Fog Flip and the Forest Park Action Council can provide. It will engage more residents in the park. It will raise the spirit and pride of West Baltimore. That is what the Forest Park Action Council wants. It's what Baltimore City wants, and it's what the state of Maryland wants. Community vitality and sustainability. A vote in favor of HB 959 can make this happen. We urge your support of the bill and are very grateful for it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Erica Lewis. I have the privilege of serving as president with Gwynns Falls Lincoln Park. I have, I would say, a pretty not unique story. I grew up in Baltimore County, and when I had the opportunity to purchase a home, I chose to purchase a home in what I believe to be a great city, and that is Baltimore City. I purchased a home in Edmondson Village. I wanted a little bit of both. I wanted to be able to drive 10 minutes to Baltimore County and be somewhat close to Howard County. I also wanted the opportunity to just hit 40 and drive straight down and be downtown Harbor East, and I have that right now. The park is also walking distance. Right around the time frame that I discovered I like hiking, someone mentioned that I should check out Gwynns Falls. And I'm like, okay, I remember this as a child, but the memories are pretty vague because, like so many other people mentioned, the negativity that came with the park. However, I ended up having twins, and that happened around COVID. So I had to find something fun for them to do, something that wasn't too costly, and the park was our second home. My son was diagnosed with being on the spectrum, and one of the things that the doctor mentioned was how much green space can kind of somewhat help regulate him. I don't believe my son is unique in that area. I do believe that more children like him need access to the park. I do believe that this was not only sustainable for Baltimore City, but this is an opportunity. As a person who likes to hike, I drive as far as Virginia to hike, and I will sometimes drive to PA. I don't think that's going to be unique when other people realize that we have this in Baltimore City. We are adjacent to 70 West. We're only 4 minutes from 695. Those are highways that will allow other people to not only access the park, but also have more entrance into our state. Thank you for voting, hopefully, in favor of House Bill 959.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chairperson. Hello to the committee. My name is Jasmine Brown. I am the Executive Director of Hope Harbor Community Development Corporation. We are a nonprofit community development corporation that serves 12 neighborhoods in the Edmondson corridor, and we include Lincoln Park, Gwynns Falls in that catchment area. I'm here today to urge a favorable report on House Bill 959. This is a sustainable investment for the state and for the city, and it is a worthy investment that will surely benefit the residents that we do serve at Hope Harbor. I will try not to cover material that has already been covered, but in the 1,200 acres in Gwynns Falls is larger than the Assateague State Park, than the Sandy Point State Park, and the Rock State Parks that are in Maryland. Assateague Island Park brings in about $139 million in economic benefit. It did that in 2022 for the state, according to the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. And comparably, Sandy Point and Rock State Parks bring in considerable amounts into the economies. It is beneficial to make this investment in Gwynns Falls, Lincoln Park, because with every dollar invested into these state parks, on average, $29.27 comes back. I understand that dollars are scarce and contentious in this round, but this is an investment that will be fruitful and productive for the state and for the local community. In addition to the state's investment, there's also private sector investment that is going on in the area recently. Recently, Steve Bishardi contributed $20 million to the Boys and Girls Club that is also located directly adjacent to the park, and I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. And members of the committee. My name is Jim Brown. I'm with Audubon Mid-Atlantic, which is the regional presence of the National Audubon Society. We work to protect birds and the places that they need to survive all across the country. In Maryland, we work in every part of the state, including in Baltimore City, where we've done community conservation for the last 20 years. I agree with everything that's been said on the panel so far. I just want to make two quick points. One is that the 400 birds that that call Maryland home or travel through Maryland depend on the state park network. They depend on these public places to be protected and well managed. And the 200 species of birds that have been identified in Gwens Falls-Leakin Park, as well as the people that depend on that park, deserve the investment in a well-managed public urban open space in West Baltimore. It's vital for the birds that travel up and down the East Coast and throughout the Western Hemisphere, and it's vital for the people that rely on public spaces and vital communities in Baltimore. The second quick point I'll make is that when I was 7 years old, I got Eddie Murray's autograph at the ribbon cutting of the Carrie Murray Nature Center in Gwens Falls-Leakin Park. I would love to see that type of investment happen again some close to 40 years later. I grew up in the park. I use the park every day. I grew up in a neighborhood near the park. I use the park every day. It's how I learned about Baltimore. It's how I learned about the natural environment. It's how I learned to be civically engaged in my community. My experience in the park is what's led to a 20-plus year career in public service with environment and community development. I know that if this park had the investments outlined in House Bill 959, there would be other kids from West Baltimore that would have similar opportunities. Audubon and myself fully support the passage of this bill.
My name is Tim Smith. I'm here with Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School, which is an organization that I joined after 11 years of teaching and working in Baltimore City Public Schools. And I'm here in support of House Bill 959, which is a step we think will protect this remarkable urban wilderness while expanding access to high-quality outdoor recreation for Baltimore's young people, families, and communities. For decades, we have partnered with the state of Maryland and Baltimore City to provide transformative experiential education programs for more than 100,000 students. And through our lease with the city, we steward 17 acres of urban forest that surround the 1850s era structures, ensuring they remain safe, functional, and inspiring for student learning. At Outward Bound, our mission is to spark lifelong growth through challenge outside. And everything we do centers on giving young people the chance to practice problem solving, teamwork, communication, and presence, all importantly without screens competing for their attention. Students discover they can overcome difficult tasks, lead their peers, and navigate unfamiliar environments with confidence and purpose. As a nonprofit with a long history of collaboration, CBOBS is deeply aligned with the vision of outdoor recreation managed by the department in partnership with local government and nonprofit partners. For us, this is not an abstract idea, and we have been living it successfully for more than 40 years. And we're ready to continue and expand this shared stewardship of the park as it transitions to a state-managed asset. Improved trail systems, restored natural spaces, and consistent trail crew support would directly enhance the experiences that we provide. For our students, adventurous learning isn't theoretical. It requires well-maintained trails, safe challenge course infrastructure, climb walls, and functional wilderness spaces, which we believe the classroom simply cannot replicate. However, the park is in urgent need of critical maintenance, and that is what this bill would help us improve upon. We want to continue to be strong partners, and this partnership will be more effective by unlocking expanding funding resources. So please, we are here to urge you to vote in favor of establishing Gwens Falls State Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ruff. I want to make sure you realize that based on what I just heard, I expect to see Peter Alonso at the ribbon cutting for your new park. Any questions? Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again to this wonderful panel. I have a question for Ms. Lewis. I have two questions. First, Ms. Lewis, you and I are not related that we know of, are we?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. We haven't figured it out yet. But I want to thank all of you for your testimony. And Ms. Lewis specifically, you shared with us that you have a child who's on the spectrum and that you feel access to green space to this wonderful park helps him with his growth and development. I'm curious, because I often think about accessibility for all people, I'm curious, how do you and your family access the park? How do you get there?
Great question. So although I am not distance-wise far from the park, I can see the park. I do have the privilege of driving to the park. So for us to actually get to Gwens Falls-Leakin Park, it is a drive.
And thank you for that answer. I'm curious, and for whoever can answer this best, again, accessibility to public amenities is critical. and there's no point in having a great park if you have to be a car owner to get there. So I'm curious how this partnership will address needs for, open, inclusive accessibility. Do you have to own a car to get to Gwynns Falls Park? Is that part of the vision and what will happen? Could someone on this panel answer? I see you, Delegate Ruff, but you're not on the panel. Someone at the, please go ahead.
Yeah, Delegate Lewis. Regarding access to the park, there has been some discussion of expanding Winans Meadow to accommodate some state park amenities. I'd like to mention that Winans Meadow is not accessible by bus. It's not on a bus route. So this is an urban park. It's not on a bus route, and it's a small road through the park, which is known for the amount of accidents that happen on the road. So we just need to keep that in mind as far as access to the park goes.
Thank you.
Delegate Lewis, if I could answer your question.
Mr. Chair.
There is a vision to connect the park. So if you're familiar with Baltimore City and Baltimore County, you're like someone looking at how close it would take for you to get to Catonsville. When I think of accessibility and inclusion, that should include walking. That should include using your bike. And we're also thinking about, when we had safety conversations, what did it look like for an older adult to also be in the park? So much so as lighting, signs, and things of that sort. So when I think a big picture and I think about a state park, no, it is not ideal that a person will have to drive to a park. It is ideal that a person from Northwest Baltimore City can walk, drive, or maybe even have the option of using their bike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Odom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got one question for the, and thank you all for your testimonies, and I've learned a great deal. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this forward. But the young lady, and I apologize for not remembering your name, but it seemed like everyone got a chance to conclude their testimony. It seemed like you got a bit abrupted. Is there anything you wanted to add to it or conclude?
Thank you so much for that opportunity. The only things that I did not get to touch on is that it would build on existing infrastructure and developing infrastructure in the nearby area. The Edmondson Village Shopping Center is being renewed right now. Coppin State is nearby. Baltimore City Community College is nearby. And also the note that I did get to include about the owner of the Ravens investment in the Boys and Girls Club, which is nearby. There's already private sector investment being poured into the area. To catalyze this, with partnership with the state, would be exponentially beneficial to the nearby economy and to the state in general. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 959. We'll turn to House Bill 775, Delegate Hutchinson, Wetlands and Waterway Permits, Lighthouse Piers, Permission of Owner of Private Wetlands. If you have a panel or anything, please bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a person who lived in Baltimore City for 20 years, I think Baltimore City is a fantastic, wonderful city. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, District 37B of the beautiful Eastern Shore, to present House Bill 775 with an amendment, and I hope we have a little fun with this bill. This guy sitting next to me is a hardworking blue-collar gentleman who some might say is crazy. That is because he is crazy. He's crazy about lighthouses out in the Chesapeake Bay. Rich Cruchet is passionate about the lighthouses that are falling in disrepair out in the Bay, and he wants to restore them and turn them into educational experiences, laboratories, water quality monitoring stations, and just really cool places to visit. To date, Rich has purchased 3 lighthouses in the Bay: Wolf Trap in Virginia, Hooper's Island off the coast of Dorchester County, and Craig Hill Lower Range up near Baltimore. You know, he's done this with the use of his own funds. No state funds, no federal funds, no private funds to date. Rich is determined to restore these lighthouses and hopefully more in the future. but he's hit a roadblock with the Maryland Department of the Environment, and thus the reason that we're here today. For him to make his dream come true, he needs to fabricate and install a dock next to, but not attached to the lighthouse, for safe access to the lighthouse. So a boat could come up, school children could get off, and make a safe transition over to his restored lighthouse that he's doing in conjunction with the Maryland Historic Trust. But according to Mr. Couchet, he must retain permission from the federal government to begin building this dock. You know, we're sort of perplexed by this. We're all familiar with the Thomas Point Lighthouse off of Annapolis, and they actually have a pier next to their lighthouse that a boat can come up to. And so far, Mr. Couchet cannot find any records of a similar requirement that was required at that lighthouse. So let me back up for a moment. So when the lighthouses were originally built in the 1800s, a 5-mile square radius of land surrounding that lighthouse was given by the state of Maryland to the federal government through cession. So technically today, regarding these 3 lighthouses, Mr. Couchet owns the lighthouse and the federal government owns the land of which that lighthouse sits at, albeit at the bottom of the Chesapeake Bay. So with the lighthouse in Virginia, Mr. Couchet has had no state obstacles to overcome the work and is proceeding today. The stance from the state of Virginia is that they do not have jurisdiction, and he has successfully been working with the Army Corps of Engineers in Virginia. The purpose of this bill is to eliminate the state's requirement to receive permission from the federal government and to remove Maryland's jurisdiction over what Mr. Couchet is doing on this federal land. So the hope that he can continue to work with the Army Corps of Engineers along with the Maryland Historic Trust to successfully complete his passion. So what's really cool is that he plans to make a nonprofit when he's done so that can keep with the upkeep and the maintenance of these historical lighthouses in perpetuity. I encourage you to find him and follow him on Facebook and his YouTube page. He goes out and it's just fascinating what he's doing out there. And I just look forward to working with the committee to figure out a way we can remove these obstacles so that he can continue his passion. I ask for your support of House Bill 775, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Couchet.
Thank you, Delegate Hutchinson. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rich Couchet, and I'm the proud owner of 3 lighthouses located in the Chesapeake Bay. Is there anyone here who does not like lighthouses? I've never in my life heard someone say, you know what, I don't like lighthouses. We cherish lighthouses when they're on land, and yet offshore lighthouses are being forgotten. Nationally registered historic structures, icons of the communities they serve, guiding massive commercial ships, recreational boaters, and generations of independent watermen of the Chesapeake Bay are being left to rust and rot away in Maryland. Why is that? With the unpredictable wind and waves of the open bay, they're just too difficult and dangerous to access. I got married young, started a business sandblasting and industrial painting, and for 30 years I raised 4 kids, coached youth sports, robotics teams, did all the dad stuff, restored a barn and farmhouse, and worked blasting and painting industrial parts, historic buildings, and large structures. We don't have time for the whole story, but I bought Hooper Island Lighthouse from a government auction. I decided to start an organization called the Lighthouse Centers. I managed to buy 2 more rundown offshore lighthouses so that we would have one in the upper, middle, and lower part of the bay. Our mission is to restore these lighthouses and repurpose them and others as a network of historical, environmental, educational centers where people can come out to the middle of the bay and learn about our maritime history, offshore, off-grid alternative energy systems, the environment, and show firsthand how the things we do on land affect the water quality of the Chesapeake Bay and the people and the animals that live there. I'm working with the University of Maryland to locate water quality monitoring stations at the lighthouses. I quickly learned to do that we need to provide safe access with a dock that will allow us to bring groups of people by boat safely onto the lighthouses. These lighthouses are located in federally owned bottomland that was granted with an act of cession. I'm asking for clarification that the offshore lighthouses are not subject to the same regulation as a pier connected to land. Any construction of the lighthouse must still be approved by Army Corps of Engineers and American Historic Trust. This will save us precious time and money we need to achieve our goals. Thank you, and I ask for your support to make my dream come true and support House Bill 775.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the ENT Committee. My name is James Hyde. I'm the manager of the Maryland Mesonet, which is a statewide weather monitoring network, which is a partnership between Maryland Department of Emergency Management and the University of Maryland College Park. To date, we are halfway complete with our project and expect by the end of 2027, all Marylanders will be within 10 miles of one of our monitoring stations. Our goal is simple: deliver accurate weather data for local decision makers. Those decision makers could be local volunteer fire companies, the governor's office, or a mother deciding what to put on their kid in the morning. One area that we haven't been able to serve in the capacity that we would like to is on the water. Weather changes fast and frequently on the Bay, and we work with the National Weather Service to give them real-time information to issue warnings, protect property, and ultimately save lives. We are working with the Lighthouse Centers to put environmental monitoring, weather monitoring on the Bay, and we've committed funding to do that. This bill will allow us to serve the watermen and women who work our shores and for the ships who bring us commerce and trade to the region. Passage of this bill by putting a dock will allow us a much higher degree of data collection both above and below the water surface in the Bay, in regions of the Bay that have never been studied before to this degree. I urge the committee to see this bill in good faith and a favorable report for House Bill 7075. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Holmes. Oh, I thought we had a question from Delegate Holmes.
Don't touch the
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having been a veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard, I really, really appreciate all the lighthouses, and specifically you trying to restore them. It is fantastic. Some here in this committee are very familiar with my responsibilities on housing. This to me sounds like a ground rent on water. And all these committee members that are here know that ground rents were established in the summer of 1634 by King Charles I. And for a decade, I've been trying to get rid of ground rents. And I would love to assist you in getting rid of this ground rent on the water as well. The question that I have, I'm looking at the testimony. I don't see any opposition to this bill. Have you talked with the agencies, or is there anyone that you know of that's in opposition of this bill?
Well, actually, I was surprised that there wasn't any statement from MDE. Senator Moutz's office has actually been trying to work with MDE and has hit some roadblocks. That's the reason we said let's bring it legislatively. I truly am hoping that we can work with this committee to get resolution and remove barriers that don't need to be needed to restore these lighthouses.
I just want to thank you for your bill. It sounds great to me.
And there's no fiscal note either.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Holmes, I am so pleased that yesterday you had common ownership communities in this committee. Today you have ground rents. It's just like old times. Everything's gravy. Delegate Jacobs.
Excuse me, Delegate, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your service. And I would like to let you know that we are working with the Coast Guard. They've been fantastic. We've produced some videos on our YouTube channel to educate and inform the public about what they're doing. And we hope to do a lot more. So thank you for the kind words.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kuche, first of all, I commend you for investing. I think you are about half nuts, but
definitely.
But thank goodness you've invested in these. I think everyone loves the view of a lighthouse. And if I'm understanding correctly, Virginia, you had no problem. They just said they really didn't have any bearing on it whatsoever because it was on federal land as the one in Maryland. And in Maryland, MDE is being an obstacle in getting the permit for the dock. And now, most all lighthouses have to have some sort of dock, so you can get up there and to them no matter what. Isn't that true?
Yes, it's very dangerous to access, which is why we're in the position that we are with the lighthouses being left and abandoned. They're just it's dangerous what we're doing.
So if I'm not mistaken, Thomas Point has a riprap barrier island next to the lighthouse, and then the piers next to that, a smaller pier. and you want to build a pier that's adequate to get the right boat so you can work on the lighthouse, restore the lighthouse, and have students and whatnot come in, is that right?
Yes.
So the thing that concerns me in this whole scenario is the federal government owns the 5-mile radius.
At 5 acres.
5
sir.
acres, I'm sorry, 5-acre radius. And this lighthouse sitting in the middle of it. So you're not getting a lot of cooperation with MDE. So what happens if you walk away from this project?
The lighthouses will continue to deteriorate and be lost, like several of them, well, most of them in the Chesapeake Bay are lost or beyond repair, yes.
Like Poplar Island did?
Yes, several others. Look at Sharps Island, Bloody Point.
It was 1,000 acres and ended up being 4 acres or something before the state stepped in, so hopefully.
Nature always wins.
Hopefully we can get something done so that it doesn't fall into disrepair and into the bay. Isn't that so?
That's our hope, yes.
Thank you.
Delegate Jacobs, if you look at his videos when he goes out in his Zodiac inflatable boats on some of the roughest days, it is just horrific to see what he has to do just to get his crews out there. He has put a davit, I think, on one of them to be able to lift it out. But there are days he's gone out there and hoped that he got up in the morning and the boat was still there.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
There's a lot of liability in what we're doing that I've taken on personally. And we get a lot of requests. People want to help. They love the lighthouses. They want to help us restore them, but it's just not safe to bring people out without a safe way to get them on and off the lighthouse. Historically, only the Coast Guard has taken on that responsibility. And even then, there are countless stories of dangerous, embarking and disembarking the lighthouses. And this one, the ones that we have, the reason I was able to get them is they're particularly dangerous. They're not like Thomas Point, which is a fantastic example of restoration, but the ones that we're working on are in more difficult areas.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Hutchison, for this bill, and to your panelists, thank you to the Lighthouse Hero for his efforts. I pulled up your YouTube page because it's hard for me to picture what you're tackling. And I'm from Indiana, and what do I know about lighthouses? But it's quite amazing, and I want to understand something. This may be obvious to others, but I just don't know. Are these lighthouses not considered having historic value? Are they not designated in some way that would offer them protection and then make it easier for you to secure resources to restore them?
They are nationally registered in the National Register of Historic Places. So, which is fantastic for their protection, but also we will be restoring them in conjunction with the Maryland Historic Trust. So we have to do everything according with their approval, and all we're looking to do is to restore the lighthouses to their original condition. But in order to do that, we need safe access to get groups of people. And once the lighthouses are restored, that's part A. Part B is to repurpose them as educational, historical centers in the Bay where we can bring groups of people, which is a challenge. So we need a very durable, safe dock structure to bring people out. And it's something that hasn't been done before by a private entity. And that's why, MDE is kind of reluctant to give a permit because there's no precedent for what we're doing. So I think, we all know it's easy to say, no to something that, it's easier just to say, I don't know, or push it down the road than to be the first one to approve something. So as we said, in Virginia, they recognized the cession from the state to the federal government in that 5 acres of bottom land. And they were able to let us just work with the historic group there and the Army Corps of Engineers, who makes sure everything is safe and everything is environmentally safe, which is obviously one of our goals.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you so much for bringing this bill. And again, thank you for your advocacy and your work. I wanted to ask you a very quick question. Are the lighthouses below or above the median high tide line? If you need more explanation, I'm happy to provide that.
No, that's okay. They're above, so, you know, the structure extends down to the bay floor and below the bay floor. So it's a caisson design. I won't bore you with the whole construction stuff, but it's a giant iron ring that's filled with concrete. And, you know, Upper Island in particular is in about 16 to 18 feet of water. And so the mean high water line is somewhere in the middle of the caisson. So when you approach the lighthouse, you have to go 16 feet up a ladder. You have to get off of a boat onto a ladder with the wind and waves that change and climb up on the lighthouse.
The reason why I ask that is not because of its vertical positioning, but more so its horizontal positioning, because technically speaking, I'm not sure if you're aware, below the median high tide line, I forget what percent of what mileage, it's already federal water, and we can't restrict access to that anyways. And so I want to make sure you're aware of that. Isn't that so?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 775. We'll
Thank you so
turn
much.
to one of our expats, Delegate Lehman, House Bill 321, Environment, Synthetic Turf Industry and Disposal Study Deadline Extension.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 panelists.
Bring 'em
2
up.
with me, Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Bowers, and 1 virtual.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mary Lehman, here to urge a favorable report on House Bill 321. As many members of this committee know, I spent 6 years working on legislation to track the disposal of synthetic turf playing fields. That effort finally paid off in 2024 with significant help from Chair Corman, who assisted with finding a middle ground on a reporting requirement that MDE investigate and report on the synthetic turf industry's practices and guidelines on sales, maintenance, reuse, and disposal of synthetic turf fields. The reporting deadline is July 1st, 2026. This bill would extend that deadline to January 15th, 2027. The new deadline would provide MDE an extra 6 months to ensure a high-quality and comprehensive report, which would benefit our state and its residents. So the 2024 law directed MDE to include the following in its report: industry information and background, methodologies used for data collection, including public hearings and other public outreach, current industry practices and guidelines relating to sale, maintenance, reuse, and disposal of synthetic turf, current industry disposal methods of synthetic turf, including disposal locations, proper and improper disposal methods, current recycling rates and methods for synthetic turf and future recycling proposals, factors that influence disposal and recycling decisions, case studies and examples, and proposals to improve recycling rates. So I put forward this bill because last fall, MDE representatives provided me with an update on how the report was going, and the agency had really not made meaningful progress, despite being handed extensive research on the actual number, the locations, and the ownership of some 400 synthetic turf fields across the state of Maryland. Agency representatives actually asked me for an additional year to complete the report. I decided a 6-month extension was more reasonable. At some point after the conversation, the Secretary of MDE decided the report could in fact be done by July of this year and said so publicly before this committee a few weeks ago. What I am concerned about, Mr. Chair and members, is the quality of a report delivered in July, given how far behind the agency seems to be on its research and information gathering. I would much prefer it take an additional 6 months to deliver a more thorough and meaningful faithful report. No other state is doing this kind of analysis and reporting on the disposal of synthetic turf playing fields. The findings are important for shaping more environmentally responsive policies regarding turf disposal in Maryland, and I believe would likely be used by other states. For these reasons, I am asking for a favorable report on House Bill 321. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. We represent the Maryland Turfgrass Council and the Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Management Association. To my left is the past president, Jason Bowers. He's going to present his testimony. We've also submitted written testimony in support of House Bill 321. We also want to take a personal moment to thank Delegate Lehman for her crusading effort on this bill. She said a moment ago that it took 6 years for this to take place. I can't say we were there for all 6 years, but we were there for at least a good 3 of those years, and we are proud to say that we've been there ever since. And we have been having ongoing conversations with MDE since the enactment of this bill. I think Delegate really made a striking point that I would like to make on the record. If you look at the bill when it was created, it is an expansive group of stakeholders and a cross-section of industry partners and also folks in the state looking at this and conducting a very thorough study. She also pointed out the extensiveness and the amount of work that this report is doing. Having the additional time is not only going to be beneficial for a more substantive report for Maryland, but as she said a moment ago, it's going to be literally, as we call in judicial terms, a case in first impression. This will literally be the first study in, I believe, the nation that is taking on this responsibility. So let's make sure that the state has additional time to do it right, to allow for additional opportunities for my clients and other stakeholders the chance to continue the engagement we have had. And also, most importantly, let's make sure that the safety and welfare of our environment, our constituents, our communities, our universities, our parks and recs, all that is being considered in this report. And we certainly hope that the additional time will lend itself to something that will be beneficial for us and for all of you to consider looking at. For those reasons, we humbly request a favorable report on House Bill 321. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, my name is Jason Bowers. I'm the past president for the Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Management Association. On behalf of our members, I am here to support HB 321. I would like to thank Delegate Lehman for sponsoring this important piece of legislation. We, along with the Maryland Turf Council, submitted a joint letter of support. The Maryland Turf Council is a nonprofit organization that represents all areas of the turf industry, including golf, sports field, sod producers, landscapers, lawn care, commercial vendors, and suppliers. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Management Association is a nonprofit organization that is composed of sports field managers and workers from Maryland, Delaware, Washington, D.C., and Northern Virginia. Once again, the Mid-Atlantic SFMA has partnered with the MTC this year to bring more unified front from all aspects of our industry. We have submitted our joint letter of support, so I would like to highlight a few quick points. 2 years ago, the MTC and the Mid-Atlantic SFMA proudly supported the successful enactment of House Bill 457, which require the Maryland Department of Environment, in consultation with the Synthetic Turf Council and other specified stakeholders, including local governments, county school systems, and higher education facilities, to conduct a study of synthetic turf, existing synthetic turf fields, and the synthetic turf industry in the state. To our knowledge, there are no state laws in Maryland to specify addressing synthetic infield turf, and no other state in the nation has legislation, a state-issued report on this issue. And while some states and cities have taken action on banning new installation of synthetic turf, it does not resolve the issue of existing synthetic turf at our schools and parks and are quickly nearing the 10-year life cycle. For these reasons, we humbly request this committee to give this legislation a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to our virtual favorable witness, Diana Conway.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and honorable delegates. My name is Diana Conway. Thank you, Delegate Lehman, for your heroic efforts on this issue. I'm speaking today as president of Safe Healthy Playing Fields in support of HB 321 to extend the deadline for MDE on its report on artificial turf plastic fields in Maryland and their disposal. We are a nationally active, all-volunteer, nonprofit 501c3, equipping communities and policymakers with facts and science on the pros of grass sports fields and the many defects of plastic artificial turf fields. We support giving MDE an extended timeline for its study on artificial plastic fields in Maryland. The bill gives MDE the option to extend its due date from July 1 to January 15 next year for its report on the plastic fields industry and their disposal. And here's why that matters. Some of you have seen the reporting and the photos of the disastrous situation in Pennsylvania, where a company named Rematch landed with great fanfare and millions in state tax credits to build a purported recycling facility for used plastic fields. More than 4 years later, not only has it never broken ground, it went bankrupt last year after collecting multiple citations for environmental violations. It left farmers whose land was leased for, quote, storage, with thousands upon thousands of rolls of disintegrating plastic that makes their land unusable and unsellable, and now they are facing fines too. Plus, Rematch has stopped paying rent for this plastic trash. The Philadelphia Inquirer has done an extended set of articles on this with dramatic photos. We do not want to be part of that scenario. So it's important to have this study implemented right, with sufficient time to implement it right. HB 321 just gives MDE some flexibility if needed. I urge a favorable report on this bill and would be delighted to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the sponsor of her panel? Okay, thank you. That concludes Bill on House Bill 321. Don't go away, Delegate Lehman. We'll turn to your House Bill 779, Natural Resources, Riverine Siting and Design Criteria Requirements. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And if my panelists could come up, Ellie Bassett, John Tavares, and Rosa Hannes. Ready? Thank you. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, good to see you back, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I am requesting your support of House Bill 779, which extends the CoSmart siting and design concept for government buildings and infrastructure to cover projects vulnerable to riverine flooding. And again, for the record, I'm Delegate Mary Lehman. Good to be back here. The bill would direct the CoSmart Council, which is housed within the Department of Natural Resources, to craft new siting and design criteria for state and local capital projects in areas susceptible to flooding from inland rivers. The history of CoSmart, as I think some on this committee know, especially Delegate Stein, who was one of the architects, it is comprised of agency representatives, this is the CoSmart Council, local government officials, and members of academia. It was created in state law in 2015, and it was tasked with creating siting and design criteria for state-funded projects of $500,000 or more, and that does include local government projects relying on state money. And it is designed to address projects vulnerable to coastal flooding. So the purpose of the criteria is to mitigate damage to state buildings and infrastructure located in areas at significant risk of flooding. But with Maryland's unique geography, its extensive shoreline with the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries, much of the state is highly susceptible to flooding from rivers. Recognizing this, the bill requires that by July 1 of 2027, the CoSmart Council, consulting with DNR, MDE, and the Department of Transportation, shall establish riverine siting and design criteria to address the 500-year flood impact on state and local capital projects. And if you don't know what the 500-year flood is, it is a 1 in 500 chance of a flood occurring, or a 0.2% chance in any given year. So the criteria must include a description of data, models, methods, and maps to be used to define the 500-year flood event for construction sites in riverine areas, guidelines and any other directive that apply to preliminary planning and construction of a proposed capital project, a requirement that a structure be designed and constructed or reconstructed if it's been damaged to withstand flooding associated with the 500-year event, and establishment of a process to allow a unit of state or local government to obtain a waiver from this criteria. Beginning July 1 of 2028, covered state and local capital projects must comply with these new riverine siting and design criteria. And then by July 1 of 2032, the council must review and if necessary, update those siting and design criteria, and then do that every 5 years thereafter with a summary report due December 1, 2032, and every 5 years thereafter. That report will be delivered to the Senate Committee on Education, Energy, and Environment, as well as this committee, Environment and Transportation. So there are letters of information, if you've had a chance to look at those, from MDE, DOT, and DNR about what I consider constructive changes to the bill. I will continue to work with all three of the agencies to reach consensus. Most of these concerns were just relayed to me in the last 24 to 48 hours, but I am committed to addressing them. In closing, I want to urge you to consider this expansion of the CoSmart Council siting and design criteria concept to enhance our state's preparedness for the increasing frequency of catastrophic storms and flooding associated with climate change, including flooding from rivers. The creation of riverine siting and design criteria for state-funded projects represents sound environmental policy, and I would urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Tavares, the State Policy Director with the American Flood Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the benefits here of House Bill 779. The American Flood Coalition is a nonpartisan, nonprofit coalition representing more than 500 local and state elected officials, municipalities, civic and military groups, and businesses from across the country, working together to advance flood solutions at the local, state, and federal levels. As a nationwide coalition, my work takes me to state houses around the country. As a native Marylander, I jumped at the opportunity to support Delegate Lehman's leadership on this work right here in Maryland. As the delegate said, House Bill 779 requires the CoSmart Council to develop riverine siting and design criteria for state-funded capital projects over $500,000 and that receive more than 50% of their funding from state dollars. As AFC works across the country, we see that HB 779 supports one of our core beliefs about building flood resilience, in that states must apply a flood risk lens across state-funded infrastructure and establish forward-looking design standards. Not only will this increase the working life of critical infrastructure and facilities, but it ensures that lives are protected, safety is prioritized, and taxpayer dollars are stewarded effectively. The current CoSmart guidelines mirror programs in other states, like Florida's Sea Level Rise Impact Projection Program, but Maryland's topography leads to very real risk of riverine flooding that must be accounted for. While the 500-year flood event sounds like a low probability event, these high consequence flood disasters cause significant damage to public infrastructure when they do occur. Repairing or replacing flood damaged infrastructure diverts public funds from schools, healthcare, and other priorities. If the state does not site and design infrastructure according to future flood risk, it will assume avoidable and recurring financial liabilities. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce's most recent report on disaster resilience found that every $1 invested in resilience, there's $31 return on economic and infrastructure savings, and these strong siting and design standards are a cost-effective way to protect these investments upfront. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Rosa Hance. I'm the founder of a small business in St. Mary's County dedicated to supporting mission-driven organizations and sustainable businesses. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 779, Natural Resources, Riverine Siting and Design Criteria Requirements, on behalf of my client, Potomac Riverkeeper Network. The over 3,000 miles of Maryland shoreline are diverse both geographically, topologically and geologically. In my area, for example, living in the tidal zone, there's unique challenges, including soil erosion, steep slopes, and this bill provides an opportunity for the state to plan smarter, not harder, and plan for the unexpected. And so it's important that we consider the different parts of Maryland, and rivers are a very important characteristic that we have to be very conscientious about. And so I wanted to thank the sponsor, Delegate Lehman, for her leadership in working towards this. And with a number of stakeholders here, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 779.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton. For the record, my name is Ellie Bassett. I'm your Southwest Road Riverkeeper with Arundel Rivers, where we work to heal our local waterways and champion clean water across the state of Maryland. Most of my testimony here is me too, but a few additions there is that our rivers and streams and the wildlife that they support are increasingly stressed by flooding events. When infrastructure projects are sited or built without flood resilience in mind, they can accelerate stormwater runoff, carries pollutants into our waterways, and they can elevate the risk of contaminated floodwater discharge from damaged facilities. The Chesapeake Bay Comprehensive Evaluation of System Response Report, lovingly known as the CESAR report released in 2023, noted that in order to meet our water quality goals, we have to be more aggressive in addressing non-point pollution sources, including stormwater. Expanding existing CoastSmart criteria to also include the 500-year floodplain is a really reasonable step towards addressing stormwater threats in specific areas without limiting development there altogether. The 500-year floodplain, it's not necessarily intended to predict the full extent of likely flooding, but instead it's showing areas at higher risk, areas that our state and local leaders should be looking at to manage threats built in that area. This bill applies to a really narrow amount of land that's in a high flood risk zone. It should not impact affordable housing goals, which is something that I know we are all attuned to this session. And in life, me personally, as somebody who's recently bought a home, also supporting that. House Bill 779 takes a really reasonable approach by utilizing an existing council to expand their existing efforts to include more climate vulnerable areas in our state. I'd like to thank Delegate Lehman, who's been working on this for really years to make our state more resilient. And with that, I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Naraki.
Caught me off guard there, Mr. Chair. Delegate, always good to see you, my friend. I appreciate the idea of the bill, but I do have a specific question. One part gives me pause. I think I may know the answer, but I'm not sure. So in my district, I'm a waterfront area. Flooding is often a way of life in many parts of my district. It just happens with sometimes not even major storms, just sort of storms sometimes. One of the things that I notice is inside of this, it says that basically, I'm trying to get the exact line here. It's a requirement for structures to be constructed or reconstructed in a manner that ensures that the structure will not be inundated by such an event. In practice, I agree with that idea. However, I can think of Gunpowder State Park, the Hammerman area of the park. There are many areas in that park that even during a thunderstorm will get flooded out. And we may not have, say, a marina, for instance. I think marinas are probably exempt, but that thing floods nonstop. And they're constantly kind of doing things to harden that facility. But I just want to make sure that I know that's not your intent, but that something like this would not stop the ability for structures like this marina to exist in the future, because it's just the proximity of the land where it is. It's just impossible to never have it inundated there. I think we could do things to make it less inundated.
Right. No, thank you for the question, Delegate Naraki. No, I don't believe it would impact something like a marina, but is that the only infrastructure you're concerned about? Are you concerned about, walkways, bridges, other?
Yes, there are other, the marina is one part of it. There are other buildings and things like that in that particular area of the park that often are impacted by weather events. And they've just kind of gotten used to, hey, there's a little bit of water that's, on the floor from time to time. We kind of clean it out and, that sort of thing. And then we sort of go back to business as usual. So I just wouldn't want those facilities to not be able to exist. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be hardened to deal with these things, but I wouldn't want to not be able to have some of these amenities at the park.
Absolutely, what we call unintended consequences. But keep in mind a lot of the other infrastructure, setting aside the marina. I don't know anything about that particular marina or, what it costs to build it or what it could conceivably cost to repair it. But for infrastructure, for anything, buildings, roads, bridges, other infrastructure, there's that $500,000 trigger where the state is spending $500,000 or a local government is receiving a minimum of $500,000 in support from the state of Maryland or 50% of the project cost. So some of those smaller things, it would not, be relevant to anyway because it wouldn't meet the dollar threshold. But if Ms. Bassett would like to comment.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really good question. And I would just add that a lot of areas on our coastlines particularly are already impacted by this requirement under the Coast Smart Council. So this is not an effort to stop any development. Instead, it's an effort to make any development that uses state dollars more resilient. So what would likely happen is they would have to increase things like freeboard, make it taller. So the Coast Smart Council would come up with design criteria to make it more resilient. And again, this is only applying to riverine flooding areas because coastal is already covered under the same exact bill language that was passed years ago.
One follow-up.
10 years ago.
Thank you. Just one other follow-up. How does this apply to temporary structures? So I've had a situation in my district where Baltimore County, this was Baltimore County, but it could theoretically have state dollars. There's a lot of county dollars in this project to repair and actually pardon a community hall. The permanent structure I totally get, but they wanted all kinds of very elaborate tie downs and things like this to exist for sea containers that were only going to be on the site for a short period of time. It seemed like an incredible waste of money to do all this hardening for something that's going to be there for a few months. I'm not saying that there couldn't be an event in those couple months, but there was an exorbitant amount of cost that was added to some of these temporary structures. So I'm just kind of curious how it may interact with temporary facilities or temporary structures.
Yeah, great question, Delegate Nawrocki. If we need to tighten up that language and use the term temporary structure with a definition, I'm open to that. Right now, I don't think the bill addresses that overtly. It only talks about reconstruction where a building had been damaged. And so, but I can work with you on that if we need to tighten up that language.
Okay, thank you.
Do that.
And I will just add that there is an exemption process that should be built in, and I would assume that that should be exempted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there is the waiver process I mentioned in my testimony, but if that would be too onerous, it would be worth looking at defining temporary structures and just exempting them up front.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill. I think it's a great idea. I just have a couple of questions about what it actually applies to. You have the dollar amounts, but does that 500, does that count for like bond bills, like private, where you have a bond initiative that's built with state grant money or something along those lines, or is it just government buildings?
Yeah, and this is true of the Coast Smart law, which obviously we're basing this off of. It's state projects that cost $500,000 or more, or local government projects. It specifies that, like schools or other projects that receive at least $500,000 in state funding. I don't believe it applies to recipients of which are typically nonprofits, but also can be local governments receiving bond money.
Right. That was my question, was about especially about the local governments, because as you know, all of our areas are near rivers, and sometimes they overflow, and so
absolutely.
And we have floodplains, and we have a 100-year floodplain that we try to not build in if we can, but there are always, exceptions that have to be made. And this would provide guidance as to how to structure them so that they are resilient and that they can be placed in these locations, correct?
Absolutely. It's, again, as Ms. Bassett emphasized, the idea is not to stop development. It's to, it's to develop smarter with, whether it's setbacks or height or other features that will increase resiliency.
Still.
In the event of, yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that answers my question, though. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Lehman, good to see you back here again. I feel cozy in this chair here, so we miss you. Following on Delegate Healy's statement about the cost, I have miles and miles of waterfront in my district, and the local cost concerns me. $500,000 for a project is really sometimes just a drop in the bucket. And with this local communities under such stress now as we send down unfunded mandates and things like that on top of them, and I see the FFI kids in the background nodding their head, how are we supposed to pay for this at the local level? That's the question.
Is that, okay? And the question is?
How is the local, with the 50-50, how are the locals supposed to find the money out of their already stretched budgets to pay for this, if it was put in place?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think that how are we going to pay for anything comes up quite often, but I would say that that is a question that needs to be asked. If we are building a public building using public dollars for the future, use for future generations, we want to make sure that it's available and there for future generations. Therefore, there might be an added cost to make it more resilient. If the added cost isn't worth the building being there, then there might be different options that need to be explored. But this is an opportunity to have a set of experts that already exist look at the development and say, is there a way to make this more resilient? And these are the recommendations to do so.
Delegate Morgan, if I could just add, and I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's going to be more expensive if that infrastructure or that building is destroyed because it didn't have these features of, further setback height, whatever that looks like.
I agree with you. So where, I guess the second part of the question is where or whom are all on this council, and how do you take into consideration the rural areas, which probably face more extreme weather conditions than, let's say, some of the urban areas that have, a stream or a creek or thing like that going through it, not major water issues?
So the CoSmart Council is made up of at least half a dozen state agencies, experts from academia, and others who have time to consider that. We've given them a year to come up with the new standards for riverine siting and design. If that needs to be pushed out a little bit, it could. In fact, MDE just came back to me and said they think that there needs to be more time still. But that is what the CoSmart Council, which has been doing this work for more than 10 years, that would be its charge to figure out those things.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Healy, do you have another question? I'm sorry. Okay, I do not see any further questions for the sponsor of our panel. We do have a virtual favorable witness, Hamna Sharif from the Nature Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Hamna Sharif, and I'm representing the Maryland, D.C. chapter of the Nature Conservancy. In Maryland, our work focuses on delivering solutions that secure clean water, air, and healthy, resilient living communities. The Nature Conservancy, TNC, supports HB 779 offered by Delegate Lehman. HB 779 is a timely and much-needed piece of legislation as climate change-induced flooding continues to worsen across coastal and inland areas in our state. Last year, we saw devastating flooding in western Maryland counties of Allegheny and Garrett, and according to one estimate, it will cost the state $27.4 billion to safeguard businesses, homes, roads, and entire communities in Maryland from chronic flooding by 2040 under a moderate sea level rise scenario. HB 779 takes a forward-looking approach and recognizes that incorporating the 500-year floodplain as opposed to the more commonly used 100-year floodplain in design criteria requirements for state funded projects can help Maryland build long-term floodplain resilience. The Nature Conservancy commends Delegate Lehman in offering a forward-looking approach to siting and design criteria in this bill, and we would like to ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to our unfavorable witness. We have Maryland Association of Counties.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in respectful opposition to House Bill 778. Counties definitely share the goal of this legislation. The question, though, is around cost, and we are living in a time of constrained resources. I'm not going to turn you to our testimony. I'm going to turn you actually to the bill's fiscal note. And both for the state side as well for the local side, the message is clear. We can do this, but this means that projects will be done slower. Project costs are going to go up, and fewer projects are going to get delivered on time. This is all in an environment where local jurisdictions are facing mounting pressure, particularly from the state, to move faster on infrastructure, to move faster on housing. There's the question of reconstruction and cost. It's hard to estimate what the cost is right now, and under this legislation, if we had to go in and renovate a school, does that potentially mean we're now going to have to raise that infrastructure up? How many more thousands or millions of dollars is that going to cost, et cetera? We look forward to working with the delegate and the committee. This is an important issue, but as drafted, this is going to slow infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any questions. Delegate Healy.
Very much. I know that you lived in 44 Pennsylvania on the Susquehanna River, and I know that that area is subject to flooding all the time. And so I know that you get what we're talking about here. It's not about anything except we want things to be resilient. And so is MACO willing to work with the sponsor to get some amendments to see if we can find a way to make this work?
100%. And I do think that this is one of those, this is a tricky policy area because we are under immense pressure to move fast, but we also have to address climate change. And unfortunately, that's not going to be cheap. And so there's going to be tough conversations that the local governments are going to need to have, that the state governments are going to need to have to meet that. And we look forward to being at the table and having those conversations.
Okay, I do not see any further questions, so thank you very much. That concludes Bill House Bill 779. We are going to jump to House Bill 972, Delegate Miller, Maryland Fair and Agricultural Education Promise Act. If you have a panel or anything, please bring them up.
Come on. Yep. You sit wherever. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Delegate April Miller, and I am here today to present House Bill 972. For years, our agricultural fairs and education programs have relied heavily on the State Horse Racing Special Fund. While this partnership was once fruitful, it has become an increasingly unstable foundation. House Bill 972 solves this by establishing the Maryland Fair and Agricultural Education Promise Fund by utilizing a portion of state lottery proceeds or another funding source, which I have an amendment from lottery for. We create a stable, permanent funding stream that is no longer tethered to the volatility of the racing industry or the shifting priorities of a general fund deficit. Ag education has also taken a hit from the blueprint. A lot of these programs were funded by school-based budgets that have been reduced, so many schools are no longer able to offer the students these opportunities. This bill is a commitment to the backbone of our state, our rural heritage, and our future innovators. By bolstering support for agricultural education and our local fairs, we aren't just funding events, we are investing in a proven pipeline for workforce development and community resilience. Agricultural is no longer just cows, sows, and builds. It is a wide, high-tech field encompassing skills in biotechnology, environmental engineering, global logistics, business and marketing, as well as technological innovation. Programs like FFA and 4-H provide students with living laboratories, and House Bill 972 ensures these students have the resources to apply classroom theory to real-world practice. Ag education teaches the soft skills employers crave: public speaking, financial literacy through supervised agricultural experiences, and project management. Agricultural fairs serve as the final exam for these students. They are a primary bridge between our producers and the general public. While when we support House Bill 972, we are telling our young people that their career paths in sustainability and food security matter. We are ensuring the local county fair remains a place where a blue ribbon represents more than just a prize. It represents a student's hard work, a family's legacy, and a community's future. I would like to introduce the amazing members of the Middletown High School FFA on my panel that have worked with me all interim to put forth this legislation, which is an important priority for them. First, we will hear from Aubrey Michaels, and then Delaney Ogg, Ella Fell, and Addison Cass. Cass, got it right, girl? All right. I appreciate the committee welcoming these students as they are visiting, as well as many others that you've seen in the gallery, us for Maryland State FFA Legislative Day, and this is National FFA Week. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 972. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aubrey Michaels, and I'm a proud member of Maryland FFA. I'm here to share how critical the Maryland FFA Association is to students like me, and why passing this bill to restore funding to Maryland FFA is essential to our future. Maryland FFA is more than an organization. It's a place where students learn leadership skills and develop skills to prepare for careers in agriculture, science, and technology. Through hands-on projects, competitive events, and leadership conferences, FFA inspires students to excel, serve our community, and pursue higher education and careers in agriculture. However, changes in recent years, particularly revisions in the Maryland Blueprint and elimination in lab fees, have severely hindered our ability to fund meaningful agriculture education. When lab fees were removed from school budgets, our programs lost a critical source of support for student projects. These lab fees help students purchase materials, supplies, animals, and equipment for our class projects and our SAEs, or supervise agricultural experiences that furthered our education. Without these funds, students must now personally pay for their projects that used to be supported by school budgets, and chapters are forced to absorb additional costs or pass them directly to members. Maryland FFA has been hit especially hard by this issue. The decline in Maryland FFA state funding has caused costs for essential opportunities to skyrocket. This is not just about an organization. This is the future of Maryland's workforce. Cutting funding for FFA detracts from our ability to compete, learn, and grow. That's why this bill matters. Restoring funding for FFA ensures that students from all economic backgrounds can participate in FFA events and programs, reduce out-of-pocket costs for member projects and competition fees, and strengthen agricultural education across the state. I respectfully urge you to support this bill and restore the funding that Maryland FFA so desperately needs. Investing in FFA is investing in Maryland's youth, our communities, and our future economic success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Delaney Ogg. I am in favor of this bill, and being in agricultural education classes has given me many opportunities over the past 4 years. I have taken agricultural classes in all 3 pathways offered at my high school, from animal science and horticulture to small engine mechanics and welding. Each class has taught me valuable skills that I will use in the future. Through the animal science pathway, I was able to get a certification in large animal veterinary science. Being a horticulture student has taught me plant identification and how to make arrangements. Engine power has taught me basic mechanics and basic welding skills. Without these classes, I would not have enjoyed my high school experience as much as I have. As a student in an agricultural class, I have also had the opportunity to be a part of FFA. FFA has helped me further my education as well as my teamwork and leadership skills. Through FFA, I have participated in many contests that have taught me valuable life skills. I have also had the opportunity to travel to places such as Indianapolis for the National FFA Convention, where I met FFA members from across the country. I hope that many more students after me will be able to take agriculture classes and have the same great experience I have had. However, in order for that to happen, we need more funding for our programs. When I was a freshman in high school, the cost to attend the Maryland FFA State Convention was around $220. Due to reduced funding and rising inflation, this year it costs $450 per student to attend. I feel that these rising costs may deter other students from attending the convention and therefore prevent them from getting the full FFA experience. I hope you will consider funding our program as it teaches kids to be leaders, how to work together, and many great life skills that open up a world of opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ella Fell, and I'm a dedicated member of Maryland FFA.
Today, many people are disconnected from where their food comes from. It's easy to shop at a grocery store without thinking about the farmers, science, and hard work behind every meal. But agriculture doesn't just happen. It requires education, dedication, and strong support systems. I did not grow up on a farm, but through Maryland FFA and agriculture education, I discovered a passion that changed my life and solidified my career goals to stay in the ag industry. Through FFA, I built connections with local farms where I now work with and show dairy cattle, horses, goats, and sheep. I haven't just studied agriculture. I've experienced it firsthand, from early mornings in the barn to long days caring for animals and learning how food is produced. FFA has taught me leadership, responsibility, communication skills, and the confidence to advocate for an industry that feeds our state. Because of these programs, I also had the honor of serving as the Maryland Dairy Princess, where I visited schools, fairs, and community events to educate families about where their milk comes from, and to share the stories of the farmers behind it. Those conversations showed me how powerful agriculture education truly is. Supporting this bill means investing in students like me, funding programs like Maryland FFA, the Maryland Ag Ed Foundation, and the Maryland Ag Fair Board creates opportunities for leadership, career readiness, and hands-on learning. These programs prepare the next generations of farmers, engineers, veterinarians, teachers, advocates, and endless others. By supporting this bill, you are investing not just in programs, but in students, education, and the future of Maryland agriculture. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Case, and I'm a member of Maryland FFA. Thank you for the time to hear my support for this bill. FFA and agriculture classes have given me and many other students the opportunity to learn about agriculture. While I've lived on a farm my whole life, I've always viewed agriculture as just farming and ranching. It wasn't until my freshman year of high school when I took my first ag class that I learned how much more there was to agriculture. It wasn't just farming. It's a complex industry that feeds the world. It's important that every student gets the opportunity to learn about the industry that puts food on their table and how they don't have to be a farmer to become involved in agriculture. Throughout FFA, I have gained many skills that I will carry with me throughout my life, such as public speaking, responsibility, and leadership skills. FFA has given me so many opportunities to grow as a person. FFA creates a space for students to grow and learn about new passions. Students involved in FFA gain real-life experiences that prepare them for their future careers. Thanks to FFA and ag classes, I was able to solidify that I wanted to have a career within the agriculture industry, more specifically to become a large animal vet. This bill won't only help to fund Maryland FFA. It will help the Maryland Agriculture Fair Board and the Maryland Agriculture Education Foundation as well. These organizations support the youth in Maryland that want to be involved in agriculture. By supporting this bill, you're helping future generations have organizations that will prepare them for life after high school, whether that is college or going into the workforce. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you choose to support this bill.
All right, thank you, Delegate Miller, and all of your future farmers. We do have a number of questions. We'll start with Delegate Boyce.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's always a good day when you see the navy blue corduroy jackets in the House, so thank you all for being here. It's good to see you. And thank you, Delegate Miller, for bringing the bill. Is this the same bill from last year?
There is a little bit of a difference because of the emphasis that we are putting on ag education. So that piece is new. And then we're also working on different funding streams, which I have an amendment and happy to work with the committee on that.
Yeah, can you explain that? Because
so lottery had some issues with where it was coming from. So they sent me an amendment and it would be under local impact grant funds. And I understand the issues with that. So then I also have another idea for a funding stream on another bill that is before, I think, my committee.
Yes, because the way this was, and a little bit from last year, is that in adding an individual, you take from others. So,
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So I am trying to work that out and get you a new revenue stream.
Well, I hope we can work on it. Thank you so much.
Of course. And the students are very well aware. That's where we started the discussion when we started this, right?
Vice Chair Guyton.
Mr. Chair, thank you very, very much for bringing this bill. It's important to me also because we have Maryland State Fair and Agricultural Society in my district, District 42B. And out of personal privilege, I hope that I could ask the students from, some of them from my district, from Hereford High School, where my boys graduated, to raise your hand if you're still with us. Yes, thank you. I do have a question for you. I don't know if any of you young women have been involved in Envirothon at all. Okay, there is some testimony to Envirothon. I was going to ask you and point that out as an important part of this program also, because even for folks who don't intend to be farmers, this is sort of a scientific, and you folks at Hereford may not know now, because Hereford used to be always at the top of the state in Envirothon. I know that my son, who is neurodiverse and now actually going to be a scientist, was motivated by his work as the soil and aquatics expert. What I understand from this bill, and maybe you can answer it, Delegate, is that this would also provide supports for that program, which has actually fallen by the wayside over the past several years, and no longer is even, I think, available at Hereford High School and other schools like it.
Yes, that is the goal, is to expand it, especially for any kind of ag education piece, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was critical.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, good to see the Baltimore County folks. The Vice Chair and I got to step out a couple minutes ago and take some photos with our Baltimore County folks here today, so it's great to have you here. Delegate, could you just flush out a little bit more for me the educational differences from last year's bill, or maybe they weren't in there, whatever is different from that piece of it? Is it what the Vice Chair is talking about, or is there more than that? Yeah, I just kind of want to wrap my head around that. I think it's a good bill. I just think that's important for the committee to hear.
Yeah, one of the pieces was definitely that we added was the $50,000 to the Maryland FFA Association for ag education and career development, and that piece was really important because when we started meeting over the summer, we realized that one of the unintended consequences of the blueprint was the impact on school-based budgets. So they used to have to pay lab fees, and so schools would build up a school-based budget that could be used for things like FFA. Am I recalling correctly, girl? Yes, so that has had a devastating impact on a lot of these programs, and they haven't been able to attend a lot of their leadership conferences that give them more of the skills that you see on display here today, and affects students from across the state. Again, one of those unintended consequences, because obviously with the blueprint, that is some of the things we are supposed to be championing. And so what I understand is the school-based budget actually has to be completely down to zero before the state will help with any aspect of giving them funds for that. And we have their teachers here today, so hopefully, again, I'm relaying that right. But that's my understanding. Is it right, girl, that it has to be? Feel free to chime in, that they have to drain that budget, which is not a good budgeting scenario for a school system. You never want to get that individual school budget down to a zero. So
Thank you,
they just don't get funded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I'm new to the subject of agricultural education, but I'm really jealous that I didn't get to do it. And I want to salute Ms. Derry, Maryland, and all of the other future young women leaders. Well, we need you. Delegate, this sounds like a bill, because it's designed to support and make agricultural education opportunities sustainable. It sounds like it really is looking at opportunity, creating pathways to opportunity for the next generation.
Yes.
Isn't that so?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for bringing this great bill. I'm happy to hear you say the word revenue stream, too.
Working on it.
I did want to ask, do you know how many active chapters we have of FFA, especially in Prince George's County? And did you know if there was one in South Prince George's County, especially District 27B?
I don't know if they'll know that specifically. I think we do have a state FFA rep that was going to testify. Do you girls have any idea about the total number? No? Anyone behind me? Wait, wait, I might have somebody who I might be able to phone a friend.
So we have 50 chapters in the state that range in all of our counties. In Prince George's County specifically, I believe there are 3 active FFA chapters. I could not list all of them, but I know that Gwen Park and Fairmont are 2 of those.
Shout out to Gwen Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you. Besides that is their teacher who helped facilitate the whole transportation, support, all of it. And she was actually my daughter's teacher as well.
Awesome. Delegate Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a farmer, as a supporter, and as a believer in FFA, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. The delegate that sat in this seat before me was a state FFA officer. And he would, if he was sitting here today, he would challenge each and every one of you to sit on this side of the table someday. And that's just what I want to leave with you, because that's what Delegate Otto would have challenged you all with today. Thank you.
Well, my mini delegates already have their pins, so they are working up to it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for the sponsor for panel. We do have a number of other favorable witnesses. Suzanne Richards, Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, Quincy Bush, Maryland State Fair, and Ari Plott, Maryland State Fair.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, here in support of HB 972. You have my written testimony, and today I'm going to talk more about my experience as a Maryland 4-H alum, more specifically an alumni of the Howard County 4-H, and currently a volunteer there with Howard County 4-H. It's already been expressed how much of an opportunity that ag education programs, not only in the high schools with Maryland FFA, but also starting at the younger levels with our Maryland 4-H, which starts at the age of 8 all the way up, and how much of an experience and a benefit that brings to those youth. We are benefiting the next generation. We are creating the next generation of leaders. We're creating the next generation of agriculturalists, but they are at the same time earning the skills to be able to go out and do more than just be on the agriculture side, be on the other side of the table like Delegate Anderson mentioned, and be able to be the next great thing that is coming through. So this bill goes into the Maryland Ag Fair Board, Maryland State Fair, Maryland FFA, and Maryland Ag Education Foundation, which all directly impact the youth here in the state of Maryland and the youth involved with agriculture, which have currently, those programs have been struggling with the shortage to the horse racing special fund. I look forward to working with the committee and with the delegate, and thank her for bringing the bill, and see how we can move this one forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Richards, and I represent the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation. We benefit from the Ag Tag license plate, so you all may recognize me. We promote opportunities to learn about how your food is grown and also opportunities to study for careers in agriculture. We're the proud home base of Maryland FFA's employees, one of whom also serves on the Envirothon Board of Directors. So yes, we have a very active engagement with the Envirothon. We asked for a favorable report for House Bill 972. I'm going to take you on a little time travel today back to the 1980s when William Donald Schaefer was governor of Maryland. In the 1980s, many agricultural education programs in Maryland schools were closing, and staff level support at MSDE for these programs was actually eliminated at that time. The agricultural community sounded the alarm. As the state's largest commercial industry and a key component of Maryland's economy, environment, and quality of life, we knew a well-prepared workforce was essential to our future. By 1989, a task force convened by Governor Schaefer recommended establishing an independent nonprofit to support the needs of agricultural education programs in public schools. MAFE was born to address the shrinking ag programs in our schools, to educate students and the public on food, nutrition, natural resource conservation, and to provide resources and advocacy for agricultural education, including teacher training and Maryland FFA. Many of the functions we perform today were once supported through the State Department of Education. Back in the 1980s, budget cuts, which we all unfortunately understand today, necessitated the elimination of positions that supported that work. The positions went away, but the need remained. We've made great strides in returning ag programs to school districts, growing Maryland FFA, and most recently working hand in hand to upgrade the programs of study. But we can't do it alone, and we need your support to provide the kind of education our students deserve.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and the rest of the committee. I'm Quincy Bush with Law Office of Boston and Plout, and I represent the Maryland State Fair. We highly support Bill 972. This bill creates a stable fund source for the Maryland State Fair and Maryland agricultural community. The current funding source revolves around horse racing and unclaimed winning tickets, which is unpredictable and on the decline. This unstable source makes it difficult to plan and provide community outreach events. Maryland fairs aren't just fun. They provide livestock competition, scholarships, offer education for the youth, and even support local businesses. Without a predictable source of funding, our farming community loses a key public platform and also makes long-term capital planning nearly impossible. We'll even have to cut back the education program. Remember, this is not a new request for funding. This just stabilizes an existing commitment. House Bill 972 ensures the Maryland agricultural fairs remain strong, stable, and focused on education. It was a forward-looking solution to a structural funding system. We respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 972. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ari Plout, also here on behalf of the Maryland State Fair. Just wanted to sit with my colleague, his first time testifying. Just want to reiterate everything you've already heard today. Everyone did a great job testifying. This is a great bill with support, much needed funding for agriculture education, promotion of county fairs. I don't really have much more to add other than that, but thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you can support the bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I do not see any questions. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 972. I just want to remind my inquisitive colleagues, we have about 9 bills left, 70 witnesses, and then 2 subcommittees are hoping to meet. We will turn to House Bill 937, Delegate Lehman, Work Group to Study Youth Camp and RV Park Emergency Preparedness established.
Mr. Chairman, I have one in-person panelist, John Tavares, and I have one virtual witness from Texas.
Delegate Lehman, thank you so much for your patience and being flexible with our students here today.
Absolutely, Madam Vice Chair. It's always good to see students engaged with us in the legislative process. I'm happy to be able to move them forward. So, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, honorable members of the Environment Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Mary Lehman, and I'm back here to request a favorable report on House Bill 937. It is a work group to study youth camp and RV park emergency preparedness. Last summer, a major flood in Kerr County, Texas took the lives of at least 120 people ages 1 to 82. Of those, 27 were young girls and counselors at Camp Mystic. The owner of the camp died as well. The camp was in a 100-year floodplain, where most of the lodging was at very low elevation relative to the Guadalupe River, which runs right through the property. In the early hours of July 4th, the river rose 26 feet in just about 45 minutes. Emergency warning systems either failed or were not adequate, and there was no plan on how to effectively and efficiently evacuate the camp. Given the proximity of many kids' summer camps and RV parks to rivers and lakes, House Bill 937 aims to create an emergency preparedness work group to research model local and state laws, and by December 31st, 2027, recommend emergency preparedness requirements for youth camps and RV parks in the state of Maryland. Youth camps in Maryland are regulated currently under the health article, but those standards, especially when it comes to warning systems, should be reviewed and strengthened. RV parks in Maryland are licensed by counties and have few, if any, requirements for emergency preparedness or evacuation procedures. It's important to note the focus of the work group is not meant to be limited to flooding or even to natural disasters. It should consider man-made disasters as well. Once the work is concluded, the group will recommend emergency readiness and related policies for youth camps and RV parks to the Maryland General Assembly. The work group will have representatives from the General Assembly, one each from the House and Senate, Departments of Environment, Health, and Emergency Management, the State Fire Marshal, the Youth Camp Safety Advisory Council, and 2 owners each from owners or managers of youth camps and RV parks. I am submitting 2 amendments. The first would require the Maryland Emergency Management Agency, either on its own or working together with Department of Health, to staff the work group instead of MDE, as the bill proposes. MDE just informed me yesterday that it does not have the bandwidth or the expertise beyond flood-related emergencies. And then the second amendment would direct the work group to specifically research the concept of using 2 separate emergency warning systems that do not rely on the same technology to alert camp and RV park owners of either extreme weather or other disasters. That way, if one warning system fails, there is a second system on which camp or RV park owners and operators can rely. This amendment idea actually came from the American Camp Association, which has been very helpful. I urge the committee to consider this bill as a needed review of existing Maryland policies and the need for increased safeguards for youth campers and users of Maryland's RV parks in the event of a natural or a man-made disaster. I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report with amendments on House Bill 937. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, still Jean Tavares with the American Flood Coalition. In short, House Bill 937 is a good bill that will help make Maryland safer. There is expected to be an 87% increase in Maryland's average annual population exposure over the next 25 years. 55% of U.S. parents report sending their kids to some sort of structured activity during the summer, be it day camp, sleepaway camp, or other activities. And more than 20 million people enjoy Maryland's natural resources each year, including RV-friendly sites at state parks and privately run RV parks. These campers, be they adults and kids, are showing up to camp to enjoy themselves and nature and not thinking about what to do in the case of a flash flood in areas that they are unlikely to be familiar with. Loss of life from flooding, like the ones that we saw last year, can largely be avoided with clear and comprehensive emergency preparedness procedures. There are some camps in Maryland actively working to protect themselves and may function as great examples for the work group to look into further. River Valley Ranch, a youth camp in Carroll County, posts frequent weather and safety updates online, uses a NOAA weather computer, radios, and text alerts to monitor and communicate on weather conditions, and focuses on weather training during the weeks leading up to campers' arrival. Kendall County, Texas, strengthened their floodplain management regulations before the Hill Country flooding of July 4th last year, including instituting a ban on RV parking within the floodplain. Kendall County experienced no loss of life during this flooding. The working group is instructed to look at model policies across states to inform its final recommendations, and this is Maryland's opportunity to learn lessons from other states who have faced similar issues, looking at things like flood-resistant code standards for youth camps and RV parks, building restrictions on youth camps and RV parks within a floodplain, risk and preparedness communication standards for youth camps and RV parks, and minimum operability standards for essential alert and warning equipment. Emergency preparedness is critical for ensuring the safety of campers and for the continued enjoyment of Maryland's natural resources.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Do we have Ms. Ferruzzo online? No, she's not with us anymore. So do we have any questions for this panel? I don't see any, so this ends the hearing for House Bill 937.
If I could just say, I am sorry that Ms. Ferruzzo had to leave. She is actually the parent of a counselor that lost her life in the flooding in Texas, and I think her testimony would have been very poignant. I will see if she has not submitted written testimony, if she'd be willing to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that input, and please ask her to do that if we don't have that already. Thank you. And we will move on to, looks like Delegate Lehman has a lot of written testimony. I hope we'll all look at it. To House Bill 784, Delegate Dina Jones, and I believe, yes, you're here on her behalf. And if you have any panelists you'd like to bring up with you, please feel free to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Josh Paper. I'm Delegate Dana Jones's Chief of Staff, representing her today. And here I'm going to introduce House Bill 784, Aquaculture Placement of Shellfish, Bags, Nets, and Structures on Submerged Aquatic Vegetation Extension. It's a long one. The purpose of this legislation is to extend the sunset on current law governing aquaculture leases and their proximity to submerged underwater vegetation, or SAV. The origination of the current law comes from 2017, when then Delegate Mounts passed a bill directing the Department of Natural Resources to review conflicts between SAV and aquaculture, among other provisions. That led to a work group, which ultimately led to a piece of legislation that gave DNR the discretion to approve placements of aquaculture gear on or near SAV beds. That was passed in 2019, extended again in 2024 to June 2027, and this legislation before you today would extend it another 3 years to 2030. Delegate Jones is proud to have the support of DNR, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and as the House of Delegates member of the Aquaculture Coordinating Council, have their support on this legislation as well. With that, I humbly request a favorable report on HB 784.
Good afternoon. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible. My name is Darren Worrell. I'm the chairman of the Maryland Aquaculture Coordinating Council, and I operate oyster leases in the Chincoteague Bay, the coastal bays of Maryland, just south of Ocean City. I worked with Delegate Jones's office, other stakeholders, DNR, CBF. We've talked to Waterman. We've talked to everybody. And not everybody, but we've tried to talk to everybody. And we brought this to the ACC, which is a group of nonprofits, industry watermen, industry aquaculturists, DNR, MDH, MDE. It's a very large group. And it was a unanimous support. We discussed the bill, we discussed this extension, and it was unanimous that we gave it a favorable recommendation, and I just ask that we extend this out 3 years. I think it works well, and with that, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. We do have an additional witness, favorable, Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
She had to step out, but us too.
Okay, great testimony, Matt. Good job. Any further discussion? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 784. We will go to House Bill 912, Vice Chair Guyton, Ash's Law.
Sure. Yes, cats. Thank you, Mr. Chair, wonderful members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I know that this bill is one that we have a lot of testimony on today, and I'm going to say to everyone testifying on this bill the same thing I said earlier when I had the honor of opening these presidings, that if you really aren't adding anything new to the testimony that we're going to hear today, then just say I agree with that very strongly. However, everybody does need to be heard. So that's just on behalf of my colleagues here, because I know there are 16 people on the list to testify on this bill. So for the record, Delegate Michelle Guyton, Baltimore County District 42B, and I'm going to make this very clear. I know that we have all, myself included, gotten a lot of different messages about this bill, which is House Bill 912. This is all this is what it's about. I'm going to make it very simple. We all know that feral groups of community cats live among us, okay? We all know that feral groups of community cats that go unneutered and unvaccinated continue to repopulate and they can be a danger both to wildlife, they can be a danger to pets, particularly if unvaccinated, and to the environment. Okay, we know this all to be true. The bill that is before you is one option, one tool in a toolbox with other options, and none of those options are going to be criminalized today, that will help us solve those problems. Right? We do know that there are many organizations, and you're going to hear from some of them today, that are nonprofits generally, who do go out, and what they do is they trap humanely, they take the cats to the veterinarian to have them neutered, and then when they are well enough, they release them back into the community. Not only are they neutering the cats, they're also vaccinating the cats, and I think in most cases also tipping the ear of the cats so that people will know these are cats that have been treated. These cats are being taken care of. They've been vaccinated. There is another way of taking care of cats in the community that people don't want to run rampant, and that is to euthanize them. That is really, in my opinion, the only other viable option to the solution that you're going to hear today. And I do want to point out again that not only is trap, neuter, and return a much more humane option, it's also more effective than just doing nothing, which is also an option that you'll see in a lot of the letters that went out to you. Out of Maryland's 24 jurisdictions, 7 of them specifically allow and have plans in place with varying and inconsistent terminology. They do allow this process. They protect community cat givers who are working with the nonprofits or on their own so that they can trap, neuter, and release the cats back into the community. 8 jurisdictions, including many of ours, have no rules on this at all, and yet they do have TNR organizations already working within them. The problem with that is these folks could legitimately be charged with a crime after they trap, they treat, and it's this last part, releasing back into the community, that's actually not legal. It's considered abandonment of an animal, which makes a lot of sense if you're collecting a whole bunch of pets and you're throwing them on the side of the road. We never want to see that. But that is not what these groups of people are doing. They are taking care of these animals. I also want to point out that in Montgomery County, it's incredibly inconsistent because Montgomery County doesn't protect as a whole this process. However, Rockville has already passed its own law that was championed by one of our colleagues when she was on the city council there. And she's very happy with how that has turned out. And that's Julie Polakovich-Carr. So it's time to allow people to continue this compassionate approach without being afraid of retribution. Again, it does not limit the option for euthanasia of these cats. I am an animal lover, so I wouldn't mind seeing that, but that's not what this bill does. In fact, it gives us another way to control the populations to make sure that the cats that are already living among us, not adding more of them, but already living among us, are controlled and are healthier. So for those reasons, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 912. Yeah, and happy to answer any questions.
Hello, I'd like to thank Chairman Corman and members of the committee for another opportunity to speak today, as well as Vice Chair Guyton for sponsoring this bill. For those of you that don't know, I am Ashley Nichols, a practicing small animal veterinarian and board member of the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. And on the behalf of the association, we urge a favorable vote on HB 912. I have almost 2 decades of personal experience with the benefits of TNR, trap, neuter, and return, participating in the management of cat colonies both in the US and internationally. While there's opposition to cats living outdoors in TNR program, my experience is that no matter what we do, they're gonna be there. TNR is a proven humane option that allows these cats to live. The alternative is lethal depopulation, which studies show fails to provide cost-effective, sustained population management. Where TNR has shown in the state that there is reduced euthanasia of cats in multiple Maryland shelters by over 70%. The key is the volunteers, and that is the caretakers of these communities.
They are the ones who provide the cost effectiveness and ensure the care, not only veterinary, but basic needs to survive. They're not abandoning these cats, but returning unadoptable cats to their home. They should not be in fear of getting a legal misdemeanor charge. Lastly, there are multiple national and international management programs which demonstrate that these colonies actually benefit urban communities, particularly through pest control. For all of these reasons, I urge a favorable vote on HB 912 to protect and ensure sustained humane management. And additionally to the written testimony I've provided, I can provide a list of peer review studies to prove all of these points, as well as opposition counterprove those as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Corinne Julian. I'm the Program Communications Officer for Ellicott Allies. On behalf of our many supporters in Maryland, I testify as a proponent of House Bill 912, or Ash's Law. Ellicott Allies is the leader of the global movement to protect cats and kittens. As the leading advocacy organization for cats, we work with lawmakers, shelters, and the public toward humane laws and policies that serve the best interests of cats and the communities in which they live. We're really grateful for the privilege to work with Vice Chair Guyton in support of this historic bill. Ash's Law, if passed, would be the first comprehensive law providing statewide protections for trap, neuter, return, or TNR. In enacting it, Maryland will save countless cats and support and inspire the people caring for them and improving their communities every day. TNR is the only humane and effective approach to community cats, or unowned cats who live outdoors. Through TNR, cats are humanely trapped, taken to a veterinarian to be spayed or neutered, vaccinated, and ear-tipped, and then they are returned to their outdoor homes. TNR is already practiced across Maryland by advocates and organizations alike. But without the protections and consistency of Ash's Law, many TNR advocates face roadblocks or could even be at risk of penalties. This is Maryland's chance to provide those protections and stand at the forefront of our nation's humane movement. Ellicott Allies named this bill Ash's Law in honor of Ash, a beloved community cat who lived in Riverdale, Maryland. In 2016, Ash and her young kittens were taken from their outdoor home and impounded in a shelter. Ash spent her final day confined in a cage. She and her kittens were killed less than 24 hours later. Ash's story exposes the consequences of inconsistency in humane policy. In ratifying TNR, Ash's Law will stop the killing, support those caring for these cats, and bring Maryland communities together in life-saving action. And so Ellicott Allies respectfully urges a favorable report of House Bill 912. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify today on Bill 912, and thank you to Delegate Guyton for putting this forward. I am with the organization called PAWS, which is the Professional Animal Workers Society of Maryland. I am also the Community Care and Advocacy Director with the Maryland SPCA. We are all in great support of this bill, but we do want to request one amendment. On line 19, we would like that change to unless veterinary care is required or the area has been deemed unsafe for return. There is always a concern within our shelter community that if it's not safe to return that animal, what do we do then? We don't want to get in trouble for not being able to do that. And a great example is just last week in one of our local shelters, somebody had told us that if we returned those cats, they would shoot them. That's not a safe place for those cats to return. We want to make sure that we are following the law and that we are doing what is in the spirit of this bill. We would do our best to rehome that community cat into a different colony if possible, or to a barn or somewhere where it would be safe. We ask for a favorable report. I'm not going to say what everyone else has said because we are very much in support of the bill. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the committee. My name is Katie Haynes, and I'm also with the Maryland SPCA as Assistant Director of Community Care and Advocacy. The Maryland SPCA is in support of House Bill 912 with amendments. I also don't want to go into everything that everyone has just said, but I do want to give a little snapshot of why this bill matters so much to the Maryland SPCA and shelters. In 2025, we took in 1,071 kittens and 1,352 cats. In our warmer months, we take in what we call mega transports of kittens from other shelters, which looks like 8 to 10 litters, about 40 to 50 kittens, to relieve some pressure on those shelters that are seeing higher numbers of cat intake than we are. Our community cat caretakers are practicing TNR and caring for those community cats and preventing thousands more animals from entering the shelter system to begin with. We want that to continue, and we really want to make sure that community cats are a part of the Maryland stance, that we support that. Thank you.
Great, thank you to the delegate in the panel. We'll start with Delegate Baylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. My understanding, Anne Arundel has a TNR program, and it's working really great. And this summer, this interim, I actually had the opportunity to visit the animal control facility up in Millersville. And I think one of the things that was most astounding to me was the lack of capacity that is there and the overcrowding. And I think you just made this in your point, but I want to make it abundantly clear that programs like this help alleviate that congestion in the long run, right? Yes. Great. Thank you.
Delegate Baylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thanks again for bringing this bill. I just have a clarification. Anyone who works in the shelters can kind of help, because again, just from my own understanding, and I don't think it says anything in the bill, but I understand that trapping, neutering, releasing. At what point, if any, are the animals scanned for microchips in the shelter?
Every time an animal walks into our shelter, whether it be a community cat, whether it be a stray animal or an owned animal, every animal is scanned, and not actually once, about 3 times through their stay with us, so that we can ensure if even the chip moved, we are doing everything we can to find it. I also want to say that if a cat comes in through our community cat program, and this is for every shelter, and they're what we consider to be a friendly, we would keep them and place them up for adoption to find them a home. This would be specifically for community cats that unfortunately cannot be domesticated. We want them to be allowed to live out their lives where they're happy and where people are caring for them.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. Any additional questions? Okay, we do have a number of other witnesses. We will start with Caroline Griffin, Show Your Soft Side, Inc. And also take Katie Haynes, Maryland SPCA, and Stacy Volodin from Humane World for Animals. Please go ahead.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, Caroline Griffin. I am the co-founder of Show Your Soft Side. It's a nonprofit anti-cruelty campaign. We work with professional athletes and celebrities around the country to show that compassion to animals is a strength, and we support this bill. Ironically enough, yesterday was World Spay Day, and there was a lot on social media about this very issue. And I think the most effective message I saw, it was an image of a community cat, and it had the question, how can one person save 100 cats? And the answer was, it's easy. You spay one. And I think that speaks to the power of TNR and why this bill is so important. I live in Baltimore City. We have had regulations in place since 2009, making TNR the preferred method of managing community cats. And our open admission shelter, Barks, has seen a 75% reduction in feline euthanasia and a 50% reduction in feline intake. And we see the same at Show Your Soft Side. We had a TNR clinic on Sunday, and we have a street cat medical fund that provides medical care for community cats that are sick and injured. And sadly, what we are seeing, and Ms. Flory sort of alluded to this as well, we're seeing a lot of friendly cats on the street. And I think it's a function of so many people sadly abandoning their animals for a variety of reasons. We work with rescue partners to rehome those animals, and all these efforts are stabilizing the population, reducing intake and euthanasia at shelters, which I think actually reduces the burdens on taxpayers with fewer animals coming in. It also supports the caretakers who are caring for these animals. So we would also urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hello, esteemed committee, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton.
My name is Stacy Volodin. I'm the Maryland State Director for Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States, here on behalf of our supporters across the state. You have already heard all of the details in my testimony, basically, but I do want to highlight that there are similar, not exact, but similar bills that have been passed in other states. This is a much broader bill, which we are in full support of, but we like hearing that other states have passed somewhat similar legislation. These states include places as diverse as South Dakota, Texas, Rhode Island. And I did want to hit on one thing. Humane World for Animals is favorable with amendments in support of the professional animal workers of Maryland with whom you have heard from. They are the experts on the ground that deal with the practicalities of this issue, and I urge your support. They have seen things that we could not even imagine, and there are bad actors out there that we do want these cats protected from. And with that, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 912 with amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. We have a number of virtual favorable witnesses. Dana Marie Pinella, Alley Cat Allies. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Dana Marie Pinella, Director of Law and Policy for Alley Cat Allies, and on behalf of our supporters in Maryland, I testify in favor of House Bill 912, known as Ash's Law. At its core, this bill clarifies that the humane trapping, sterilization, vaccination, and return of community cats to their outdoor homes is lawful statewide. This clear statutory language benefits not only caregivers, but also animal control agencies, law enforcement, and prosecutors. Uniform definitions reduce confusion and ensure consistent application of the law. Today, 6 of Maryland's counties have ordinances that explicitly permit TNR. For some of those jurisdictions, the rules are established outside of the ordinances, for example, by animal control, and those rules are not easily found. For the ones that are available, each jurisdiction has different requirements and protections for caregivers and community cats. Some require registration. Some require that caregivers who are doing a community service accept legal liability for cats they do not own, which may include the risk of prosecution. This disparity puts both caregivers and cats at unfair risk. Community cats don't recognize county boundaries, and therefore this bill ensures that humane, evidence-based practices are applied consistently across the state in a manner that ensures no advocate in Maryland faces roadblocks, citations, or other penalties for taking compassionate, beneficial action for community cats. This bill also clarifies that returning a cat to her outdoor home does not constitute criminal abandonment. This clarification is both narrow and necessary. It does not weaken Maryland's animal cruelty statutes in any way. Similarly, the bill does not eliminate local enforcement authority or private property rights. The bill simply establishes a much-needed statewide baseline recognizing TNR as lawful. Ash's Law creates uniformity across the state, ensuring not only that TNR is permitted, but that community cats and those who care for them are protected. For these reasons, Alley Cat Allies urges a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Lisa Radoff, Maryland Votes for Animals.
Whoops. Why is this happening again? It's the second time.
You're all set. Go ahead.
Hang on a sec. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Apologies. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, my name is Lisa Radoff. I'm the President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in strong support of HB 912 with an amendment. As you already heard, compelling testimony for this bill from my esteemed colleagues. Also, the shelters are boots on the ground. So we would like to see this amendment just to be used in cases that there is a possibility of the organization returning the animals to an unsafe area. The hour is late, so out of respect for what our wonderful sponsor has said, I am going to offer Mew2 testimony on this cat bill and offer a favorable report with many thanks to the committee and to our chair with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to Nicole Velez. Nicole Velez.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Velez, and I live in Capitol Heights in Prince George's County. I've been a caregiver here since November of 2022. I'm here in support of HB 912, favorable with amendments, and I want to acknowledge that PG County has TMVR policies, but my experience and that of caregivers in areas like mine is proof that even when those policies exist on paper, caregivers remain vulnerable without clear enforcement standards. We're trying to care for our communities with almost no infrastructure to support us. I care for a vaccinated ear tip colony in full compliance with PG County's ordinance, making good faith adjustments beyond what's required in response to one neighbor's repeated complaints. Despite that, for over 3 years, I faced repeated complaint-driven enforcement, and each time county staff found me compliant. And yet earlier this year, a code inspector threatened my landlord with a citation. When I asked how I violated the animal control ordinance, the inspector admitted he had never read the section addressing ear-tipped free roaming cats and said the county would be well within the right to cite the owner if the feeding continues to be a nuisance. No code section, no objective standard, no evidence of a violation. So I filed an MPIA request, and the DPIE's response stated no responsive documents and no open violations. 3 years of inspections, a written threat, and no official record to review with no way to defend myself. That is the gap HB 912 must close. My situation is a preview of what caregivers across Maryland will face without protections. HB 912 is a good foundation, but without amendments addressing enforcement standards, documentation requirements, and caregiver protections, compliant caregivers will remain vulnerable regardless of the law. I urge you to pass ASH's law with amendments, not just for the community cats, but for the caregivers who show up every day to care for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll turn to our unfavorable testimony. We'll start with the Maryland Association of Counties.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO. This is the most friendly, unfavorable testimony I get the pleasure to deliver. So we have been working with the fabulous Vice Chair. We're pretty close to amendments to work out all of our concerns. So I will forward you to our written testimony, but in the interest of time, thank you.
Great. We will turn to some unfavorable virtual testimony. Susan Rich.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Susan Rich. I've worked for several animal protection organizations over the past 30 years and as a volunteer, led successful efforts to ban dog chaining and disallowing keeping pets outside during weather emergencies. I live in Wheaton, Maryland, a lower to middle income neighborhood, which is a hot spot of stray cats. And over the past years, I have trapped and brought over 100 cats and kittens to the shelter or found homes for them. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Please continue.
Okay. The past few weeks with freezing temperatures and snow have been hell. Sorry. And much of this is due to the well-intentioned but misdirected efforts of TNR advocates who have forced these cats, many of them social, to struggle to survive outside. Many don't. My introduction to TNR came several years ago when I found out that 3 stray cats I took to the shelter had been released to the group that is spearheading these efforts to weaken our anti-cruelty law. They told me, the group told me, the cats didn't need a caretaker. They could eat rats and mice and find shelter in the sewers. I filed a legal complaint and the shelter stopped giving them cats. And I found the cats loving homes. You could say I'm a TNR follow-upper as recently as the night before the snowstorm hit a few weeks ago. So it was with great sadness I learned of this bill, which is nothing more than an attempt to let the TNR folks evade a long-standing law meant to protect both cats and the public. Don't be fooled. This is nothing more than an attempt to evade accountability and outsource the care and possible euthanasia of cats for whom there may not be homes.
Great. Susan, thank you so much for your testimony. We'll move on to Rachel Bellis with PETA. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Bellis, and I'm speaking on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals and our more than 100,000 members and supporters in Maryland to urge you to vote no on House Bill 912. If passed, HB 912 would have unintended consequences that would endanger Maryland's animal and human residents, including stripping free-roaming cats of any manner of protection from suffering, neglect, and cruelty by exempting anyone claiming to be doing trap, neuter, and release of the animals, even though they may not be, from the state's animal protection law, which prohibits animal abandonment. It also seeks to prohibit local governments from requiring basic sensible measures like registration of those claiming to be doing TNR, even if they are not, or establishing effective procedures for addressing resident complaints about roaming cats and their welfare, impact on native wildlife, and more. Several counties throughout the state require registration of cat colonies to help ensure that those who are feeding cats also provide them with minimal care, including spaying and neutering, drinkable water, needed medical care, and protection from the elements. These are reasonable requirements that aim to protect cats. It's deeply concerning that HB 912 lacks any provisions to protect the rights of private property owners, many of whom don't want cats trespassing on their land. Frustrated property owners often harm cats when their complaints fall on deaf ears. Roaming cats, including those in managed colonies across Maryland, have recently been shot with darts, arrows, and guns, and those are just a few of the cases that made media headlines. Most go unreported. Struggling native wildlife also don't stand a chance against roaming cats. Regardless of whether they are fed, cats instinctively attack and kill birds, amphibians, and other animals who are already struggling to survive. PETA is concerned about cats and wildlife alike, and we hope you'll consider wildlife too. Please review PETA's submitted letter and attachments and vote no on HB 912. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Kathleen Michaels.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Kathleen Michaels, speaking on behalf of both my family and my community in Montgomery County on Sligo Creek Park, and on behalf of both the cats and the wildlife in both. We urge you to please oppose Bill HB 0912 as written, as well-intentioned but counterproductive legislation. It would preempt localities attempting to better protect homeless cats, native wildlife, and human health. I love animals and have had rescue cats as pets all my life. My sister is a committed lifelong volunteer at animal and wildlife shelters and has frontline experience with abandoned cats outdoors and in. Cats are not wildlife here. They are pets of humans, and so humans are responsible for both their protection and the protection of native wildlife from them. More regulation for protection of cats is needed, not less, imposed by the state. Registration of colony feeders is one such common sense requirement that this bill prevents. Today, I will just quickly give you some of my neighborhood's experience, which exemplifies the problems that this legislation would just codify. In spite of volunteer TNR organizations working with the county, over the past 8 years or so, my neighborhood has been overrun with abandoned, sick, injured, and dead cats because of supposed caretakers who do nothing more than putting out food for the cats, attracting more and more cats. The volunteer TNR organization, which the county referred us to, did some trapping several years ago, but the population of abandoned, roaming, sick cats and their offspring just keeps growing. I trapped and transported about a dozen to the county shelter myself before finding that most had been released to the TNR group using the well-intentioned neighborhood caretaker / feeder as the release site, and seeing most of them back in my yard in frigid weather. We had to fight just to get some shelter for them at the supposed caretaker site. A number of individuals and organizations would be happy to work with the bill's sponsors to create a bill that would better protect cats, wildlife, and humans. Maryland's homeless and neglected cats need you. Please oppose Bill HB 0192 as written. Thank you for your willingness to act and your compassion for all creatures.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is for the representative from PETA, if you're still there. Wonderful, thank you. I mean, my question is, I hear all your concerns, and honestly, they're concerns I share as well, just about, community cats and feral cats in general. So my question really is like, what is the alternative? What is the alternative to TNR that we think would really address those concerns?
Well, I think, our concern is that the language as written, it's taking protections away from cats that already seem to be at the state level. We see this a lot in the Hampton Roads area where PETA has its Norfolk headquarters. People who are very well-intentioned start feeding cats, more and more cats come. And if there's no sort of registration with animal control, if animal control isn't able to go out and check on the colony to make sure that that caretaker is doing everything that they need to do, it's the cats that suffer. If they aren't providing spay neuter, the cats are just reproducing. We see cats who have been hit by cars, who have been attacked by other animals, who've been attacked by humans, out in all extreme weather. Cats are they're domestic animals. They rely on us for everything, and leaving them outside is really not the answer. We believe in robust spay neuter programs. Nobody wants to euthanize, but so we spay and neuter animals and cats from TNR programs, and we work with those caretakers. But stripping cats from their protections, like the little protections that they already have, is really not the way. And it also gives shelters an excuse to turn cats away. That if they're just saying, well, let the cat colony caretakers handle them, the shelter, could turn them away, and then they're not getting the care that they deserve.
So your issues are more with the execution or the text of the bill and less with TNR as a practice?
PETA does not support trap neuter release or trap neuter return. We work with people who do TNR, but it's not something that we support because we believe that cats belong indoors with their families, where they are the safest and most, where they're protected and the safest and where they're going to be the happiest. Cats are not happy living outdoors. They're fearful of people, they're fearful of the weather, cars coming in and out. What we have seen from cats who live outdoors, it's not humane. And like I said, nobody wants to euthanize, but it is the world that we live in where we have an overpopulation crisis. And we do believe in humane euthanasia when necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question from Delegate Odom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused, and hearing both the testimony for and against this, and I want to clarify in my mind if I understand it correctly. But the bill itself certainly is for the protection of the animal. However, the thrust of the bill, if I'm correct, is to eliminate fear of any, community caretaker. In other words, they'll be able to do the trap, neuter, and release without fear of violating any law. And so, therefore, and I'm hearing both sides of this, so it just kind of confuses me because I think when I look at the fact that we don't want to have a person that's attempting to do what they consider is a good deed, and it's not illegal, correct? Because right now it's not illegal to, without this bill, to actually.
It is illegal.
Currently, it is illegal.
All right, so Delegate Odom, appreciate you have questions for the sponsor. Sponsors panel's passed.
Okay.
So if you have a question for the opponents, we can ask them. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure you know how to reach the vice chair and she knows how to reach you. So you guys should definitely connect. Delegate Bailey, you have a question for people who are still panelists? Yeah. Great, go ahead.
I have a question for the representative from PETA, and I want to echo Delegate Baylor's questions as well. I'm struggling a little bit just to understand exactly the opposition. I think I recognize, and I think a lot of us recognize the concerns that are present with cats in the wild, right? The effect on bird populations, all of that, and everything in between. But is it really the position of PETA that TNR programs are not as valuable as the euthanasia? I think that was the final point that you made. And I'm trying to grapple with that a little bit.
So I think that we would be more supportive if there was language in there that offered more protections to the cats, that held caretakers accountable, because it seems that right now caretakers aren't accountable. For example, we have a city in Hampton Roads. They have a TNR ordinance where if you want to be a caretaker, you have to register with the city, and you have certain obligations. And so animal control knows who's taking care of what cat colony. And the idea is always to reduce the number of cats. It's not for the colony to get bigger. And so I think if there was language in there like that, we would be more supportive. But we also want to protect homeowners, people who are feeding cats next to their home. They may not want those cats in their yard. We have seen so many residents reaching out to us because their neighbor feeds several cats and the cats come into their yard, and so they can't go in their yard. The food attracts wildlife. The cats get into fights. The cats die. Wildlife dies. It becomes this big issue, and then people take matters into their own hands, and they, could harm the cats. And so we would want to see protections for homeowners and more accountability for those who would be managing these cat colonies.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, we have informational testimony virtually from Kurt Schwarz with the Maryland Ornithological Society.
Okay. I'm sorry, I got to get my thoughts together here. My name is Kurt Schwarz. I live in Columbia, Maryland, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland, oops, unable to start for you. Okay.
No, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. The Maryland Ornithological Society, for which I am the Conservation Chair Emeritus. We are a volunteer organization of 2,500 members dedicated to the study, enjoyment, and conservation of birds and their, their habitats. MOS does not endorse the policy of trap, neuter, and release. It is bad for cats, birds, and wildlife, as well as public and wildlife health. We do support trapping, neutering, and adoption. While we do not support this bill, we will not oppose it either. We thank Delegate Dick Guyton for her challenge to us to provide amendments. Consequently, to address the impacts of TNR colonies on birds and wildlife, as well as the impacts on public and wildlife health, we have provided our written testimony a list of amendments that would put those concerns to rest. We are not legislators, so they may not be very polished, but we do ask that you consider them and hopefully adopt them, preserve our birds and wildlife populations while also improving public and wildlife health. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That can, sorry, I have a question from Delegate Boyce.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear with the gentleman that just spoke in the opposition. What I'm hearing is that I find that cats are probably one of the last of many animals that aren't fully domesticated, and they can survive on their own outside. So I think what I'm hearing from the opposition and Mr. I forgot your name, I'm sorry, Schwartz, you did the informational testimony, is that you are looking for cats to be domesticated. And so you're looking, sir?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, ma'am.
So, I mean, the rub seems to be that we don't want these cats to go back to essentially where they came back from, which was outside. We would rather have them, quote unquote, adopted and put in a home, but they came from outside, so they've been surviving. So what I'm hearing is that we want to just domesticate, and we want all these cats that are essentially outside eating the food from the neighbors being fed. We want them adopted.
Ma'am, I would refer you to our written testimony, please, where we list a couple of things that we think will answer those concerns.
Okay, I was hoping you would just answer it, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 912. We will turn to House Bill 796, Delegate Terrassa, recycling prohibition on the chemical conversion of plastic. I think all your panelists are virtual, so come on up.
Should I go ahead? Okay. Great. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and esteemed members of ENT. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrassa, and you'll be happy to hear this is not my last bill here this year. I know you miss me. All right, thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 796, which prohibits chemical recycling in Maryland. And this is a reintroduction from last year, but was originally sponsored by then Delegate, now Senator, Sarah Love in 2021. Chemical recycling, also known as advanced recycling or chemical conversion, molecular conversion, feedstock recycling, is marketed as a solution to our plastic crisis. It is not. The process involves using heat or chemicals to break down plastic into primary components. The industry claims that chemical or advanced recycling creates new plastic by using this process to break down post-consumer plastic into its original components. So what's the problem? The problem is it's not really recycling, and the benefits of chemical recycling are questionable at best. And rather than reducing pollution, chemical recycling actually creates it. The process pollutes the environment and causes significant risk to our health, particularly for residents in and around the facilities where these processes take place. This activity is labeled as recycling thanks to extensive greenwashing. So why isn't this recycling? According to the Natural Resources Defense Council, chemical recycling mostly involves incineration of used plastic and generates significant hazardous waste and pollution as a result. The most common method, pyrolysis, actually can't recycle much, if any, plastic. In fact, the estimates are that 0.1 to 6% of this, only about 0.1 to 6% can be reused. Instead, the primary output of this process is dirty fuels. Fuel production and use, especially of dirty fuels, does not constitute recycling. Some experts claim that this is even worse for the environment than continually producing virgin plastic, so think about that. So in reality, chemical recycling does not improve recycling efforts and is not the answer to our plastic pollution crisis. So turning to how dangerous is it? Pyrolysis, which is a type of incineration, accounts for 80% of both proposed and operating chemical recycling facilities in the United States. Most of the time, the product created through chemical conversion of plastics is synthetic fuels that is burned. Burning plastic and converting it into fuels involves toxic substances such as hydrogen cyanide, benzene, formaldehyde, and dioxins, substances that pollute our air or water, our bodies, and are found in all three of these emissions, waste byproducts, and end product plastic to fuel facilities. These facilities are often located in environmental justice communities, which already suffer from high levels of pollution and associated health problems. About 16,000 chemical additives are used in making plastics. More than a quarter of these chemicals are known to be harmful to human health and or the environment, while even more have not yet been studied. Toxic chemical additives make much of post-consumer resin unsuitable for food-grade uses, and it's worth noting, and the benefits are not clear. Plastic to plastic or repolymerization is technically challenging and highly expensive. Plastic to fuel conversion is an energy-intensive method. They are both much more energy-intensive than traditional mechanical recycling. And the facilities make the promise of manufacturing chemicals into something useful that can bypass restrictions on toxic plastic incineration to generate more fuel. Although advertised as sustainable, the facilities are so inefficient that processing 1 metric ton of plastic waste creates at least 3 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And technology remains largely unproven at the commercial scales. Research shows that facilities could only process 1.2% anyway of the US plastic waste. So how's this greenwashing? Chemical recycling is often presented as an environmental solution. It's called advanced recycling. They refer to a circular plastic economy. According to the American Chemical Council, advanced recycling harnesses the power of science to convert used plastic into new products that can be recycled again and again. However, advanced recycling's primary beneficiaries are plastic and fossil fuel industries, which are rapidly expanding plastic production. Some media reports even say 30 to 40% in the next decade. They claim these materials can be used to manufacture new plastic products and as a way to manage plastic waste. But this is opposite of what we know we need for our planet. They counter growing concerns by trying to convince the public that they can clean up all the plastic problems with advanced technology, when we know that's not true either. So the bill I'm presenting makes sure that chemical conversion process are excluded from Maryland's definition of recycling under Title 9, subsection 17 of the environmental article, namely pyrolysis, hydropyrolysis, methanosis, gasification, enzymatic breakdown, and any similar chemical conversion. The bill will prohibit the construction of these chemical conversion facilities in Maryland. The conversion of plastic is an expensive, risky, toxic, and climate-damaging process. Maryland should prioritize reducing overall plastic consumption, and to accomplish this, you might remember I have a bottle bill, and strengthening traditional proven recycling methods, also aided by the bottle bill. Maryland needs a sustainable waste management system that protects our environment. That should not include chemical recycling. I'll note that some of the opposition say that we shouldn't get into this because there's enough protections in the Clean Air and Clean Water Act federally, and I'll remind you that those protections have been weakening over the last year. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 796.
Thank you. A question from Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Delegate, thanks for your bill. And I understand that you're particularly concerned about a chemical conversion plant that's being planned locally. I don't know if you've seen MDE's letter, but they say that your language in your bill that provides a blanket exclusion from the definition of recycling for several processes would affect what is considered recycling in the state of things like textiles, aluminum, organics, et cetera. So I don't know if you agree with that assessment or not.
Okay, first let me say, I do have a whole panel, so I guess I'll answer the questions.
Do you mind answering? Because it's a virtual panel, it's always a little bit easier.
I don't mind that. I just think they
might
might be able to answer some of the questions. But let me say this. I haven't seen it. I briefly heard about it this morning because we don't, as you know, have access to committee testimony that's not our own. But I'm happy to work with them on whatever exceptions need to be done. I hadn't heard that from them before. So I'll have to take a closer look at it and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
But I certainly will work with them to understand what they mean by the textiles and the other thing. I know what they mean by them, but what they're referring to.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Delegate Terraza.
Good to see you.
Delegate Stein took one of my questions, but I guess I just have a fundamental question, and I guess I'll be able to ask it again for the panel. I see this generally as a form of technology, and we have more and more and more. We have AI, we have automation, we have all these technologies that are coming up, and because we are worried about their harm, we have tended to legislate to regulate them. And I guess the question is, why not regulate versus banning, given it's a technology?
That is a good question. I'm certainly open to regulating them as well. But what I would say is that there's evidence upon evidence upon evidence that this is not doing what they say that it'll do, that after years of working on this, its results are very limited and very toxic. And so in the meantime, I think we need to protect our communities, but I'm certainly if you're not willing to ban it, certainly interested in how we regulate it and not willing personally, and it's obviously a committee bill now, but.
It's a general question.
Yeah, I'm not willing personally to just count on the regulations coming from the federal government at this point. But certainly it's the committee's product now.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we can turn to your panel. We have Kurt Schwartz.
Okay. Hello again. My name's Kurt Schwartz, and I live in the village of King's Contrivance in Columbia. I support HB 0796 because, as Delegate Terrassa has shown, plastic recycling is an oxymoron. It does not produce meaningful amounts of plastic, but does produce a lot of toxic waste, toxic low-grade fuel oils. I am especially concerned about the proposed pilot plastic recycling project that the WR Grace wants to build on its campus in Columbia, less than 3 miles upwind from my community. I live in a 24-unit, 55-plus community where most of us are actually north of 65 years old. Aside from that risk factor, many of us also have heart or lung conditions. The volatile organic compounds that will be emitted by Grace as waste will aggravate those conditions. There are 8 other senior living facilities within a 3-mile radius of Grace, one of which has over 170 units. 2 others are of a similar size. In addition, 20 schools are within a 3-mile radius of Grace, and Grace sits in the middle of a residential neighborhood. HB 0796 will prevent Grace from opening, but also other such facilities that are contemplating coming to Maryland. It will protect the health of all Marylanders, not just Columbia residents. I therefore respectfully ask that the committee issue a favorable report on this bill. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll turn to Samantha Severin, Just Zero. Samantha Severin, Just Zero.
Hi, sorry, I don't think my camera's working, but it's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Samantha Severin. I'm a staff attorney at Just Zero, a national nonprofit advancing zero waste policies. Just Zero strongly supports House Bill 796 and urges a favorable report from the committee because Maryland communities deserve effective zero waste solutions. House Bill 796 is essential for 3 key reasons. Chemical recycling is ineffective, a misuse of financial resources, and a threat to the health of Maryland communities. Chemical recycling is ineffective because it fails to recycle a meaningful amount of plastic waste. Our written testimony cites multiple examples showing these technologies do not work as advertised. This includes a Department of Energy study which found that only 1 to 14% of plastics processed by chemical recycling facilities become new plastic, while the remaining 86 to 99% is converted into fuel and burned. House Bill 796 also prevents the diversion of funds to develop chemical recycling facilities and reinforces that investments to improve recycling must, by definition, recycle plastic waste. In fact, despite receiving hundreds of millions of dollars in investments, chemical recycling facilities have repeatedly failed to operate at promised capacity and have shut down or declared bankruptcy within just a few years after opening. Lastly, these facilities threaten nearby communities as well as those living where plastic-derived fuels and chemicals are ultimately burned. For example, the EPA has found that jet fuel produced through chemical recycling can emit such toxic air pollution that 1 in 4 people exposed over a lifetime could develop cancer. Just Zero supports real solution to the plastic crisis. Chemical recycling is not a real solution. It's a distraction from the plastic waste crisis created and sustained by the plastics industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll turn to Lisa Krause.
Hi there, can you see me and hear me?
We can, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi there, my name's Lisa Krause. I'm a resident of River Hill in Clarksville, Maryland, and currently I'm serving as the co-facilitator of the Stop Grace Coalition. We're a grassroots group that's working to protect Howard County residents and protect our clean air from the polluting impacts of chemical recycling or the process of heating plastics up to high temperatures, which is defined as incineration by the EPA. I'm urging a favorable report from this committee concerning HB 796, and here's why. Right now, Howard County residents are facing a fight to stop chemical recycling from moving forward in their community. We have over 15, the Stop Grace Coalition has over 1,500 petition signers opposing a soon-to-be operational plastic pyrolysis pilot facility in our community. You can see the map that I've attached to my testimony, which shows you the location of this pilot facility. It's going to be located less than a football field away from homes in the Cedar Creek neighborhood. I'm about 1.5 miles. Our communities are truly diverse with countless families and school children living there. Our society clearly has a plastics problem. There's no doubt about that. However, chemical recycling is not the answer to this crisis. Why? For several reasons. You've heard many of the reasons spoken about today. I've listed them in my testimony. I want to highlight a few for you. They create a whole new stream of hazardous waste, essentially, that has to be managed. The processes are highly carbon intensive themselves, and they produce greenhouse gases and emissions. Also, what they produce is often, if the very minimal amount of plastic that is produced is often a compromised plastic, it's a low-grade plastic, which in and of itself has toxins. As Delegate Terrassa pointed out, it's often cheaper to produce new plastics than to even attempt to recycle them. It doesn't produce a circular economy. That's a false vision. And I think there's a lot of hype about chemical recycling and what it's going to do. The dream is an illusion that is going to make a lot of people sick and poison our environment. We here in Howard County are the first case. This is a pilot facility, but we're the first one in the state of
Thank you for your
Maryland.
testimony. Your 2 minutes are long past up, but thank you for your testimony. We'll turn to Jessica Roth.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks for the chance to speak and strong support of HB 796, this important legislation that will protect the people and environment of Maryland and beyond. I'm Jessica Roth. I'm the Plastics and Petrochemicals Program Manager for the U.S.-Canada program at Gaia. We're a global network of more than 1,000 members around the world and more than 100 in the U.S., working at the intersection of waste and environmental justice. And I've been supporting the Stop Grace Coalition's fight against Grace to recyclable plastic recyclables. So-called chemical or advanced recycling is their latest greenwashing. These forms of toxic plastic breakdown, mostly pyrolysis and gasification and some solvolysis, are in fact incredibly dangerous, polluting, climate-harming technologies industry is trying to remove from Clean Air Act protections. So-called chemical recycling facilities are mostly converting plastic itself made up of more than 16,000 known chemicals, at least 25% of which are highly toxic and many are not even known, into pyrolysis oil, so toxic that it has to be refined many times and combined with massive amounts of virgin plastic to create a new product. Over 99.9% of steam cracker input must be virgin fossil-based petroleum naphtha, and only a small amount of that pie oil can be fed through plastic production facilities. The technical maximum recycled content can only be 2% because of this contamination from a Zero Waste Europe report. The economic and environmental metrics are 10 to 100 times worse than virgin polymers. So-called chemical recycling fails to actually recycle, instead producing particulate matter, carbon monoxide, dioxins, furans, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, hydrogen chloride, lead, mercury, and cadmium, not to mention the toxic end products that have to still be disposed of. And as incomplete combustion, pyrolysis emits 9 times more greenhouse gases than mechanical and creates significantly more dioxins and furans. Byproducts are harmful to the environment and human health. They're carcinogenic, toxins, and they harm multiple systems, including but not limited to endocrine, vascular, pulmonological, cerebral, respiratory, and reproductive systems, and they're usually located in environmental justice communities already disproportionately impacted by other dangerous polluting infrastructure. For these and many other reasons, Gaia strongly supports HB 796 and urges a favorable report on this important bill, and we're happy to submit reports and studies that support all of the things that I talked about and cited and answer any other questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. We'll turn to Shamika Preston.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for the work you do to keep our environment and our community safe. My name is Shamika Preston, and though I'm running for Howard County Council, I'm coming to you as a mom of 2 young kids and a 2-year-old poodle mix who live within 400 feet of W.R. Grace's chemical recycling plant in Columbia, Maryland. I'm calling it chemical recycling to be polite on this call, but that is not what I normally call it when I hear the loud sounds and smell the bad smells. But like me, many of my neighbors share a fence line with Grace. These neighbors include homes with infants, toddlers, a pregnant woman, scores of kids, seniors, and other vulnerable populations. And we are all concerned that what W.R. Grace is doing on their site makes us all vulnerable. We are vulnerable to the toxic emissions that it emits. And these chemicals, you've already heard the list. I don't need to go through it again, but they do cause terrible things like cancer and asthma and lots of irritation. The plant can operate at 16 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year. It's near the Middle Patuxent River and the Middle Patuxent Environmental Area, which is a forever protected natural environment. And I just wanted to also flag that there are states that have already legislated against chemical recycling, and that's Maine, Massachusetts, and also a town in Ohio, Youngstown. Please vote yes on HB 0796. I implore you, Maryland delegates, to do the same.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so we will turn to the unfavorable testimony. We have in person Manu Rego, W.R. Grace, Sarah Price, Maryland Retailers Alliance, Gregory Costa, Consumer Brands Association, and Andrea Albersheim, American Chemistry Council. And one of you just please go ahead when you're ready.
It's on. Go ahead.
It's on? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Manu Rego, and I'm one of the scientists at W.R. Grace and Company, which is headquartered in Columbia, Maryland. We respectfully oppose House Bill 796 because it would prohibit an entire category of research and innovation that Maryland regulators already oversee through science-based permitting and enforcement. Given the impact this bill would have on our plastic recycling research project in Columbia, I want to be very clear about what the project is and where it stands today. Grace received a permit from the Maryland Department of Environment to construct a small research-only pilot lab inside an existing building on our Columbia campus. This pilot is not a commercial facility and cannot be converted into one. It is designed to safely process about 1 kilogram of plastic per hour, roughly the weight of 2 cans of soup, for controlled research purposes only. It is not an incinerator, and no plastic is burned. Before issuing the permit, the Maryland Department of Environment conducted a detailed technical review of the project, including emissions controls, safety systems, monitoring protocols. All exhaust gases are required to pass through a flameless electric thermal oxidizer, which converts them into carbon dioxide and water. The permit requires continuous monitoring, record keeping, and independent emissions testing. Importantly, the Maryland Department of Environment determined that there will be no adverse impact to public health or the environment from this project, and it will not cause violations of any applicable air pollution regulations. House Bill 796 will replace this kind of case-by-case, science-based oversight with a categorical ban prohibiting entire chemical processes regardless of scale, controls or regulatory safeguards. That would prevent research projects like ours from moving forward even after Maryland's meeting Maryland's environmental standards. Grace has developed technology in Maryland for over 60 years to help preserve clean water, to keep food fresh and safe, and to make vehicles lighter and more fuel efficient. Now we are working with our partners around the world to address the environmental challenge of plastic recycling. But they need data from our Columbia Pilot Lab unit to move forward. Wouldn't it be wonderful to say this innovation was proudly born in Maryland? Maryland already has strong environmental laws and expert regulators to evaluate projects responsibly. We respectfully ask the committee to allow the system, US system, to continue to work and to oppose House Bill 796.
Thank you, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. My name is Andrea Elbersheim. I am a proud Maryland Terrapin, and I work for the plastic sustainability issues for the American Chemistry Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 796. If enacted, Maryland would become the first state in the country to block chemical recycling technologies, contrary to what we just heard, even as 25 states, including neighboring Virginia and Pennsylvania, support them as parts of the modern recycling system. Last year, you all in the Maryland enacted an extended producer responsibility for packaging law that set very ambitious recycling targets. And chemical recycling is essential for hard to recycle materials like films, bags, and wrappers that mechanical systems simply cannot process at scale. Why remove tools from the toolbox before the law's implementation even begins? I have personally visited 5 chemical recycling facilities across the country. These are highly regulated manufacturing facilities, not incinerators. The process occurs in the absence of oxygen, so there is no combustion taking place. The goal is to preserve these molecules and return them to the supply chain to make new products. If the concern is oversight, Maryland regulators already have full authority under existing law to regulate chemical recycling facilities. And several Maryland companies are already connected to this innovation. Black & Decker has launched tools made with 50% certified recycled plastic enabled by chemical recycling. And Under Armour has worked with IBM to develop textile recycling technology, now expanding in New York, which is a missed economic opportunity here. HB 796 would hamper innovation, impede recycling targets, and make it significantly harder for Maryland to meet its recycling goals. I respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you, and I welcome any questions, as we have heard some inaccurate statements today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I would first say me too to everything stated before, but I would like to observe that there is a lot of interest among the Maryland legislature in removing items from the waste stream and reducing the load on our waste stream and trying to remove products from our landfill. There are a lot of proposals that have come forward to try to improve recycling and take things out of curbside and make sure that we are getting better recycled content into products. And I believe that it would be short-sighted to cut off this new technological opportunity before we can actually see what types of improvements may be made to address concerns about the environmental impact or the capabilities of it at this time. So I would urge an unfavorable report and allow for this process to improve. Thank you.
We have a question from Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize to Delegate Terrasa's prior panel. I didn't push my button fast enough, so the chair got here. So I'm going to try to ask some questions. And so we've heard some testimony. We've heard the first panel speak, we heard the sponsor speak, and so I want to ask from your perspective, I would say technology is great, right? But technology does have its downfalls, it has its other sides, right? Like a bomb is incredibly effective, but it's also dangerous in the wrong hands, right? It's a form of technology. And so given the testimony from one of the panelists, I think she stated that she lives close to the facility and maybe there's some smell. So if you can talk about the process as it relates to maybe any air pollution. There's other testimony speaking about that this is kind of a false claim of recycling because all you're doing is creating fossil fuels. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that and how you manage this process, especially considering the testimony stating that there is maybe some air quality issues from the facility. So I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
This is a question for me, right?
It's for you or so whoever can answer it.
Anybody? Well, I'll start.
Yes, please.
But number one, as I mentioned, with my whole testimony was about the fact that we are meeting Maryland Department of Environment regulations. So that means that the system contains a lot of safeguards to eliminate any volatile organic compounds emissions. There are no such emissions. And that's one of the areas that the people that testified before me are indicating that is true, that there are volatile organic emissions, but they are not such emissions. We are converting all chemicals to CO2 and water before they are released. So that we have systems to manage that. Regarding the technology, there are under the umbrella of advanced recycling, there are several what I call generations. So a lot of what you are hearing today is what we call Generation 1 technology, which consists of taking plastic waste and making a pyrolysis oil. Some people call it green naphtha. The people before me call it fuels, which is incorrect. What they do because we don't do that, but what the other producers do with that green naphtha is they take it to a steam cracker or to an operation that is already operating outside their plant, and they convert and they use the steam cracker to make chemicals that can then be used to produce plastics. We calculate that the conversion is about 45%. Not 17 or 1% or 2%, as it was indicated earlier. It is true that some of that, they said, is 2% only in the steam cracker. Today it's 2% because we're still in infant steps and people are testing it. And I don't know if you know it, but the refining industry, the cracking industry is extremely conservative. So they take very, very small steps before they can adopt the technology. But anyway, that's what Generation 1 does. What W. Grace is doing is what we call Generation 2, and we go directly from plastics to chemicals. We don't need to go through a cracker. The only reason we use the cracker is to put those chemicals in what we call the purification area. So all those chemicals are then purified by the cracker system, and that means that the carbon footprint is very, 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 very low compared to what other people were also talking about. I don't know if I answered your question, Delegate.
I was trying to follow. You have such a beautiful accent, so I was trying to. And you're very passionate, so you're rolling. So I was listening intently. I think you did, and so I guess the question to follow up is when someone is saying that maybe they see something or they smell something. Is there a smell? Is there a what are the side effects to this? Right? What are the potential side effects to this process as it relates to communities and, I guess, environmental justice?
As I indicated earlier, the only emissions will be CO2 and water. And we are talking about 1 kilogram of plastic per hour, which is equivalent to very small amounts of CO2 and water that I think it's at some point in time we were telling this committee and other committees that if you operate this for a day, the CO2 emissions are equivalent to you driving a car for 10 miles. So that's what we are talking about. Okay. My office is in the building where this facility is. I never, in my 13 years with Grace, I never smell anything. So I don't know what the neighbors are smelling. I have to take it. I have to take their word for real,
right? We get it looked into, If that is the case, I hope we do get it looked into. But I thank you so much. A lot of education here.
Yeah.
Hi, Delegate Boyce. If I could respond just more broadly, there's integrated facilities like what WR Grace is, where they can take that pie oil and immediately, because they are an integrated facility, turn it into new chemicals that they're making resin on site. And then there's standalone advanced recycling facilities, which have to create and sell that pie oil. And so there is a difference in that pie oil goes to a steam cracker. Most of those standalone facilities, in fact, all of those standalone facilities, I've been to almost all of them, have very low, if no emissions, and do not, because of their emission threshold, never even meet or come close to federal which would be Title V's Clean Air Act regulation. They are so far below that, so that they would meet the local and state regulatory authority and would have to go, just like any other manufacturing facility, go through the regulatory process through MDE.
Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been reading some testimony, and it says that approximately 300 million tons of plastic is produced globally each year. 40% goes to landfill, 25% is incinerated, 19% is disposed of in unmanaged dumps. 16% is basically what's collected for recycling. Of that 16, 9% is successfully recycled in U.S. recycling systems now. Is that correct? I mean, just roughly numbers. Would you agree with that?
I would say that's fairly accurate. It depends on the resin type. You have resins like PET, which is your soda bottles, water bottles, that has a much higher recycling rate.
So I'm one of those people who don't like landfills. They grow too fast. They're way too much plastic in there. People, you buy a baseball, it takes you 45 minutes to get into it to be able to play ball, you know, cut through the plastic and all that. So there's way too much plastic generated. And what would happen in the state of Maryland if this bill passed, ultimately, as far as the recycling goes?
I mean, I think, as you mentioned, these materials are going to landfill today. The question is whether we give a pathway in Maryland to recover them or prohibit that option. We don't want things going to landfill, and Maryland, more than several other states, actually uses incinerators, which is far worse for the environment. And so I think we would like to be with you and create a more circular economy and find a pathway to recycle more of these. And the Maryland EPR law that you guys passed helps create that infrastructure to be able to collect and sort them and get them to more recyclers. We will always say the mechanical recycling is first and foremost much better technology for a lot of plastics, but there are some hard to recycle plastics that cannot go that way and will end up in the landfill or incinerator if this is not a viable pathway.
So the basic bottom line is if this bill passes, there would be more generated in a landfill.
Yes.
I mean, to keep it simple. And the second thing is, would you agree that the definition of recycling should prohibit the use of certain technologies for energy and fuel conversion? Would you agree with that?
The Maryland statute already says that, and we do agree with that, correct.
So it really is not relevant to what was heard earlier today.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions for this panel, we have one informational virtual panelist, Stephen Goff, SPD Consulting. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Goff. I hold a master's degree in chemical engineering and have spent much of my career leading the development and evaluation of technologies that recover value from waste in a safe and environmental way. I now work as an independent technical consultant focused on advanced recycling projects, including collaborations with universities and researchers working to improve how materials are managed at their end of life. This consulting includes previous work with Johns Hopkins University on their innovative research for the catalytic upcycling of waste plastics into chemical feedstocks for the production of new plastics. The process is defined in HB 796 as chemical conversion, are a category of well-understood technologies which are currently being developed for their ability to convert used plastics into valuable new materials. While each of the processes are unique, they do share the ability to turn hard-to-recycle plastic materials into valuable new products that we use every day. This means we can capture the carbon from these waste materials that would otherwise be destined to landfills or incinerators, while also helping reduce our carbon footprint. And as has been stated, it's important to recognize that these facilities must operate under stringent federal as well as state regulations, making them among the most regulated sectors of industry. So environmental concerns will be addressed in the permitting process and closely monitored by the state for the life of the project. Chemical conversion technologies are an essential complement to waste reduction strategies alongside waste minimization and mechanical recycling. Moreover, they will be of tremendous help in delivering on the Maryland Department of the Environment's overall waste management strategy and in meeting the packaging, circularity, and recovery goals of the recently adopted EPR program. These technologies are designed to reduce environmental waste and keep plastic out of landfills. We need all technologies on the table if we want to decrease the amount of waste in the environment while generating new feedstocks and materials.
Thank you so much for your
opportunity.
testimony. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Gregory Costa with us now? It does not look like it. All right. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, this ends the hearing on House Bill 796. We're going to move on to House Bill 817, Delegate Foley, Carbon Removal Technology and Practices, Regulations, and Use of Funding. Yeah, sounds fun. I think we're ready. You're on, Delegate
There we
Foley.
go. Okay, thank you. This is going to be about technology that is exciting because this actually, unlike the last hearing, this actually removes carbon from our environment. So I'm excited about it. I hope you will be too. So good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the wonderful Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Linda Foley, and I'm presenting HB 817, Carbon Removal Technology and Practices, Regulations, and Use of Funding. Maryland, as we know, because this committee is in the forefront of this, Maryland is leading the charge to fight climate change by setting ambitious climate goals such as a 60% reduction in emissions by 2031, and as you know, by reaching net zero emissions by 2045. To reach net zero, the math is simple, but the execution is hard. For every bit of carbon we cannot stop emitting from our heavy sectors like electricity and transportation, we must remove an equal amount from our atmosphere. Carbon removal technologies will bring us a step closer to this. Carbon removal technologies encapsulate a variety of types of engineered processes where carbon dioxide is removed from the atmosphere and then stored underground. Some of these methods include wood vaults, direct air capture with carbon storage, and biochar carbon removal. However, as exciting as all this is, Maryland currently faces regulatory challenges. Our innovators and green tech business owners are finding that their carbon renewal processes, which are designed to clean our air, are being regulated under solid waste rules. We just talked about landfills, solid waste rules designed for trash and landfills. This is unsuitable and creates a barrier to entry for a burgeoning industry. And the fiscal note actually notes this, if you read it, read through the fiscal note. HB 817 provides a key solution. It creates regulatory certainty. It begins by establishing regulations under Title II, which regulates ambient air quality, since carbon renewal addresses pulling carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. I have offered amendments, sponsor amendments, that narrow the definition of this technology. Those amendments are based on a law in California that actually does regulate these processes. We don't need to look far to see potential. There are projects all across our state, and we have two representatives here, or actually 3 representatives here, who have these projects, and they'll talk about them. But we do need to encourage more projects. And even though they've been able to get off the ground, it's been tough. Maryland is not acting in a vacuum. Let me just say that. Other states are already seizing this opportunity. In 2022, I mentioned California. That's when they passed their law to create regulations for carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, and carbon dioxide removal. Our neighbor, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania enacted the Carbon Capture and Sequestration Act of 2024, declaring that carbon dioxide storage is in the public interest. That's actually in the law. And it also provides a regulatory framework for underground storage of carbon dioxide dealing. Pennsylvania, by the way, has since that law was passed, two new carbon dioxide removal projects that they funded in Lancaster and Bethlehem. In fact, Pennsylvania law, as I said, states that these are in the public interest. Let me just say that in part of my amendments, I forgot to mention this, I am taking out the reference to the funding part. We're focused on getting the regulations now. We can look at funding projects later. These companies and technologies already exist and are going to continue to exist, so we should create the necessary framework to enable them to use these technologies, helping us to meet our climate goals. In the fight against climate change, we must use every tool in our arsenal to help us actually reduce greenhouse gases. To ensure full transparency, I mentioned that this bill is a work in progress as we continue collaborating with the Maryland Department of the Environment, and we are working to try to make this bill workable. It's not a very difficult bill. It just asks that regulations be created to accommodate this technology. And as I mentioned, we've already submitted some amendments. So I urge a favorable report on HB 817, and now I'll turn it over to some of the folks who are actually doing this work.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your attention. My name is Mark Smith, and I'm the CEO of Carbon Country. The focus of our business is transforming the economics of smallholder farms. Those are farms under 100 acres, which are the majority of farms in Maryland. Currently, these farms are increasingly going bankrupt because they don't have the scale to compete in industrial agriculture. And so our business model is adding agrivoltaics, so solar above farming, keeping the land under production. We're grazing sheep underneath our panels, and carbon removal. Specifically, we're trying to build the first large-scale biochar facility in Maryland. This is an $8 million investment. I currently have a $3 million term sheet from the equipment provider. Yet it's been a year that I've been working with MDE to try to get clarity and the permitting necessary to do this. We do have the path forward, but this bill that's not scalable. This bill is designed to allow the technologies that we're doing on our farm to scale. Let me just describe why this is important. We are taking clean cellulose, which the EPA does not call waste, and turning it into a 90% soil amendment for agriculture. So we're doing value-added forestry work. You know how many mills have closed. The forestry industry is looking for value-added opportunities, and we're doing it. The soil amendment that we produce increases the productivity of agriculture. It increases the holding capacity of water, making farms more resilient when there are large rain events, or more resilient to drought as well. We're also pioneering and working closely with MDE on a pilot on the wood vaulting and storage, which is basically taking wood, burying it below the living layer of soil, effectively taking the wood, the carbon in that wood, and putting in the freezer for thousands of years. It's an opportunity for farmers on 1 acre to sequester 10,000 tons of CO2e and generate $1.74 million, basically pay off the farm.
Thank
so
you
this
so
is what we're
much
trying
for
to
your
regulate
testimony.
here.
We appreciate it. Fascinating, and I'm sure that we could hear a lot more. And we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Nin Zhen. I am a professor at the University of Maryland and co-founder of the Carbon Lockdown Project. I'm here to testify in strong support of HB 817. The UN and the US National Academy have made it clear to stabilize our climate, gigaton scale carbon removal is no longer optional. It is a mathematical necessity. Just like renewable energy, carbon removal creates a $1 trillion industry. Maryland is uniquely positioned to lead this effort using technology invented right here at the University of Maryland. For example, wood vaulting, which involves burying woody biomass underground to sequester carbon permanently, has proven to be a low-cost, scalable solution. The potential for Maryland is 1.2 megaton per year, equivalent to taking 300,000 cars off the road. However, as a startup founder on the front lines, I can tell you that regulatory uncertainty is our biggest barrier. We are currently stuck in a gray zone where wood residuals are treated as waste rather than an asset. On December 5th, 2024, we saw the tragic consequences of this. With the fire at Camp Small in Baltimore, thousands of tons of wood residuals captured carbon that could have been safely buried, instead went up in smoke, polluting the air and threatening life and property. HB 817 starts the process of making the rules of the road. The co-benefits are immense, from fire prevention, better air quality, to rural economic development. Over the last 4 years, I have talked to many Marylanders, farmers, foresters, ordinary citizens. All would like to see this happen. Other states like California, New York are already moving. Maryland should not just follow, we should lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Mike Tidwell. I'm Executive Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and on behalf of our 30,000 supporters across Maryland, I'm here to enthusiastically support HB 17 for all the many reasons discussed already, and I want to thank Delegate Foley for sponsoring this important bill. I have been lobbying for clean energy in this General Assembly for 23 years. I've worked with many of you in this room to pass laws to promote solar, offshore wind, batteries, and we've made great gains, not just here, but around the world. The clean energy revolution is unstoppable, but the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has been telling us since 2014 that we are in something called carbon overshoot. Even if we completely switch to clean energy all over the world and no longer emit any carbon, we've still put so much in the atmosphere already that we now have to have quote unquote negative emissions. We have to suck CO2 out of the atmosphere and figure out a way to safely store it underground or in our deep seas. And that's what this bill is about. In the same way that we've been passionate about clean energy, we now have to start to consider carbon sequestration. To give you just an example, by 2050, the UN says we have to displace the equivalent of 20 gigatons of carbon. So we do that with clean energy, getting off of fossil fuels, while also sequestering 10 gigatons of carbon already in the atmosphere. This is a really big deal. It's going to take us a generation or so to accomplish it, and we can't do it at scale here in Maryland yet because of the regulatory barriers. Dr. Ning Zhang and I have been in conversations with MDE for over 2 years now and have made no progress. And we're hoping that with this legislation, y'all can join us in bringing them to the table and finally figuring out reasonable regulations for how farmers and others can put carbon into their soil and join complementing the clean energy revolution so we can stabilize our climate here and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one virtual witness, favorable Marcus Videndix, and then we'll go to questions.
Hi, thank you very much. Hi, I'm Marcus Vidernix. I live in Rockville. I'm here on behalf of the U.S. Biochar Coalition to express our enthusiastic support for HB 817. The U.S. Biochar Coalition is a trade association unifying the voice of the biochar industry to catalyze industrial growth in the U.S. A core part of our mission of what we do is identifying opportunities with state policies that accelerate durable carbon removal while strengthening local economies. HB 817 is exactly that type of forward-looking framework that can position Maryland as a leader. Biochar is produced by heating biomass such as waste wood, ag residues, forestry byproducts in an oxygen-limited environment. 1 ton of high-temperature biochar can sequester up to 3 tons of CO2 equivalent. And today, biochar represents the majority of delivered durable engineered carbon removal credits globally. Maryland is uniquely positioned to benefit from biochar deployment. Our state's ag base, forestry resources, ongoing Chesapeake Bay restoration efforts create strong alignment with biochar's capabilities. When applied to soils, biochar improves water retention, soil health, reduces runoff, all these bay water quality goals. Additionally, we're working, a lot of biochar advancements are being made in asphalt mixing in there, things of that nature, doing wonderful work with PFAS remediation and PFAS prevention. And so that's really important work that this pushes forward. It's an important bill because it establishes a tech neutral framework for carbon removal. It allows the best technologies to win and move all these efforts forward for the environment in Maryland and for small businesses. Biochar production facilities are typically small to mid-sized businesses located near biomass sources. Lots of farmers, foresters, folks of that nature have the opportunity to benefit from this really important legislation. This bill really strikes the right balance: environmental, local businesses, local economy, and we're really, really proud to support it and hope it advances forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful testimony. This bill has a lot of people excited, and we appreciate that. We're really excited and awake right now. I do want to just remind my colleagues that we have 35 more witnesses today before we end. However, we want to hear from all of them. Everyone's and all of your questions are important as well. I have a few myself. I'm going to hold them because I have unlimited access to Delegate Foley, as do many of you. But if you still have pressing questions, Delegate Long.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And my question's for Mike. So do you mind just explaining what is the advantage of carbon removal versus limiting carbon emissions?
So we have to do both. I mean, by building solar panels, you back coal-fired electricity off the grid. You back fossil fuels off the grid. We have to do that. We have to stop putting more CO2 and methane into the atmosphere. But we've already put so much already into the atmosphere that we now have to figure out ways using biomass and other methods to capture CO2 in the air and then secure it below ground or in our deep seas. So we have to do both now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. Delegate, just, this is all kind of new to a lot of us. Can you briefly explain why you think this is not already in MDE's purview? And could this already be handled by MDE's permitting process?
Yeah, I'm going to let Mark answer that because he dealt with it.
I'm living that reality right now. Okay. So just very specifically, you can imagine there are more stringent requirements for a waste disposal facility than a agricultural value-added facility, okay? So right now, because MDE doesn't have the appropriate box to check, and the people that we're dealing with, they recognize that. Their regulations were not written when these technologies, they were written before these technologies existed. And so because they don't have the appropriate box to check, right now we're in the waste disposal box. So for example, our biochar facility is considered a natural wood waste and recycling facility. That word waste means that in Charles County, where we're trying to build this, we actually have to have them update their solid waste management plan for the entire county to allow us to be able to get this permit, okay? On the wood vaulting side, we're burying clean cellulose. Again, not waste. That right now is being regulated by MDE as a landfill, okay? A landfill is a totally different animal than what we're producing here, okay? And so that's why what we're asking MDE is, please create an appropriate box. You can fill the box with the appropriate regulatory structure, but let's do this in a way that makes sense and sets Maryland up to be able to build this important industry moving forward and meet their climate goals.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Delegate, thank you for bringing this bill. And I certainly agree that removing carbon from the air is absolutely essential if we're going to ever come close to meeting our climate goals. My question is about the scope of the regulatory approval or authorization that you're asking MDE to do. It sounds like a number of the solutions that your panels are talking about are ag and forestry related. Would you also, there are some injection processes that are being piloted in Iceland, elsewhere, some other high-end technological solutions. Do you want those types of projects to be potentially covered as well?
I'll answer, and then you can add. I think we do eventually, but for right now, we just, we're just looking to have a regulatory process that accommodates the kind of technology that Mark has described and that the professor described, so that we can start to move forward with some of these projects and promote them. And let me just say that I think for, this is not just about carbon removal, which I think is important, but it's also, the projects that we've seen have been on farms. And as Mark testified, family farms. This is something we can do on family farms that helps the farm, but also helps the farmer participate in cleaning up our atmosphere. So it's a win-win. Some of the policies we have to clean our environment, we get some pushback from the agricultural community. This one benefits the agricultural community. So I think that's really important. So going back to your question, I do think that if, we can go narrow, we can go broad. We were broad in the bill as drafted. We narrowed it with the definition from California, but I think we're willing to do whatever works for MDE, if you want to add.
Yeah, just having gone back and forth and provided some potential limiting proposals to MDE as they sort of, they were like, that's too, it's too much. But I think the reality is that, in any new sort of technological area, you don't want to basically specify particular technologies because you don't know where it's going to go. And so you don't want them to have to come back to the legislature again and again and say, oh, well, let's add this, or oh, let's add that, right? So what we want to do is basically create a definition and add the fact that these technologies have to be able to be certified by an internationally recognized third-party certification body, which is not trivial. And so it's setting a very high bar for what is regulated. And so if MDE wants to walk before we run, so be it. We need to get started. But I think that it would be a mistake by Maryland to unnecessarily constrain the kind of technologies that could be applied to this critical problem. Like we heard about river flooding. We heard, like, all of the things that we're talking about are germane here, and this is an incredibly important tool. So we want to be just thoughtful about constraining things because it's too complicated to regulate. But I think we're willing to work with MDE to take some initial steps. Let's look at the technologies that are viable from both a science perspective and from a market perspective. Let's start with those. Let's reevaluate them on a regular basis and get going. So that's what we proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Odom.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. But the responses from both Delegate Odom and Mr. Mark Smith has satisfied my question.
Okay, great.
All right. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 817. We'll turn to House Bill 613, Delegate Captain Morgan, Calvert and St. Mary's Counties, Living Shorelines and Non-Structural Shoreline Stabilization Measures. If you have a panel, bring them up.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Geitman, members of the committee. I'm Doug Atabi Morgan. I am here to discuss House Bill 613 about living shorelines. First of all, this is a local bill for St. Mary's and Calvert counties. It's bipartisan, both here and in the Senate. So next, let's make it very clear up front. I'm not against living shorelines. I'll say it again, I'm not against them. What I object to, as do many, is the process by which they're implemented and decisions that are governed as top down. Exceptions and variances are few and far between. It takes long periods of time to address issues, and it is painful for the stakeholders to try to get things done. What has led us to this place what has led us to this place is a long trail. A couple of sessions ago, a similar bill came forth. We had a very spirited conversation in committee, so we decided to come back later. Since then, we've tried to better understand the full picture through interim site visits, and we have some pictures. So during those interim site visits, we've been to Calvert Cliffs, we've been to Point Lookout State Park, we've been to Poplar Island. There is a picture of Poplar Island. There's a reason for this. Go ahead. This is Point Lookout. Notice, if you would, please, the revetment and then the sandy shoreline. And this is Calvert Cliffs. If you notice Calvert Cliffs, and you guys aren't going to get to Megalodon, but they're looking for shark's teeth. So when you look at when they stand on those shorelines, you see the conditions firsthand. It reinforces something that's very important. Maryland's coastline is not one size fits all. Maryland is unique in its topographical aspects. Both counties face unique and significant challenges when it comes to shoreline erosion. They are peninsulas. The depth of our waters and the long fetch along Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries create strong wave energy more than any parts of the state. When weather strikes, we get it from the east. Think of the past few weeks. We get nor'easters, storms come up the Atlantic or from the southeast, or we get it straight on from the east. This makes things a lot different. Our shorelines are different than the eastern shore in that we face east and south, not west. I'll say that again. Our shorelines faced east and south, not to the west. We have areas named cliffs. We have Calvert Cliffs. We have Scientist Cliffs. We have Drum Cliffs. When we attempted to work with the state and the NGOs, we didn't get very far. Advocates enjoy focus on living shorelines on the eastern shore or areas where the severe impacts are not as pronounced. If you look at the map of Maryland, you'll see that a lot more tributaries and creeks and coastlines come in from the eastern shore than we find here on the western shore. It's easy to find many areas in the state where energy is not a significant factor. Heck, if affordable, living shorelines are good. Note on the map I said before how many of the tributaries are located on the westward facing side of the bay, and many of these are very suitable. Let me be clear, the bill does not undermine the state's preference for living shorelines. As established in the Living Shorelines Protection Act of 2008, living shorelines remain an important environmental protection tool. However, in our counties, these projects can cost significantly more than other jurisdictions, and due to local conditions, they are more prone to failure. House Bill 613 seeks to implement the state's policy in a way that is feasible, effective, and responsible to the realities on the ground. Under current law, erosion protection generally consists of non-structural shoreline stabilization measures. There are two exceptions. In areas mapped by MDE, in areas that are mapped by MDE, they are appropriate for structural measures, or where a property owner can demonstrate to MDE that non-structural measures are not feasible. The problem is that much of our shoreline is designated on MDE maps as undetermined. The designation provides no clear direction to property owners. As a result, they must pursue waivers that can cost substantial time and money with no guarantee of approval. Meanwhile, the shoreline continues to erode. In our counties, we're not talking about minor loss. With every storm, frankly, with every tide, more land disappears. Many marine contractors report that property owners simply abandon the process because costs are uncertain. When it happens, no protection is installed at all, and we lose more land every year. House Bill 613 places the responsibility for determining appropriate stabilization methods with the soil conservation districts in St. Mary's and Calvert County. These are state entities with existing expertise in erosion control and environmental protection. They are already qualified to design shoreline projects. If they're qualified to design them, then certainly they're qualified to review and regulate them. The bill also includes safeguards to ensure additional oversight in cases where SCD provides design services, preventing a conflict of interest. This approach keeps state regulation at the state level while allowing decisions to be made by professionals who understand the specific environmental conditions of our region and who are accessible to the landowners they serve. I say it again, and accessible to the landowners that they serve. The bill also incorporates recommendations from the SCDs to provide flexibility regarding mitigation requirements and construction timing, recognizing the seasonal and environmental constraints that are unique to Southern Maryland. These adjustments are practical, region-specific improvements, and not a department from environmental stewardship. Now, MDE raised some questions. I'd like to talk to them a little bit. First, regarding inconsistent standards, the standards are inconsistent because our conditions are inconsistent. Maryland stretches from ocean to the mountains. A one-size-fits-all regulatory structure does not account for the depth, the fetch, the wave energy that are unique to St. Mary's and Calvert. The bill acknowledges geographic reality. Second, regarding the role and expertise of SCDs, the bill has been intentionally drafted in consultation with the very districts that would administer it. They possess the technical knowledge necessary to review the projects and make informed decisions. Moreover, concerns about turnaround times must be viewed in context. The current system does not meet the need of our residents. Delays are not measured in weeks or months, they're measured in years. And during those years, erosion continues unchecked. Third are mapping concerns. Much of my district, the current map provides no definitive guidance. If MD wishes to propose amendments to improve the mapping process, I'm open to that. But as it stands now, undetermined designations offer little practical value to property owners seeking clarity. Fourth, regarding definition issues, the General Assembly routinely passes legislation that requires conforming changes to COMAR. That's not a valid reason to reject policy improvements. The definitions in this bill were carefully crafted with the SCDs to ensure clarity and workability. Finally, with respect to stakeholder engagement, while meetings have been held among MDE, DNR, the Critical Area Commission, and others, my constituents report that the discussions have produced little but conversation. Ideas have been discussed and even areas of consensus. However, and there are some recommendations, and I learned about them a week and a half ago before this. The residents cannot afford continued delays. The bill is local because the challenges are local. Other jurisdictions may be satisfied with the current framework. Calvert and St. Mary's are not. Our geography, our shoreline conditions, and the rate of erosion demand a tailored response. Because we can wait no longer, with every storm, with every tide, my district gets smaller. This is a good bill. Why? I'm not playing baseball this time. Because state agencies and NGOs are circling the wagons. We are proposing a new way of examining the issue by taking the responsibility out of the bureaucratic mindset of Annapolis and moving it to the local SCDs who already do much of the groundwork. They are qualified. They both have stated they can do the work without additional resources. Yes, there are some hurdles that need to be addressed, but if people can work together, I think they're achievable. One of the NGOs approached me, and MDA came to my office at 5:30 last night to discuss the bill, 15 minutes prior to our energy subcommittee meeting. I will say I'm open to amendments. This bill has both the support of the county delegations, the farm bureaus, and others. But what I'm most proud of is the first bill to receive a letter of support from the newly created Maryland Rural Caucus. They understand the problems at hand, and for these reasons and others, I would ask for a favorable report for House Bill 613. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan St. Laurent, and I'm here today representing the Calvert Soil Conservation District in favorable testimony on House Bill 613. This bill improves Maryland shoreline stabilization framework by clarifying the definition of a living shoreline for regulatory purposes. Under current regulations, a living shoreline is defined as a subset of non-structural shoreline stabilization measures. In practice, that definition is too narrow and effectively requires all living shorelines to function as intertidal marsh. A living shoreline can include structural elements when they're used to support natural processes, particularly on medium and high energy sites where marsh-only approaches are not stable nor cost-effective. For example, oyster reefs and beaches are both structural features and living systems. By expanding this definition, this bill increases the number of sites where living shorelines are feasible, allowing for more cost-effective projects in medium and high-energy environments while still delivering ecological benefits. The bill allows for innovative, environmentally beneficial shoreline projects that reflect real shoreline conditions and maintain the land-water interface, while still prioritizing natural shoreline functions. This bill also proposes shifting waiver authority for living shoreline feasibility from the state level to the local soil conservation districts in Calvert and St. Mary's. Under current law, state-level waivers can add time and cost to projects, and in some cases make shoreline project protection infeasible for property owners. This bill clarifies the waiver requirements and places these technical determinations with local experts who are most familiar with our shoreline conditions, while retaining a strong preference for living shorelines and requiring a feasibility demonstration tailored to the local conditions. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 613. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for the bill. What do you see the advantages? I think you went through it, but maybe from the Soil Conservation District, what would be the advantage of having it seated in the Soil Conservation District as opposed to where it is now? Can you just elaborate a little bit?
I'll defer to Ryan.
Sure. Well, first, I think we should back up. A lot of people don't know what the districts do. And a lot of the feedback we get is like, why would the districts be this? So districts started after the Dust Bowl as the Soil Conservation Service, which is a federal service. It then transformed into a Natural Resource Conservation Service in the 70s with the Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act, which expanded our purview to include more than just soil conservation, but also water and other related natural resources. What we are really is a partnership. We're a locally formed partnership where we do a lot of good work with boots on the ground. We know the locals, we know the farmers. Historically, we did a lot of conservation practices for farmers, but we also do erosion sediment control plan review, which is a delegated authority from the state. We also have, in certain circumstances, delegated pond review, like for dam safety. That's another delegated authority from the state. So this is not a new precedent that would be set. It's kind of expanding our role into more shoreline protection. And it is focused on like the cliffs, because we have a lot of cliffs and high elevations, and then also deep near shore bathymetry that makes living shorelines a very big challenge. Although with this definitional change, it opens the door to different kind of types of shoreline, living shorelines that include SAV and oyster reefs. But at our roots, we are public servants. We're true public servants. I hesitate to tell the story, but when I first started working at the district, my boss said, notice that this is the only government agency that you're going to walk into where there's not bulletproof glass and a door that you can't access. This is open to the public because we help the public. We understand that there's a lot of environmental challenges, and we are environmentally focused. We have bird experts. We partner closely with NRCS, with fisheries, not DNR specifically yet, although I'm open to that. But we partner with these people both formally and informally through MOUs, MOAs, and then just open discussions. So while we're local based and we have local expertise, we also have resources that are state and federal and nonprofit and private. We don't really have a limit on what kind of technical expertise that we can glom onto. And once we get going into this, if this bill is passed and we start developing a regulation to where we do have these delegated authorities, it will likely have a specialized position. It may not be a sole position because a lot of different people in the districts have different roles. For example, I was an erosion sediment control specialist, but I was also doing survey work and design work for dam repairs on ponds and shoreline projects. We have people in the ag side, forestry, that are helping us chop down stuff and maintain wetlands. We do all sorts. Everybody in the district has a job, but it's also a lot of different roles. Like the other duties as assigned is pretty big in our district and in St. Mary's too. We're just a really diverse group of people that have a lot of different skill sets, but also work together to do what's best for both the locals and for the environment. I think for those reasons, we'd be a great person to be making these determinations on living shoreline waivers. Great. Another advantage is we're local. I mean, we see the shoreline in its worst conditions. I've surfed on the bay during a tropical storm in April. I know the wave energies that we're getting, and it's pretty incredible. And that's kind of what set me up on this. But those are the reasons why I think that we would be a good candidate for that.
Great, thank you.
Delegate Jacobs.
Mr. Chairman, you've got another witness coming up here shortly, but I got to deal with the panel in front of me. But anyhow, and this is a local bill down in your area, but up in my area, I got very serious erosion issues as well. Permitting's been off the charts. It's horrendous to get permitting and to get help and really to try to talk to them about the right kind of solution. It's just, it's ridiculous. By the time you get it done, you're into a bad part of the year. So what's your experience been like down there, you know, in your area?
With permitting?
For the reason for the bill, yeah.
Yeah, well, two primary ones that I'd like to talk about. Well, we recently, in January, we just got approval for a wetlands license for a project that we were designing at Jefferson Patterson Park, which is a state facility. This is phase 5 of 5. This is the final phase. The district has been working for the past 30 years to provide shoreline protection for Jefferson Patterson Park. It's rural, it has a museum, it has a great shoreline that's worth saving. And there's a few reasons. It took about 5 years to get the permit, and there's a few reasons why it took that long, and it is certainly not all on MDE. They have a challenging job. A lot of that was on us. We had a lot of turnover. COVID threw a wrench in the plans. We had turnover at the leadership level. The people that were designing them and kind of had all the project management experience had left. So it's not that it just fell off and that we were incapable of continuing the project, but we just hadn't understood where it was. It was also about a little over half an acre. So if you're familiar with the regulations, the half an acre is kind of the limit of when you can get a general permit and a wetlands license. So there was a lot of back and forth of, is this a general permit? Yeah, we pursued that route, and then it turned into a wetlands license. So then we pursued that route, and then we went back to general permit. It's a little bit of flip-flopping between that. Interestingly, the designer is a geologist out of VIMS, which is who wrote the book and helped with the regulations, the original regulations for living shorelines. He's been building these for over 4 decades, I believe, and he's helped a lot of other communities in Calvert County, both from shoreline kind of analysis to designs. And so he's very familiar with it. And this was a challenging site, and not necessarily because we had a lot of wave energy at this site, but because it was the regulatory constraints. There are some physical realities that weren't really accounted for in there, where we have a 40-foot hill with 40-foot trees on top of that, and this is a northeast-facing shoreline. So getting plants to grow there really isn't great. Spartanopatens, alterniflora, and Ammophila, they need about 6 hours of sunlight daily. When you have a north-facing, like if you're in the designing, it's not a great idea to try to get plants to grow where you know they're going to get shaded out. So I offer, additionally, there was about 53% of the shoreline was deemed structural. They used the Maryland Shoreline Stabilization Mapper, created by VIMS. I spoke with the creators of it to figure out how exactly they created it. And this one designated 53% structural and about 47% non-structural, which made it a challenge. And it wasn't like 53% and then the rest is living shoreline eligible. It was kind of chopped up where you would have 200 feet of structural, 200 feet of living shoreline, 200 feet of structural, and it went for about 1,000 feet. So it was a question of like, this doesn't fit cleanly in a living shoreline. It doesn't fit cleanly in a structural practice. And we weren't really even interested in doing structural. So where do we go from here? It ended up, we did everything we could to minimize impacts, including removing some planned oyster reefs. And we did everything we could to maximize the planting to fill ratio. But just because of the slopes and limitations, we only had about a 20-foot strip that we could fit the plantings within, because we had, again, a very steep hill, and they only count up to 1.5 times the tidal range. So it gave us about 20 feet that we could work with, and it wouldn't work out. So we were at an impasse, and we tried to schedule a in-person meeting with some of the MDE reviewers at Montgomery Ward Building, and we were happy to make the trip. It ended up being very productive. And we kind of explained that the calculus just doesn't work out. If we move the structures offshore, they get bigger and the footprint of the fill gets larger. If we move them inshore, then we lose vegetation. Like it just does not work out on this site. So I asked, I was like, can we, instead of doing intertidal marsh, Spartanopatens, alterniflora, can we instead plant SAV and plant oysters? It's right by Pearl, the Patuxent Environmental or Aquaculture Research Laboratory. So they were really interested in some novel techniques of how to get oyster reefs built. And they have the researchers and PhDs that are capable of doing it, and they have a hatchery. It would have worked out nicely. And MDE said, no, it has to be functioning as intertidal marsh. And that kind of set an alarm off of my head of like, I thought this was a living shoreline. Oyster reefs and SAVs are part of a living shoreline. Why would we not include it? Why does it have to be intertidal marsh? And They explained it's because the definition of it, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But I read it. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Long story short,
No, I was just going to say, thank you for that short answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Baylor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Delegate Allen. Thank you for the bill. I share your concern about the waiver process at MDE, but I think I come at it from kind of the completely opposite angle. And certainly happy to talk to you about that, where I think they may actually be giving too many waivers through the process. But specifically on the language in the bill, I think one thing that I read in the testimony and in the fiscal note, it was still ambiguous. So I would just be curious your perspective on the delegation of the ability to waive mitigation requirements to the Soil Conservation District, and what would those mitigation requirements look like, because it wasn't fully fleshed out in the bill.
Sure. So that would be specifically for what deems a living shoreline self-mitigating.
Okay.
Because there are two different types of mitigation. There's one type of mitigation where you're polluting, like say you remove a wetland, you build a house on it, then you build a wetland off-site, that's a form of mitigation. Or you can pay a fee in lieu, in-kind, out-of-kind mitigation. There's a lot of different types of mitigation. But I was specifically thinking about the types of in a living shoreline context. Because right now, oyster reefs and beach are considered structural, but they're natural and they're living. So if they're part of a living shoreline, why would we what mitigation would be required if I'm building an oyster reef? It's self-mitigating in itself. So that's kind of the mindset that we had with mitigation requirements and the specifics of the regulations within the confines of living shorelines.
Yeah, well, thank you for that context. And Delegate, I would love to work with you long-term to reform the living shoreline process to make sure it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, we do have an additional virtual witness, Brandon Weems, Maryland Marine Contractors Association.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Brandon Weems, and I'm a third-generation marine contractor and president of the Maryland Marine Contractors Association. The MMCA represents nearly 100 licensed marine contractors, tradesmen, and industry professionals across the state. I'm testifying today in favor of House Bill 613, which seeks to instate flexibility and common sense into an inflexible and less than intuitive tidal wetlands permit application review process. The spirit of this bill resonates with our membership. Up to the early 2000s, a marine contractor could meet at a project site with their local wetlands reviewer and debate the merits of a plan real time. These were career individuals that have worked in the same region for years. We knew them and they knew us. Like a contractor, their experience was shaped by memories of projects that both succeeded and failed. They had practical understanding of the challenges presented by shoreline projects, and they had the authority to work with the contractor to come up with practical solutions. This stands in stark contrast to the broken, red tape-laden permit review system that is in place today. House Bill 613 is a revival of that tried and true contractor-regulator working relationship, all while addressing head-on some of the major issues engineers and contractors have with the current one-size-fits-all living shoreline mandate. House Bill 613 reminds everyone that shoreline stabilization is the ultimate soil conservation project. It rightfully broadens the definition of a living shoreline. It sets limits on mitigation requirements and time of year restrictions. It establishes more realistic design parameters. It highlights the fact that the department's shoreline mapping tool is inadequate for design and construction purposes. It creates a more centralized permit review process and streamlines the approvals, saving residents time, money, and property. For that reason, the Maryland Marine Contractor Association requests a favorable report on House Bill 613.
Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 613. We will move on to House Bill 848, Delegate Stein, Public Safety, I'm sorry, Matt. Sorry. I got excited. I thought you were just going to do a me too. Matt Stegman, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, unfavorable.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Matt Stegman on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We are here in opposition to House Bill 613. We disagree with the sponsor. We think that it would undermine our landmark Living Shoreline Protection Act by taking these two counties out of the statewide permitting process. I think we do agree fundamentally with most of the witnesses that you heard already. We do want more living shorelines in the places that they will work and that they are appropriate. And we want some flexibility and some discretion in the places where they're less certain to succeed. We've been before this committee a number of times during this term with legislation to add some clarity to the current process and to provide financial assistance for property owners. Over the interim, CBF, the Chesapeake Bay Trust, and a wide variety of other stakeholders, actually including Mr. Weems, who just testified, had a number of conversations about many of the same issues that are in this bill, and we had begun trying to work in earnest with MDE on some solutions to those problems. And frankly, we ran out of time, and we ran out of time in large part because some of these issues are really complex. They involve a number of different levels of government, different agencies. It's a lot of stuff to get right, and it's an important thing to get right. So the bill before you, it wouldn't make our permitting processes easier or more transparent. It actually, we think, would do the opposite by having different standards applied in different counties. Would require the local soil conservation districts to maintain expensive and duplicative permitting staff in the long term. Would also require them to look very narrowly at issues that have bay-wide impacts. We think that the best path forward is to continue to have stakeholders work together to improve MDE's processes. And we'll commit to continuing to be part of that effort, but this bill would move us backward at a time when other states are actually trying to catch up to Maryland when it comes to adopting living shorelines.
Great. Sorry about that again, Matt. I apologize. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 613. I got so excited, Dylan. Go ahead, Delegate Baylor.
All right. Thank you. Just really briefly, I think one of the root points of this bill is that there's questions around the waiver process itself.
Sure.
I remember in a previous life, we had large conversations about that waiver process. Could you briefly give your perspective on that and your organization's perspective?
Yeah, I think prior to this term, we had seen kind of anecdotally that a previous iteration of MDE seemed to be, from what we could observe, we weren't getting information and communication from the agency, but from what we could observe, we're really being very permissive with, overly permissive with issuing waivers. I think some of the feedback we've gotten from some of the contracting community is maybe they've moved too far the other way, and I don't know if that's necessarily that they have or if that's an adjustment of expectation. But I think as we were having I mentioned we had some stakeholder conversations over the interim trying to come up with solutions ourselves, both the folks who are doing this work on the ground and the people who are funding it at CBT and folks like CBF trying to come up with solutions on our own and bring those to MDE. I think the real place of consensus that we came to was that we needed, some more transparency and some more predictability. So, I think the issues that this bill would address, some of them are things that we very much could support, but we want to do it in a deliberative way and, not with the pressure of the legislative session.
Thanks.
Okay, third time's the charm. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 613. We'll move on to House Bill 848. Delegate Stein. Public Safety, State Fire Prevention Code, Trash and Recyclable Materials.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, I guess, Madam Chair and committee members. This bill, HB 848, deals with what's referred to as valet trash collection. And valet trash collection is a waste management solution for multifamily housing communities where residents place their trash outside their unit doors for scheduled pickup by professional service providers. And at least 50,000 Marylanders across the state use this service. It's probably many more than that. That was just sort of the conservative estimate we could come up with. And this bill is needed so that these services can continue in Maryland. In the 2024 edition of the 101 Life Safety Code, the National Fire Protection Association adopted standards to regulate valet trash collection service. Despite this, last year, Maryland's Fire Prevention Commission, when adopting the 2024 edition, deleted the sections related to valet trash collection services and prohibited it. So this has had the result of prohibiting apartment buildings, condos, and other multifamily dwellings from using this trash pickup service. So what this bill does is it would reinstate the National Fire Protection Association standards. The association, this National Fire Protection Association, took time and substantial effort to consider the concerns of firefighters, property managers, and the public when it wrote its regulations for valet trash collections. And the standards have many safeguards relating to the size of the containers, that they must be liquid tight and equipped with lids, have to be constructed of non-combustible materials, not occupy a corridor for more than 5 hours, and they cannot obstruct the minimum egress required by code. So I've described what these standards are and what the bill does. Sort of the basic question is, why are these trash services, valet trash services, important? And there are really a few reasons. The first is the benefits for residents. Without this, residents may have to take long walks to take their trash and recyclables to the dumpster in all kinds of weather conditions. It's also safer for residents, particularly the elderly or disabled, because they don't have to carry bags of trash down flights of stairs to the dumpsters. For property managers and owners, it provides the benefit of consistent waste removal and reducing odors and pests when residents don't dispose of waste properly. And since the National Fire Protection Association sets limits on how containers are stored in corridors and materials have to be removed daily, it keeps the corridors clear. Then thirdly, it provides better waste management practices. Trash is removed properly, placed correctly in the dumpster, and recyclable materials are properly sorted. So you overall have properties that have greater appeal, and this permits environmentally sound recyclable collections. And I thought it would be useful to give an example from my own district. Several years ago, there was a large apartment complex where residents didn't have this type of service, but instead were required to take their trash out to 2 large dumpsters that were in the front of the apartment complex, one for trash, one for recyclables. And I got complaints from residents who lived across from it saying that the trash was overflowing, that residents were just leaving bags of trash, of food, of recyclables outside the dumpsters. And then, of course, when the wind came up, it would blow the trash down the road. And there were concerns about pests, safety, in addition to the aesthetic concerns. So in working with the management company for this apartment building, one of the solutions was valet trash collection. So residents would be able to put it right outside the door, wouldn't have to trundle down the steps to the dumpster. And, again, some folks might be, you avoid a situation where some folks just leave it in bags outside the dumpsters. So the bill would ensure that valet trash collection service can continue in Maryland under these national standards. And to the best of our knowledge, Maryland, if this prohibition stood, Maryland would be an outlier and the only state to prohibit this service. There is some opposition, but their concerns were well vetted by the National Fire Protection Association and addressed in the 2024 edition of the Life Safety Code. The service has been used in Maryland for almost 20 years without any incident. And I want to mention that while his testimony was submitted too late to be included in the material that we have online, the head of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, Jeff Buttle, has submitted a letter of support. And so again, if we don't pass this bill, the service, which benefits tens of thousands of Marylanders, would be eliminated, again, without any evidence over the past 20 years that it posed any safety issues. So with that, Madam Chair, I urge a favorable report and turn things over to my panel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of my client, Valet Living. Delegate Stein did an excellent job in explaining the need for this service and the protections that are surrounding this service, so I do not want to, especially given the time and how many witnesses you have after me, belabor those or repeat his testimony, but I do want to re-emphasize a few points. My client has been providing valet trash collection services in Maryland since 2007. They started with 2 buildings, and they now service 124 buildings, which is over 34,000 residential units. So over a 20-year period, they have had no issues with the containers used or with any type of mobility issues with EMS or fire coming in and out of the building. That is an excellent track record, and that is a track record that we can look towards the future. Now, given the fact that the National Fire Protection Agency spent so much time looking at this when it was revising the most recent addition to the 2024 edition, they actually even went beyond and added additional safety measures, which weren't in place during that 20 years. So with new safety measures, this service becomes even safer for the public and continues the benefit of the residents. And again, as Delegate Stein had said, if we don't pass this bill, Maryland will become the only state that will not allow this service, and it'll do so with no trigger for why it prohibited it. So with that, we would urge you to take a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association in strong support of House Bill 848. I'll make a couple brief points given the late night here. It is clear, based on studies, the National Multifamily Housing Council has reported that amenities and services that simplify household responsibilities, such as waste removal, are among the features residents increasingly value when choosing and renewing leases. That convenience translates into stronger resident satisfaction, improved lease renewal rates, and reduced turnover costs for housing providers. In a competitive rental market, these services provide a meaningful edge while enhancing the overall resident experience. And the last point I would make is, since this has been eliminated by the State Fire Prevention Code, we're going to face resident backlash. We're going to have residents that currently appreciate this service and will no longer have it unless this bill passes. And for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association. AOBA represents the owners and operators of multifamily housing in Montgomery and Prince George's counties. I won't repeat the points that were already made, but just very briefly, this is a popular service in both counties because of the rent control requirements in both counties. This service can only be opt-in, and there are about 4,800 households in Montgomery County, 7,200 in Prince George's that have opted into this service. I also want to touch very briefly on unsprinklered high-rise buildings, because you might see this or hear about it in the opposition testimony. Montgomery County has the most unsprinklered high-rise buildings of any jurisdiction in the state, about 74 out of the 120. These buildings are safer than ever. This week, the council approved legislation requiring all of these multifamily buildings to have emergency safety plans. These plans include increased notice to tenants, a dedicated fire watch person, evacuation maps that includes exits, dedicated areas of refuge, and the location of fire alarms and extinguishers. The dedicated fire watch person is responsible for walking the property to make sure that exits are clear of trash and debris in the event of a fire alarm system impairment. And so for these reasons, we think all multifamily buildings are safe to allow this service, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the testimony, and I appreciate the fact that you all have been waiting for so long today, and you did listen to our instructions. Folks, we only have about 28 more witnesses, so just keep that in mind. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. So Delegate, this is kind of like a service that offers like a small nominal charge to collect this trash. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the young lady, so this is kind of a technical fix. You kind of got caught in a crossfire here, and this is to make sure you can continue to be legal. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to the gentleman's point on the end from the housing, So the argument we were likely to see is that placing these in common areas is going to cause obstruct traffic. I know in certain complexes in my district, people just throw their trash out in the common areas, and this is likely to help remediate that kind of problem. Would you agree or would you not agree?
I would agree. It has the trash in a dedicated container.
I think I did that in less than 60 seconds. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. Am I safe? Does that conclude the bill hearing? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 848. We'll turn to Delegate Stein, House Bill 925, sewage sludge PFAS regulation.
Okay, and if my panelists for this bill could come up, join me. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, this is a different topic, PFAS, which we've discussed in legislation in the past. This deals specifically with regulation of biosolids that have PFAS. And HB 925 addresses the land application of biosolids, also known as sewage sludge. Not, we prefer to refer to them, prefer the reference to biosolids, but it's biosolids that contain PFAS. And we know from, from both recent and as well as research that's been presented over the past few years that these are toxic chemicals. So this bill is meant to protect public health, farmers, and our water systems. So biosolids are the product of wastewater treatment. For decades, they have been responsibly used as and recycled as fertilizer. This is, use of biosolids as a fertilizer is an important management approach that's used by wastewater treatment systems. And most of Maryland's wastewater sludge is managed through this process. But we've recently discovered, and there's been national research as well, that PFAS persist through the treatment process and become concentrated in these biosolids. They build up over time on farmland, and according to the latest assessment from EPA, they pose significant risks to farmers, people who regularly consume food from their farms, and the environment. So, the key reason for this bill is that we should not be spreading toxic chemicals onto the land where farmers live and where our food is grown. And other states have learned this lesson the hard way. In Maine, farmer Bill Stone spread biosolids on his fields and lost his farm after PFAS contamination poisoned his soil, livestock, and family. Maine has now banned all land applications of biosolids with PFAS, and all Maine wastewater plants must landfill or truck their biosolids out of state. Connecticut has done the same. And in Texas and New Mexico, farmers have suffered devastating losses tied to PFAS contamination on their farms. This bill, HB 25, is the product of over a year of work led by the Senate sponsor, Senator Sarah Love, with wastewater utilities, local government representatives, agricultural representatives, environmental advocates, and regulators. Last year, when we had a sort of comparable bill before this committee, utilities expressed concern that we lack sufficient data regarding the amount of PFAS in biosolids. Today, we have the data, and we had the opportunity to hear from MDE in its joint committee presentation on PFAS back on February 4th. Maryland has more than 250 wastewater treatment systems. Only about 50 are permitted to land apply biosolids, and we have more than 500 samples from them measuring PFAS. Now, of those, none that currently land apply biosolids exceed the 50 parts per billion upper threshold required by this bill. Only 2, WSSC and havertigrades, fall between 25 and 50 parts per billion. And WSSC does not land apply in Maryland. Now, Baltimore City is hovering right around 25 parts per billion, though it does anticipate those levels rise. Right now, it doesn't land apply in Maryland, but it may wish to in the future. So the bottom line is that most Maryland systems are already below the bill's limits. And for those between 25 and 50 parts per billion, the bill establishes a calibrated guardrail. It says, again, that there's no land application of biosolids allowable where the PFAS contamination is 50 parts per billion or higher. For biosolids between 25 and 50, there is a mitigation framework developed with MDE. Setbacks, timing restrictions, blending, and other risk reduction strategies to limit exposure while the sources of PFAS upstream are addressed. And perhaps the most important part of the bill is that it strengthens what's called pre-treatment authority by giving treatment plants more authority to stop businesses from discharging PFAS down the drain. Upstream control is the best and most cost-effective solution, and utilities already have pretreatment authority with respect to pathogens and other contaminants. This bill will strengthen their ability to identify high concentration PFAS dischargers and require action, whether through on-site pretreatment, product substitution, or other mitigation. And it'll also open up potential funding under the state revolving fund loans. So in closing, land application of biosolids is not a right, it's a business. Currently, there is a market for them, but PFAS is undermining that market. Right now, there are 3 bills in Virginia that propose to ban the import of biosolids, including from Maryland. If we do nothing, concentrations may rise, biosolid markets will shrink, and utilities will be forced into costly disposal or advanced treatment solutions. And, but by acting now when levels are manageable, while we still have the trust of the Agriculture Committee, this will allow us to address the problem affordably and fairly. And lastly, I want to say that Lindsay Thompson, in support of the Maryland Grain Producers Association, was going to be here in support, but she had to run home for a family issue. So she sends her regrets. And with that, I urge a favorable report.
All right. Thank you, Delegate Stein. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. It's good to be with you again. I am Zachary Schaefer, Assistant Secretary at the Maryland Department of the Environment. MDE requests a favorable report on SB 719 to establish reasonable, evidence-based limits for certain PFAS in biosolids, which will also have the effect of activating pretreatment authorities to address PFAS under the Clean Water Act. This approach is vital to protect the health and livelihoods of farmers and the people they feed. It's an important step toward protecting nearby sources of drinking water, streams and rivers, the bay and its economy. And it's crucial for the long-term viability of land application of sewage sludge, which is an important low-cost sewage sludge management option with many co-benefits. It's important to note that we're not starting from a point of extremely high levels. No systems currently land applying exceed the upper threshold, as the delegate mentioned, and the vast majority fall well below the 25 part per billion lower limit. This bill will not shut down the biosolids program. On the contrary, MDE supports this bill because it is deeply committed to supporting wastewater plants and municipal governments in ensuring the continued viability of land application. Wastewater treatment plants don't make or use PFAS, they receive what comes down the drain. And this bill empowers utilities to hold PFAS dischargers accountable and shift the burden of costs of reducing PFAS levels to those who discharge it, not to the average ratepayer. This is an approach pioneered successfully in other states like Michigan, which have seen dramatic reductions in PFAS levels in just a few years without significant impacts to wastewater systems or their economy. We've also seen in other states the consequences of inaction on this issue. By setting reasonable limits now, Maryland can protect farmers, public health, the environment, and preserve a viable biosolids program and avoid far more costly management options in the future. We urge a favorable report on SB 719, and I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Brent Walls. I am the Program Director and Upper Potomac Riverkeeper for Potomac Riverkeeper Network. I'm also a farmer, and I run and operate the Odd Duck Horse Farm in Washington County. We raise horses, pigs, chickens, ducks, all mostly for our consumption, minus the horses. And then we also sell hatching eggs and chickens to other homesteaders. So our customers trust that we're providing them a quality product. And when I communicated with our local farmers that source our hay that feeds our animals, and found out that they use biosolids. They've been using biosolids for 30 years in their farm fields to produce the hay that feed my animals. And that farmer was not aware about PFAS. They were absolutely flabbergasted that PFAS and all the different health concerns. And so trust, it's all about trust. Our farmers trust that the biosolids that they use are contamination-free. I trust that the products that I send and deliver to my customers are PFAS-free. And there's, as a riverkeeper, I've also tested wells and found that there are significant levels of PFAS in the private wells surrounding farmland that use biosolids. And I've tested soils on some of those same farm fields and found that the risk levels to farmers were significantly high that eat products from those same farms. So this bill sets up a trust mechanism so that the farmers are protected. I urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rosa Hans from Enhanced Impact LLC, here representing my client, Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Without taking too much of your time, I want to draw attention to the compromise that this bill strikes. HB 925, SB 719 has been brought before you for a second year. We started at 1 part per billion, which is the recommended health standard. And with this approach of scaling down from 50 to 25 parts per billion over time, initially caused the stakeholders, my clients, significant heartburn, but we're coming to the table with a desire to move forward with a managed approach that's agreed on by a variety of stakeholders and worked on for over a year now. And one other issue I think I'll raise is that the wastewater treatment plant waste coming primarily from urban and suburban communities that have wastewater treatment, those biosolids are then being spread in predominantly rural communities that are relying on well and septic. And so this raises an issue that I think is important to address. And with that, I yield the rest of my time and encourage a favorable report.
Thank you. And Rosa, you're in place of Betsy Nicholas, is that right?
Yes, yes, on the sponsor panel, and I did register as well.
Okay, this is your one shot, though. Anything else you need to say? All right,
that's it.
Okay, and I just want to note we're joined by colleagues from Health and Government Operations, and let me recognize Delegate Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the bill. The bill redefines sewage. What's the implication of that?
Could you ask that question again?
The bill, it extrapolates the definition of sewage. Is there any implication in doing so?
I don't believe so, but I'll defer to MD.
I can take that. That was a bit of a technical change that the department had in the discussions to align the definitions of sewage in the biosolids program with the definitions in the pretreatment program. Since this bill would lead to activating those pretreatment authorities, we wanted to make sure there was the clear connection with the same definitions used in both programs.
Good answer. To what facilities does this apply?
It would apply to all facilities that are permitted to land apply, or all facilities that whose sludge is land applied, which currently is about 50 facilities out of the 250 wastewater treatment plants in the state. The only that exceed the lower limit right now are WSSC and Havre de Grace. There are a few others that are right around that limit, including Baltimore, and so can answer any follow-up questions.
9250 measures the concentration. At what point does it measure the concentration? Or at what point are we measuring this concentration, which the bill is based on?
At what point in the system?
Yes.
So the 25 part per billion, or what we're measuring for compliance purposes at the end of the day is the biosolids themselves. So it's that finished dried sewage sludge
at
product
the output
at
of
the end.
Biosolid.
Yes.
How often is that measured?
It depends on the size of this. Well, it depends on how many tons of biosolids the plant produces. So the largest plants test monthly. That's in current practice because there are other restrictions on biosolids for E. coli, for other biologics, for lead, cadmium, et cetera. So it's consistent with all the other existing requirements. So it's monthly, or depending as you go down in size, it could be every other month, quarterly. It does establish at least a quarterly requirement.
Okay, I have one final question. So I was at the hearing earlier in the session, and I found it very compelling. And we're taking this biosolid, this final product down, we're putting it on land where they're growing food. And to me, it's problematic. So I get that this is kind of an agreement here, but if other states are really just putting an end to this, why aren't we moving toward that goal? Because I've read the testimony here, and there's the folks in favor of the bill have a bit of an interest in, look, we got a lot of this stuff to deal with, and there's a big interest in kind of doing what we're doing. Why, this is poison, right? This is poison in the waste, and we're putting it on land in which we're growing food to feed to people. So why aren't we I'm finding the testimony that advocates for really putting an end to this, I'm finding it very compelling. So why aren't we doing that?
I'm happy to take that too. So, and happy to follow up more on this. So I worked on this a great deal at EPA, and there's three main ways that that sewage sludge is managed. It's either landfilled, incinerated, or land applied. And land application offers a lot of co-benefits. It is the least expensive option for the wastewater treatment plants. It also is a useful fertilizer source. It's been used for millennia for that purpose.
Right.
We just want to make sure it's done safely. It also is, it has climate co-benefits, just like for the same reason we want to divert organic matter from landfills for their climate, for their methane and carbon reduction benefits. It's good to divert waste to farm fields because of those. And it is something that would be extremely expensive. We agree with the industry representatives who you'll hear from about it being an expensive proposition to manage it by landfilling it, and incineration is not currently done in this region, not just Maryland, but most of the mid-Atlantic. And then there's a whole other set of issues around stabilizing the landfills as you add sewage sludge, which is not an ideal substance to add to landfills. So, the interest is in preserving the land application program, but in a way that is safe and gives confidence to the communities and the farmers receiving it that it is safe and that they continue to do it and it won't affect their products and their families and their livelihoods.
Maine has ended the use?
Maine has ended the use. Connecticut has practically ended the use.
What do they do?
In Maine, they're trucking it to other states or to Canada.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I was going to say, if I may, very briefly, I think you'll find in next week's hearing this time, there's going to be a companion themed bill on phasing out PFAS products. So the idea would be if less things are getting flushed down the drain, these levels will be coming down as well. So hopefully treating it from both ends.
And Mr. Chair, if I could chime in very quickly as well. It is, one of the benefits of this bill is that it will give authority to water systems to go upstream, to find those who are giving them wastewater treatment systems material that has PFAS in them and say, no, you've got to reduce it. And this gives water systems pre-treatment authority under the Federal Clean Water Act. And also it will make available potentially funding under the state revolving loan funds. So there would be potentially some assistance to help these companies that are discharging waste that have PFAS in them, help provide potentially some assistance in setting up whatever they need to do to try to reduce the PFAS.
That's a great point, and I actually asked about that during the hearing earlier this session, and I've subsequently talked to a lot of the clean water, clean biosolids folks, and there's a lot of skepticism about our actual ability to go upstream, and I have the same skepticism. How do you go up 10,000 pipes and find it and remediate it there? But I don't have a question, so I'll just say, isn't that so?
Delegate Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, a couple questions will be for Mr. Walls, if you don't mind, please. Because you had mentioned about being a farmer and so forth. So do a lot of the farmers, or maybe you have a percentage of what farmers know about PFAS, and how do they feel about it?
That's a really great question, Delegate. So I've talked to a lot of farmers in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Most of them that do use biosolids or don't use biosolids, they're very, very fearful of the fact that they weren't told about PFAS that's in the biosolids. And in some cases, when they don't use the biosolids, they have to resort to highly expensive commercialized fertilizer, which bites into their budget. One of the biggest concerns is they're just not being told the full story, the full truth of what's in the biosolids before they apply it on their land. And there's a fear as well, too, because they see other farms in other states like Maine and Texas that are losing their livelihood, that are losing their farms and losing their ability, and they don't want to have that stigma in their community. And so once they find out about the PFAS and in the biosolids, they don't want to be outspoken because they don't want to have a target on their back. And so they're really looking for someone to champion and provide some trust so that they know that there's some mechanism out there that helps them protect a little bit of their farm.
Okay. And then just to follow up there, so if the farmers did not use the biosolids, how does that affect them economically?
So, yeah, I mean, economically, I'd stated that it can bite into their budget quite a bit. There are other alternatives out there. And so they really have to balance whether or not they're going to bite the bullet on using commercial fertilizers, find another alternative form of farming, or some other mechanism that can help them sustain their viability. They don't want to have the liability of their products being contaminated and not being sold. And so they really have to weigh the two.
Yep. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Delegate, I mentioned at the end of my testimony that Lindsay Thompson wanted to be here. She would have testified on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association in support. She wasn't able to be here, but she does have a letter of support in the written testimony.
Thank you.
Delegate Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you looking at this as a certification program where you're going to certify to the farmer the product he's getting is a certain standard? Where you're taking some of the liability off the farmer, or is it still buyer beware?
So I can take that. It's not so much. It's not a liability approach. It's setting a standard that guarantees that any farmer who is receiving this has the confidence that that the levels of these PFAS don't exceed a certain amount.
And when they do, when he applies it and finds out it didn't meet your standards, what happens then?
So that's where we would be having the mechanism in place to prevent a utility who does exceed those limits from being able to land apply it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Tavera, sitting in Delegate Fischer-Dabo's seat.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this bill, and thank you everybody for testifying. I really appreciate this topic. So I think that this is a really important issue that we're grappling with. I think that you are correct, Mr. Deputy Secretary, with regards to our state not being very favorable to incineration, but I do believe that there is a solution without it, right? My concern, and I think that this is something that we can discuss, but it seems that what's being proposed is a dilution solution for those that are under 50, between 25 and 50, to bring it down and create the mitigation plan. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree. There is a provision in the bill as currently drafted that allows for the temporary blending of PFAS. It has a date certain end. at which point that would not be an available management practice to bring those levels down. The goal is really to get upstream and to reduce the levels in the systems in the first place. And that's what's so important about having the limit itself, is that having that limit is what activates all those authorities under the Clean Water Act that allow the systems to go upstream and hold those dischargers accountable.
So in looking at that, I was just thinking, okay, there are some alternatives that are sustainable, and I do believe that we may also want to consider and put on the table, because if we do, we can convert them to biochar ash that can even be potentially converted to energy, right? And that's something that that can be sellable, right? If we do like pyrolysis or gasification instead of incineration.
I'm happy to follow up about that. There's ongoing conversation about what those solutions would be and how effective and how expensive they would be. As a source of energy, I don't have the data in hand on how effective a source of energy it would be. The temperatures required to destroy PFAS in an incinerator or pyrolysis are so high, and there's management issues, there's technical issues that make it very challenging. So we're not ruling it out as a possible solution in the future, but it's likely not the best near-term solution.
No, and I am sensitive to that. So my consideration on that is, if we were to try to find economies of scale to identify maybe the creation of one location, or maybe that where we can kind of concentrate some of these efforts, because all we're talking about is for some of these, the destruction to 90 to 99% of this at 600 Celsius, anywhere from 700 Celsius to 900 Celsius with gasification. So if you're doing it within these temperatures, I do think that, and we're talking about 10 to 3 minutes of effectiveness to anywhere to 90 to 99%. So I do think that it's something that you can achieve and then look at, and it prevents the leachate that we're all concerned about, that will drop on land, which we see is a huge problem in landfills. At least, I mean, when you do, leachate testing on landfills.
Absolutely, and I would say that we want to preserve as many options as possible for industry to safely deal with these. So we're happy to explore that.
Well, I'll leave the technical questions for later, but it would be great if I could support it, as, this is something that we really need to tackle headed on. And if there's other things that we could do to make it work, because I do see that if we do it like even on a per million gallons per day, you could do, I was just looking at the cost that WSSC was talking about. I mean, we've got millions of people. I mean, the break-even point for some of this stuff is nothing. We could convert it to money. Don't let them take our money. They're gonna pass that down, and they're gonna put that $200 million and charge it to us. I'm like, nah, let's turn it around and make money on that. So let's leave that, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate Brammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you letting me formulate my second question here. I read a book a long time ago called Economics in the Environment of Reconciliation, and they talked a lot about how in American government, a lot of times we defer a cost. It seems to me that there's a cost associated with remediating PFAS out of this product. This is a product at this point. Synagro, they are at the wastewater treatment plant in my district. They removed the biosolids from the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater treatment plant generally remediates the product as it comes through, removing this, removing that, changing it into an end product. Is it possible to remediate PFAS out of this before it becomes the final product that someone is exporting from a wastewater treatment plant.
So you mean removing it at the plant?
Correct.
Is it possible? Yes, there are technological solutions to do so. The questions, and I might defer to some of the industry folks who will be on the next panel too, who've also explored this, is what's the cost, what's the reliability, and what's the proven level of destruction or removal at that point in the process. It can be done, but is it the most effective and most cost-effective intervention? The evidence we have suggests that pre-treatment is not just because it does hold the discharger who's using and discharging the PFAS accountable, but it's also technologically much easier to remove it when it's in more concentrated waste streams. So when you get it at the pipe that's discharging right out of that facility that's using it, it's far more easier to remove it from that waste stream than from the much more dilute million gallon per day or many million gallon per day levels that you see at the treatment plant, which are also mixed with lots of other substances. So it's possible, but we really believe, based on what we've seen from Michigan and other regimes that have experimented with this, that pre-treatment is going to be the most effective and cost-effective approach.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I do not see any other questions for this panel. We do have additional in-person favorable witnesses. Steve Forer, Chesapeake Legal Alliance. Gussie McGuire, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. And Matt Pluta, Shore Rivers.
Great. I'll go ahead and get started if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Sure. Mr. Chair, rest of the committee, thanks for having me. My name is Matt Pluta. I'm the Choptank River Keeper with Shore Rivers on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. I want to share my journey of understanding PFAS pollution in our rural community on the Eastern Shore, because I want to emphasize the health and the environmental impacts of this land application of PFAS contaminated biosolids happens in our rural communities. And so in 2020, I was drawn to this issue because there was a report issued by Maryland Department of the Environment where they said they sampled fish tissue across the Eastern Shore and no concerning levels of PFAS were in the fish tissue. That got me thinking, well, where is it? If it's not in the fish, is it in the water? Is it on the land? Elsewhere around the country, we were being alerted to situations where states were banning the consumption of deer for grazing on these biosolid fields. So I'm like, all right, what's going on with biosolids on the Eastern Shore? Over 30 to 40% of the fields that can land apply biosolids are between Talbot County and the Upper Eastern Shore. So big hotspot for where biosolids are land applied. At that same time, in 2023, so 3 years later, MDE issues a fish consumption advisory saying there are limits on how many fish you can eat because PFAS is now in them. Striped bass, blue catfish, yellow and white perch, all of our famous species here in the Chesapeake Bay that use the Choptank River for spawning are now contaminated with PFAS. And all of these locations are downstream from where biosolid land application happens in high concentrations. And so I just want to emphasize again, the impacts that we're seeing through this are a rural community impact in Maryland. And since this bill was introduced last year, 30 different bills across the country in 17 states have been introduced. And so I'm here today to ask the committee to please vote favorably on this so we can be a leader in the country on how we're protecting our citizens and our waterways from the contamination of PFAS pollution through biosolid land application. Thank you.
All right. Chair Corman, other members of the committee, thank you so much for having me. My name is Gussie McGuire. I'm a Maryland staff scientist at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. And I'm not going to take too much time and do a lot of retreading of ground here. I do want to reemphasize that this is a compromise bill. There is no safe levels of PFAS, PFOS, and PFOS specifically, which are the two that are regulated in this bill. This is a watershed-wide issue. So from the perspective of someone who cares about the entire Chesapeake Bay and its watershed, if this bill doesn't get passed here and we have, legislation in other states that mean that we are going to be moving PFAS, sort of playing the cup game from state to state, it doesn't really matter as long as it stays in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So having the tools to regulate it here is a really important step, as Virginia also has legislation coming down the pipeline for this. And then Lastly, I just want to say, yesterday we got to have the two Senate bills back to back, the one in sewage sludge and then the product phase out. We haven't gotten to that one here in the House yet. But these are really important to work in tandem. You need to have reduction of PFAS up at the source, and then you also need to be able to manage it at the very end. So with that, please vote favorably on Senate Bill 719. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. My name's Steve Farr, and I am a law student, actually at Vermont Law School, and yes, I am the oldest law student in the country right now. I'm also doing a clerkship at Chesapeake Legal Alliance, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to support this bill. Like many of my neighbors on the Eastern Shore, my water comes from a private well, and we've all read the headlines about forever chemicals and contaminating our water, but it's just not news. It's actually personal for us. And of course, the primary source of PFAS pollution in rural Maryland is the application of contaminated sludge on the fields. Actually, driving over here this morning, I passed several large piles on the field, and you see them as you drive around. And of course, that's going to be applied to fields that are going to become corn and soybeans. State data shows that around Easton itself, there are over 24 sites just within a couple miles of Easton. And when that sludge is used as fertilizer, it doesn't stay put. As we know, it percolates into the groundwater, and even worse, is absorbed by the crops that eventually end up in the meat and vegetables on our table. This bill provides a common sense solution. I know everybody's worked very hard on it. There's been great compromises and a tremendous process. First, starting October 1st, it bans the application of biosolids over 50 parts per billion, which keeps the most toxic stuff off of our land. Second, it tackles 25 to 50 parts per billion and gives the authorization facilities to regulate upstream. Many questions on that, upstream pollution. The legislation protects our soil, it protects our water, it protects our health by providing responsibility where it belongs, at the original source of the pollution. I support your favorable analysis of the bill and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Matt, thank you for being here all day. I see you've been patient waiting. And I wanted to ask a related but unrelated question, if you could give me a 1-minute answer. Got it. You got a sewer leak in the chop tank right now. What's the magnitude of it?
Of the sewer leak?
Yeah.
There's a 30,000 gallon sewage leak that occurred over the last 4 days in the chop tank.
Is it the leak has stopped?
According to reports, it has been stopped, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I do not see any further questions for this panel. We have a number of favorable amendment witnesses we'll call up. Laura O'Donnell from WSSC, Matthew Garbark, Baltimore City Department of Public Works, Tyler Bryce, MML, Dominic Kuchko, MACO, and Jeff Tosi, Maryland Environmental Service. Someone please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 925. My name is Laura O'Donnell, and I serve as WSSC Water's PFAS Program Manager. We appreciate the bill sponsors for presenting solutions that balance public health and practical implementation. PFAS is a problem that we, like other utilities, must address. We strongly support establishing clear PFAS standards to guide decision-making, as well as the provisions affirming source tracking and pretreatment authority. However, we respectfully request amendments to ensure continuity and affordability of wastewater collection for our 1.9 million residents. Specifically, time. We need additional time before tiered land application restrictions enter effect. We appreciate the alternative management measures, but also need those to remain available during mitigation plan implementation. Our concern is that the bill's deadline would cut off options, leaving only landfilling, which comes at a much higher cost and runs a high risk of disrupting operations. Land application rates. The bill uses a reduced rate, which is not feasible for applicators. We strongly recommend changing this to align with MDE's recommended tiered rates. Finally, analytical methods. Advanced labs cannot reliably meet a 2 parts per billion detection limit. We recommend deferring method requirements to Maryland Department of Environment. In closing, we appreciate how Maryland is prioritizing source control for PFAS reduction. We also appreciate the state's efforts towards product phaseouts. Staff support HB 925 with amendments as submitted by MAMWA, which are critical for utilities to maintain operational continuity and affordability for our customers. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Tom Butchko with MACO, here support with amendments on House Bill 925. First, I have to give a huge shout out to both the House sponsor, Delegate Stein, as well as the Senate sponsor. This is a big bill. The process that they conducted over the interim, this is how you get legislation done. They did it hand in glove with local governments, with the utilities, et cetera. We've come a long way from last year. I can say MACO's amendments, you can group them into 2 categories. First, technical. We're working with MDE and the sponsors right now. I feel very confident that we can bridge those gaps, and we're very close to that right now. The other side, though, that I want to focus on is ratepayer impacts. And so when we're talking about this, there's been a lot of conversations about industrial users, the tools these give local jurisdictions and utilities. But there's a second side of this. If those tools don't work, if we can't, just working with the industrial users, get the PFAS rates down, there is a potential impact on ratepayers. All of this infrastructure is funded by the fees on ratepayers. And if we can't work with the industry, or if working with the industry doesn't work, the only alternative is expensive upgrades, which means higher utility bills. And I think this committee, above all committees, is very sensitive to high utility bills. We are very encouraged to be part of the solution here. And like I said, I think on all of our technical issues, we're pretty close. That being said, ratepayer impacts is top of mind for local governments right now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I'm Matt Garbark. I am the Director of the Baltimore City Department of Public Works. We operate and maintain the regional water and sewer utilities for the Baltimore metropolitan region, roughly 1.6 million users in that region. We are here in support of this bill with amendments. We do thank the sponsor here and in the Senate for the work, the collaborative work that has gone into this. It is very important for us to maintain land application of our biosolids. It is a cost-effective and environmentally sound way of doing it, and we 100% support making these as clean and as safe as possible. We sit in support with our partners at MACO and WSSC in terms of the amendments asking for a bit more time. One of the things that is unique to Baltimore City is that we don't just regulate Baltimore City. We take sewage flows from Baltimore County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. How that pretreatment authority works, where we are a city, and how that would work in other jurisdictions is something that we will need to work on. We definitely, Baltimore City does not want to go into other jurisdictions and enforce this, so how we partner with our jurisdiction partners is going to be very important to this. So we urge a favorable with amendment approach to this, so thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and the Health Committee as well. Jeff Tosi, Maryland Environmental Service. Going to echo the comments from the other panelists here on the shout out and the lab testing issues and the timeframes, and I'll just do a me too. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate on behalf of the Senate sponsor, again, who sort of took the laboring oar on this issue, and me, you're working with us on this. With respect to timeline, I understand, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name, representing WSSC. You said you thought the timeline was too short in the bill. What timeline would you recommend?
So one of the aspects of the timeline is currently blending is permitted for 2 years, and the reduced land application rate is only permitted for 12 months. So If we are in that middle tier, we are required to be doing a source tracking plan and then a mitigation plan implementation. What we are proposing is that these options be available while we are conducting our source tracking and mitigation plan implementation. Because we need to be taking that time to, once we have these levels in effect, then we will be able to go to our pretreatment group and they'll be able to go to their significant industrial users and develop enforceable levels for our significant industrial users. And this is a critical step for us in reducing the PFAS concentrations that are coming into our wastewater treatment plants. So that all requires time for us to back calculate those significant industrial user levels and to see the significant industrial users put in mitigation plans or some sort of treatment to reduce PFAS concentrations.
Madam Chair, if I could just follow up. Thank you, but I'm assuming you're not saying an open-ended timeline with no deadline. Is that right?
We're saying while you're doing the mitigation plan implementation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam, do you mind if I add very short to that?
Certainly, Dominic.
I apologize. I think our preference would be to work with MDE to establish a timeline that's appropriate for that individual plan and that individual system. Something prescriptive in the bill, just the variation across the state of Maryland. We're concerned that one size fits all, not to use that trope, but one size fits all won't work in this particular situation.
Seeing no other, did Tyler Bryce already testify, or is he not here?
She's not
here. She's not here, sorry. All right, then seeing no other questions, that is the end of the hearing for House Bill 925, and we will move forward with Mr. Chair.
Have my panel up, Madam Chair?
I believe you may, thank you. House Bill 870, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Energy Conservation Requirements, Large Buildings for Tomorrow Act. Whenever you are ready, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good evening, colleagues. I come before you today to present HB 870, the Large Buildings for Tomorrow Act. HB 870 ensures that new large buildings in Maryland are constructed to meet the same building energy performance standards required under state law for existing large buildings. In 2022, Governor Hogan allowed what we call BEPS to become law without his signature. Under the law, certain buildings over 35,000 square feet must be net zero direct greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Now, I understand that not everyone around this horseshoe or in the chamber likes this requirement, but it is the current law, and new buildings should be prepared to comply with it. Unfortunately, the market does not seem to be responding to our legal requirements, and buildings that will have to comply with BEPS in the not too distant future are not being built to comply today. That means they will require costly renovations in just a short period of time. It is more cost effective to build the buildings to comply today than to have to retrofit them in just a few years. And let me just say about the expensive retrofits, this committee passed a bill last year to try to avoid the need for expensive retrofits by setting a statewide waiver system that would allow buildings to get a waiver so that if their boiler was not at the end of its useful life, they could wait until their boiler was at the end of its useful life before retrofitting. Unfortunately, our colleagues in the Senate did not see fit to give those waivers. So we have a situation now where all buildings are going to have to meet BEPS absent further legislative action on the waiver front, which this committee already tried to do. So I recognize that BEPS is a complicated issue, but this is actually a relatively simple bill. The bill is if you're going to have to comply with the law in just a few years and you're building a new building, you should have to go ahead and comply now. You should be built right the first time. This is not the Better Buildings Act, which I know many of you support, including people sitting next to me. The Better Buildings Act was a bill that applied to all buildings, new buildings in the state of Maryland, so single family homes to the sphere. This is not that. This just applies to new buildings that have to comply with BEPS. There are some complications with this structure, which I'll just acknowledge. We have made some changes to the energy use intensity provisions of BEPS, and a report is due at the end of the year. So I recognize it's a little complicated to say that you need to comply with a standard that is not fully developed yet. We could deal with that by changing the effective date of the bill, of course. This is also a little complicated for the Department of Labor. You know, they have a sort of a code administration, and this would be a little bit of challenging work for them. And so I've been talking to them and the Maryland Department of the Environment about how we could sort of bridge that gap and make this sort of work a little bit better for all of them. But the point is, a building should not be breaking ground in January of 2027, not prepared to comply with Maryland law. And that is the purpose of the bill. And if it's all right with you, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to my panel for further discussion.
Certainly, please start.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Rear. I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice at the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here to express support for HB 870. The Large Buildings for Tomorrow Act complements several efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the building sector. Maryland's 2025 Climate Subcabinet Report, issued by the Department of the Environment, emphasizes the importance of building decarbonization policies. It says improving the energy efficiency of buildings reduces the overall energy demand, which in turn reduces emissions from energy production and fuel combustion, reduces demand on the electricity grid, lowers energy costs, and improves indoor comfort. The subcabinet report is also clear that the total energy from buildings must decline more steeply in order to follow the climate pollution reduction plan. This is where new policies like HB 870 do come in. I have a bunch of architects in my family, and so I know that it's smarter to do things up front than these costly retrofits that we talked about in renovations. And so let's make the smart economic choice with this bill. It's also a really smart climate choice. It's an important bill for meeting our state greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets set in law by the Climate Solutions Now Act and following the state's climate pollution reduction plan. We hear a lot about what the goals are, but I'll always be here to remind you why we're doing it. And it's because we can anticipate $321 million in additional health benefits in 2031 compared to current policies, save households on their monthly energy bills, and grow Maryland's GDP by $5.3 billion. And you know, I just personally, there's probably a lot we could do for tiny houses today, but I'm here to talk about large buildings for tomorrow and ask for your favorable support on HB 870.
Hello, everyone. Brittany Baker, Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and we're glad to be here to support this bill. It's definitely a common sense approach to support all of the work you all have been doing in regards to the building energy performance standards and building electrification in general. Just like Rebecca said, it's true that building electrification lowers costs, increases indoor air quality, and ensures that our buildings are future-proof. California, New York, and Washington have already passed all-electric new construction for the statewide, but we know that this is not that bill. This bill is just covering the buildings that you have already suggested need to be fully electric. There is a site right now being constructed in White Oak, Maryland called the Hillendale Gateway. And this property will house over 463 units, and it is being built passive house, net zero, no gas, EV chargers, solar panels. But unfortunately, because we don't have anything that's already codified to ensure that other buildings of the size also will be built to these standards, this building is fantastic because they have great architects, and other buildings are being built in a way that 14 years from now, they're gonna have to pull out all of their heating, cooking, and other mechanics of the building in order to comply with BEPS. So this bill ensures that it's not based on who your architect is or how smart your development company is or what county you're located in, but the state is ensuring that you build smart from the start. And that's why we're in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for the sponsors panel, so we do have a few more favorables. I don't know if they're still with us or not. Chris Parts, AIA. And if you want to go ahead and come up at the same time, let's see, we have Matthew Scarswini, Sierra Club, if you're with us. All right, you may start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Vice Chair Guyton, Chair Corman, and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts with AIA Maryland, representing 2,000 architects across the state here. just walking you through a sample that Chair Corman, explained. Essentially, if we're designing a building now, we're likely to get a permit a little over a year from now. That building goes to construction about a year beyond that. So you're at a point of about 11 years where that building would, if it's designed and built not to compliance rather than the 15 to 20 year expected useful life of equipment, you're looking at having to replace that equipment in 11 years, or you're looking to have to pay penalties for that. So basically, the bill simply helps us meet future targets that don't require premature replacement of underperforming equipment. As designers, this means that we work to tell our clients essentially the same process. We're working with early analysis, making sure that buildings take the greatest advantage of the site and building configuration to meet the energy needs. We're focusing on static elements, so you're not looking at just equipment to work to meet these requirements, and we're designing flexible operations so you can shut down pieces of the building when they're not operating, and helping basically the clients to work with selective targets to make economic sense. I have a client right now who just replaced a 55-year-old boiler. And, if 15 to 20 years is your status and folks are carrying things for 50 years, it's a much longer time frame. I did also want to share with you that there is one state agency that's really working directly toward these goals, and that's the Maryland Interagency for School Construction. They have a decarbonizing public schools program helping to find means to meet net zero energy schools' performance goals and low carbon standards. Based on their cost data, is less than 5% increase, and the operational savings far offset the incremental cost of construction.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So we do have two favorable with amendments in person, Benjamin Roosh from FSI Engineer and Dominic Buchko, who's hung in with us all day from MACO.
And what a way to spend a day, Madam Chair.
Best way to spend the day.
Yeah.
Out in the lobby.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO after a very long day. I'm here in support with amendments of House Bill 870. We just have some small technical concerns. Local governments, we operate certain infrastructure, particularly emergency infrastructure, detention centers, et cetera. And there's some certain fears that those facilities can't comply just based on their operational nature. They need to be operational 24/7, et cetera. And so we're asking for an exemption, again, for that very narrow band of very specific emergency infrastructure facilities. With that, we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
That was quick. Ben Roush, FSI Engineers. I'm a mechanical and fire protection engineer. Disclosures first, I am also the chair of the Maryland Green Building Council that does the high performance green building program. I am not here in that capacity. I'm here as a private citizen. I actually worked on the Hillendale Gateway project as the commissioning agent, so I loved hearing that mentioned as well. The major change, minor change I would ask for is very specifically the enhanced efficiency options provisions to say that it's going to be fuel neutral needs to be more specific. There's many ways to adopt that, and states have done different pathways. The model legislation I think that comes from is more specific about how to adopt that. So happy to answer that in question because it gets deeply technical very quickly, but more specificity around how prescriptive buildings are going to comply to a fuel neutral baseline. I also want to say, I think the high performance green building program has done a very good job of walking the line, to your concern, to allow gas backup systems in select cases, to allow generators, which the bill always allowed. And there is a reference there that is now already adopted into the state for all state fully funded buildings. So there is a path to walk here where we say we will not use fossil fuels for water heating and space heating. I want to correct something somebody else said. Cooking is not included, generators are not included. That is not regulated, has never been regulated by BEPS. So there is a pathway to walk there that recognizes a middle ground and by and large, largely electrifies buildings, still allows backup emergency systems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. A lot of good information there. Thank you both gentlemen. Do we have any questions for these favorable amendments? Seeing none, we have a few unfavorables, and first Sarah Price. I'll try again. Sarah Price with the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Bob Enton, Maryland Building Industry Association. Hannah Allen, Maryland Chamber of Commerce. And Tom Ballantyne, NIOP, Maryland. If you're still with us, it looks like most of you are. You may begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here, respectfully, Mr. Chair, in opposition to House Bill 870. In the future, most large buildings will be electric because they're immediately subject to the emissions limits in BEPS, and you'll see the designs follow that. We are concerned that this bill doesn't allow for cases on the margin where fossil fuel systems may be appropriate for secondary heat or other special use types that are in the BEPS exemptions. Large buildings are subject to peak demand electricity pricing, and the choice of mechanical systems has significant impacts on utility costs. And I urge the committee to read the analysis from the Energy Artisans testimony in your folder. The definition of energy conservation measures in this bill includes lowest practical cost rather than cost effectiveness. So this implies basing waiver decisions on least cost compliance options, but still allows enforcement of building modifications without considering cost effectiveness of those measures. The bill authorizes MDE to establish energy use intensity limits that will serve as enforceable cap on electricity use in commercial and multifamily buildings. And these limits can be based on any criteria without consideration of cost effectiveness or technical feasibility. And as you know, MDE has repeatedly expressed interest in assessing fees for electricity use above those established limits. We don't believe these provisions should be enacted before reviewing the BEPS benchmarking data that's just started to come in, or reviewing the House Bill 49 study that was enacted last year, which will provide an analysis of BEPS policy, including the role of EUI, of energy use intensity, and the waiver criteria. So thank you for considering our point of view.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We did have a meeting with the chairman the other day. It was a very good meeting, a productive meeting, a robust discussion about the bill at which we raised questions that we had, and the chairman indicated a willingness to work with us and try to figure out what was the best course of action to take on this bill, and we greatly appreciate that. You do have our written testimony. It's not very long. It's about 1 page long. And as I look at it, the thing that jumps out at me is that last year we did pass House Bill 49. And House Bill 49 required the Department of the Environment to conduct a wide-ranging study. And that analysis was to be a potential cost and benefits of building energy performance standards, policy options featuring direct emissions, reduction requirements, energy use intensity requirements, and a combination of all of this. And I think that was important because what we've had over the last, I don't know, maybe decade, is the adoption of dates. You know, by such and such a date, this must happen. By such and such a date, that must happen. And of course, as things unfold, sometimes, you know, having these dates out there that say you got to do this by this date and that by that date doesn't make sense. And I think this has been a evolving issue in front of this committee and in front of the legislature. And we'd urge the committee to continue to look at this and come up with standards and requirements that are feasible of being met, regardless of what date we may have put in the prior bill. But once again, I really appreciate the chairman's time that he took to meet with us and his willingness to say that he looks forward to continuing working with us to see what we can come up with that everybody would agree to.
Thank you, Mr. And you can always have a few extra seconds to praise our chairman. Ms. Price.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable committee members. I am again Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We absolutely understand that the goal here is to ensure that future construction is in line with the requirements once those do once the effective dates hit. But we do still have some fundamental concerns about the ability for businesses to meet those standards in the first place. We've shared with the body before that we have members in the grocery industry who have conducted refurbishments of their buildings. They have poured millions of dollars into remodeling their grocery stores and updating their equipment. They've redone their refrigeration, they've redone all their lighting, and they still can't meet the targets. The bill before you does have a waiver option in the case that the technology is not available to meet the targets, and so we do believe that this reflects the knowledge that that the standards may not be reachable. So we would just ask the body to please keep this in mind as you consider these policies moving forward. Also, Ms. Allen was unable to stay for the evening, but I believe her organization submitted written testimony. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. I believe that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 870 and all the bill hearings for the day. Subcommittee announcements, Chair Ziegler.
Mr. Chair, if we can make it in 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, Ag starting in 5 minutes. Delegate Chair Stein.
Mr. Chair, let's see, the Environment Subcommittee will be 10 minutes after Ag ends.
All right, thank you all for your, sorry.
So we'll text everyone.
Great, thank you all for your continued work at ENT After Hours. Appreciate it.